Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time today, welcome to day 2 of the Hidden Histories of Black Atlantic Communities. We are, I think, recovering from a very full day yesterday, or as Keith Grant put it, it's been a week. Yesterday was a week long. But I hope that you are as gratified as I am with all we heard and learned yesterday from our presenters. People shared widely and very graciously and kindly, and I hope that we will continue in the same manner today. Before we begin, of course, we have to acknowledge that we're gathered today at Dalhousie, which operates on the unceded territories of the Mi'kmaq, Wolastoqey, and Passamaquoddy peoples. These sovereign nations hold inherent rights as the original peoples of these lands, and we each carry collective obligations under the peace and friendship treaties. This is different from our acknowledgement. Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 recognizes and affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights in Canada. And of course, based on who we are and where we are, we also need to acknowledge that African Nova Scotians are distinct people whose histories and legacies and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kmaq known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. So we begin our second day. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker this morning, our keynote this morning, Dr. Fu Cooper. And Dr. Fu Cooper is someone who really does not need to be introduced. She's a multidisciplinary scholar and artist. Her 13 books range across genres such as history, poetry, fiction, and children's literature. Dr. Cooper recently left Dalhousie and joined the University of Toronto Scarborough, from where she held a Killam research chair here at Dalhousie in Black Canadian and African Diaspora Studies, and was instrumental in the creation of the Black and African Diaspora Studies program here at Dalhousie. Her book, The Hanging of Angelique, The Untold Story of Slavery in Canada and the Burning of Old Montreal, is a seminal piece. It broke new ground in slavery studies and the history of Black Canada. Dr. Cooper was the coordinator and chief knowledge officer of the Ontario Bicentenary to abolish the Slave Trade Act, and for that endeavor, she oversaw 33 projects that pertained to slavery and freedom in Canada. She has curated and co-curated 8 exhibits on slavery in Canada and the African diaspora. She chaired the scholarly panel that investigated the Dalhousie's history and relationship to race, slavery, and anti-Blackness, and was the lead author of the subsequent document, the report on Lord Dalhousie's history on slavery and race, which, if you haven't read, I do admonish you to have a look at. It's a very fascinating document. It tells you a lot about this place and its relationship to race through time. She was recently appointed the Canadian UNESCO representative for the United Nations Slavery Project. As an academic leader between 2011 to 2017, Dr. Cooper held the James R. Johnson Chair in Black Canadian Studies here at Dalhousie. She also founded the Black Canadian Studies Association and served as its chair for 10 years. She's an author of young adult fiction. Her novels have received national and international awards. Additionally, Afua is a sought-after speaker and a prominent public intellectual. She's a celebrated poet. She's one of the founders of the Canadian Dub Poetry Movement, and whenever I see her speaking at events, I'm like, do a poem! And she's published 6 books of poetry, including the award-winning Black Matters. She's the recipient of the Portia White Prize, which is Nova Scotia's highest artistic recognition. And she also, I don't have it on here, but she was also the Poet Laureate of Halifax in the year. So 2018 to 2020, yes. So please help me to welcome Dr. Cooper.
Different women, Negro women, my skin is black and my arms are long. My hair is like wool, and my back is strong. Strong enough to take all the pain that's been inflicted again and again and again and again. What do they call me? My name is Aunt Sarah. Mon nome è Aunt Sarah. My skin is yellow, and my hair is long and straight, long, between 2 worlds. I do belong. My father was rich and white. He forced my mother late one night. What do they call me? My name is Saffronia. Mon nome è Saffronia. Yeah. My skin is tan. And my hair's alright. It's fine. My hips Just invite your daddy. And my mouth is like wine. Who's a little girl of mine? Or yours if you got some money in the bag. I meet you in cons later. What do they call me? They call me sweet thing. They call me sweet thing. They call me sweet thing. Say stop, stop.
Express allows you to get creative anytime and anywhere. All along.
Thank you, Claudine, for your wonderful introduction, and congratulations in hosting and organizing this symposium. And greetings to everyone this morning. It's my pleasure to be here. Talking about Black women's history, and I meditated on this a lot. And I thought, well, how am I going to begin? I'm talking about Black women's history. I'm writing two papers on two the histories of two enslaved Black women. And I'm also editing a collection of writings on slavery in Canada, and some of the people who are contributing to that endeavor are in this room. It's coming with it. We're working with editors. So I thought of Nina Simone and that song that she just did called For Women as a way to introduce my topic. It's not a new topic per se. I call this paper Toward a Black Feminist History of Slavery in Atlantic Canada. And it's something I've been meditating on all my life, like all my scholarly life, this intersection of slavery and women and gender. And so I thought, well, Nina Simone, she just does such a brilliant job in elucidating this topic in her own unique, brilliant way. So let me read what I wrote. The brilliant artist Nina Simone offers a devastating rendition of her song, For Women, as she explores the multi-layered dimensions of Black women's history. The women sung about by Simone are either enslaved or descendant of slaves. Simone speaks through the mouth of these women, telling us their names. Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah's narrative is that of the quintessential slave woman, the mommy, the nanny. She's hardworking. She has strong back. Her hair is woolly, her skin dark. She is the strong Black woman that we know about in literature and in life. Sometimes impervious to pain. Next is Sapphonia, yellow skin, a mulatta, born of rape. Her rich white enslaver father forced her mother, possibly Aunt Sarah, late one night. Then we have Sweet Thing, whose skin is tan, her hair is fine, her mouth like wine. She will sell to any man if they have the money to buy. She is a fancy girl, a prostitute, another product of enslavement. So Sweet Thing is in sexual bondage. Next up is Peaches. She is first generation out of slavery. She's bitter and has a tough manner. Her life has been hard. She's rageful and tells you that, yes, she is the angry Black woman. She too is a daughter of Aunt Sarah, or possibly Aunt Sarah herself, who survived slavery into emancipation and Jim Crow, but without compensation or reparation. Nina Simone herself is rageful and fine, brilliant, and she explores these permutations of Black womanhood brought about by the cruel and injurious experience of slavery, an experience that continues up to this day. I would also posit that Simone, in focusing on age, color, race, class, sexuality, access to whiteness or lack thereof, applied a Black feminist lens in telling the stories of these four women, who in reality is one woman. That's my perspective. This song is on the interpretation, and I hope you have yours. So I'm calling for this application of a Black feminist lens grounded in intersectionality to comprehend as much as possible the wounding experience of enslaved Black women in Atlantic Canada. Time permits me to center two of these women whose lives were ruined by a system of racial and sexual bondage and by the people who enslaved them. In one of these cases, the case of Jude, I will also discuss how white women were as guilty as white men in the oppression and degradation of Black women, enslaved Black women in particular. So I'm calling for an intersectional understanding of this phenomenon. Central to the definition of intersectionality is a revelation of how identity factors, slave status, race, gender, color, class, religion, ability, intertwine and intersect with each other simultaneously, and the impact this interaction has on Black women's lives, producing multiple forms of discrimination. The scholar Kyra Bellamy notes, and I quote, the discrimination that individuals face come from more than just one of these identities. It is the intersection of all these identities forming the self with every additional marginalized identity someone holds. They are likely to experience discrimination because of their multiple intersecting marginalized identities. Historian applying a Black feminist lens to the study of slavery produced new and unique insights into the study of Black enslavement. And if we think of people who have done groundbreaking work, so Rosalind Herbert Penn, Beverly D. Sheftel, Evelyn Brooks Higginbottom, Stephanie Camp more recently. So, just a whole slew, a whole generation creating black women and centric spaces for themselves in slavery. There are fundamental differences and similarities, of course, of the experience of enslaved people in Canada. In Atlantic Canada, there are a number of situations to which we can apply a black feminist understanding. And some of these situations, some of these women, I'm going to name. The first one actually has no name. The unnamed slave of Jean-Pierre Roman, who was commandant of Ile Saint-Jean, which is now Prince Edward Island, during the period of near France, during the period of the French regime. Ile Saint-Jean was a French colony, and the head of the colony, Jean-Pierre Roman, he had enslaved people, enslaved women in his possession, and one of them, her name, she died giving birth to a child. Then there's Marie Margaret Rose from Louisburg in Cape Breton, Mira Pastel, Lydia Jackson, Elizabeth Watson, Nancy Jones, or Nancy, owned by Jones, giving black people the names of their enslavers. Rachel Fair, Diana Bastien, and Jude. There are others, but I'm just mentioning these. Time permits me to touch on the experience of two black women, Diana Bastien and Jude. Diana died in childbirth, just like Jean-Pierre Roman's unnamed slave who died in childbirth. Well, Bastien died in childbirth while Jude was murdered by her enslaver. And Diana Bastien is one of the people for whom I've written a paper in the Brock Journal of Education in 2017. I wrote a paper called Deluded and Ruined Diana Bastien in the face of a black enslaved teenager. But I'm expanding that paper, having learned more about Bastien and her the man who owned her, Abraham Kyler, and just learning more about the Cape Breton colony, how that was intertwined with the history of the American Revolutionary War and the migration of the white loyalists and their slaves to Atlantic Canada. So there's lots more. I found more enslaved people that Abraham Kyler owned and not just Bastien. So I'm expanding that paper. So let's talk about Bastien right now. If we come upon her in this unique church burial record that was inserted in September 15, 1792, was written September 15, 1792, and inserted in a church record of St. George's Anglican Church in Sydney, came written, and we know now that it was written by the Reverend of the church, Reverend Rana Cossit. So it says, buried Diana Bastien, a Negro girl belonging to Abraham Kyler, Esquire, in the 15th year of her age. She was deluded and ruined at Government House by George Moore, Esquire, a naval officer and one of Maccormack's council. George Moore sat on the governing council of the colony, for whom she was pregnant with twins and delivered of but one of them. She most earnestly implored the favor of Mr. Moore's brother, who was the justice of the peace in the town, to be admitted to her oath concerning her pregnancy by him, but was refused that with every other assistance by her of them. So she died. She died giving birth. That's the transcription. And one of the things I've been doing lately is, as you know, we have paintings, we have portraits of the men, the white men, Abraham the justice of the peace to say that, your brother impregnated me and I'm going to need support. So we wanted to depict that vulnerability, a quiet strength, maybe just the awfulness of the entire situation. So I ask you not to share the image. We are just now, what's the word? Patenting it, so it's not out there yet in the public. So I decided to use it, plug in for the presentation. So if you could just not share it out there. How do you apply a Black feminist lens to a situation like this? She was for us now today, 2025, we'd say she's a child. She was a teenager, according to Rana Cossit. She was in the 15th year of her age. She was impregnated by George Moore, who was 44 years at the time. And she was 15, so it was about 30 years older than her. She was enslaved, she had no status. Abraham Kiner, who owned her, was at the time out of the province. So, so even if he was there to offer some protection, he was not. Who were her parents? She came from Albany, New York, with Kyler and the Loyalist migration. Who was her family? It seemed that she had none. So Bastien was completely vulnerable. When she went to George Moore, brother, the justice of the peace, I wrote that surely Bastien recognized the deep gulf that existed between her and Moore. She was a Black slave girl and as such a social outcast without any rights, honor, or privileges. As a result, she was disposable. Moore was a white elite gentleman, a naval officer, a member of the governor's council, and a free and honorable man. The writer of the document, Reverend Rana Cossit, described Bastien as deluded, suggesting that her naivete caused her ruin. Cape Breton historian Kenneth Donovan, in his work, routinely talks about the rape of enslaved girls, not only in Nova Scotia, but all across the world where slavery was, a phenomenon. So this was not something unique. This was not something, oh my God, this was something that was part and parcel of the enslavement of Black women and girls, their sexual vulnerability. The people in Cape Breton, or certainly Mr. Moore's brother, the Justice of the Peace, did not think that the rape of Bastien was a big deal. They believed it was a non-issue because the gendered racist ideology at the time declared that Black women were unrapeable. As a result, George Moore literally got away with murder. The rape of Bastien, at the time of Bastien's rape, white people had gained ascendancy as a superior and privileged racial class who wielded what the scholar Edward Baptiste called a right-handed power that wreaked havoc on Black people and their lives. But there were a few people in Sydney who were outraged, like Reverend Cossit, and he took the time to record Bastien's death and bury indicted, but she did not stand trial. The Andrews family lived in Tuskegee River in Yarmouth County, where Jude was murdered the previous year in 1800. According to documents pertaining to the trial of Jude, now in the Nova Scotia archives, the Andrews men claimed that Jude's death was accidental. However, the said trial documents notes that the medical evidence showed that she had been killed by a blow from a pointed blunt instrument. A fellow slave in the household, Diana, whom some believe to have been Jude's sister, testified to having seen John and Samuel Andrews standing beside Jude, each with a stick about the size of an iron candlestick and the length of my arm. This is Diana saying she witnessed the murder. And of course, Sharon Robert Johnson wrote this book. It's a fictionalized account of the life of Jude and Diana. The book is published by Fernwood Press. But the court acquitted the Andrews men, Mr. Andrews and his two sons. They were acquitted. I mean, killing a slave, killing a black man slave or a black woman slave. I mean, I don't know what it would have taken for these men to be, charged and sent to prison. It just was not going to happen. Enslaved people were property. They were owned by whomever owned them. They were chattel. They were objects. They did not have a right to go back to 1857 in the Dred Scott case. They did not have any right that white people should respect or should, be cognizant of. So the men were released. The court acquitted the Andrews family. And why was Mrs. Andrews indicted but not tried? I mean, she was as complicit as the men in murdering the girl. She also beat Diana. She also beat Jude. Okay. She, was also involved in beating Jude to death. But as stated earlier, white women, throughout history, the history of enslavement, has been sort of given in Jamaica. We would say people feel sorry for them because they were women. So this is why when we examine and we talk about intersectionality and we see how when all these identity factors are put together and creating this kind of really unique thing, because they were women, but they were not women in the same way that black women were women. They were in the gender discourse at the time, 18th century, 19th century, they were seen as these frail creatures, whereas black women were not seen as frail creatures. Black women were on Sarah. So as a white woman, Mary Andrews had patriarchal protection that was denied to Jude. In fact, the historian Hilary Beckers argued, the murder of Jude happened at a time when, as historian Hilary Beckers argued, the frailty of women was articulated in the patriarchal gender discourse gaining ground at that time in Europe and Euro-dominated societies. Because in discussing how New World slavery regendered black women by denying them quote-unquote feminine characteristics, notes, and I quote, the colonial gender discourse confronted and assaulted traditional concepts of womanhood in both Europe and Africa and sought to redefine notions of black feminine identity. The black woman was ideologically constructed essentially as non-feminine insofar as primacy was placed upon her alleged muscular capabilities, physical strength, aggressive courage, and sturdiness. Pro-slavery writers presented her as devoid of feminine tenderness and graciousness into which a white woman was tightly wrapped. So Mary Andrews was afforded this patriarchal protection by not being brought in court and tried for the murder of her slave woman, Jude. The use of violence was an integral part of the subjugation and this violence underscores the experience of enslaved women and men in early Canada. The magistrates in Yarmouth County denied Jude justice by allowing the Andrews family to walk free and by not even trying Mrs. Andrews. And this is a sculpture, piece of sculpture in Yarmouth County Museum. The name of the person, maybe the escapes name. First name is Bruce. I'll find it and tell you later on the last name. But this, he depicts here Mr. Andrews Sr. Beating Drew with this piece of stick. So it's open for your interpretation. We know Andrew Sr. was not the only one. We know his two sons and wife also took part in beating this woman with a tremendously violent. So she was not given, the patriarchal protection that was afforded white women, because of course she was a slave, an object, and a piece of property. What else do I have here? I'm going to end with this, and it's from Upper Canada, from Ontario, York, which is Toronto, and it's an ad that Peter Russell placed in the colonial newspaper, advertising the sale of his enslaved woman Peggy and her son Jupiter. It's important for comparative purposes, but also it states here the woman, Peggy, is a tolerable cook and washerwoman and perfectly understands making soap and candles. And the boy is tall and strong of his age, and it goes on and on, and you can read it for yourself. But the other person in this household, the other enslaver, was Elizabeth Russell, Peter Russell's sister, who was the madame in the household. And she was just as cruel as Peter Russell in disciplining Peggy and her 3 children. Peggy had 3 children for a man by the name of Tommy, Peggy's husband. And we are grateful to Elizabeth Russell because she kept a diary, and she wrote about Peggy's family in her diary, and how she hated Peggy. And the Russell family even at one point confined Peggy to jail. Peggy kept running away from the Russell household, and she was confined to jail. And Elizabeth, eventually banned Peggy from the house. It was like a soap opera that could have been funny, except it wasn't funny because it was the life of a black woman and that of her 3 children that was at stake here. So, to say that when we apply a black feminist lens, grounded in intersectionality in our research, in our writing, in our teaching, for this particular topic, white men also have to be brought under the microscope. We have done that with white men, but white men and white women have been given a pass. And as the literature is showing, the research, archival documents are shown, they were just as guilty. I mean, for the book I wrote, Murder, the Hanging of Angelique, it was Madame Therese, the one, Angelique's enslaver, who was, beating her and whipping her, and at the time of the fire, she and Angelique had a face-off, so to speak. So one of the things, as I said, that we have to do now is to bring white women under the lens in trying to understand this great wounding, this great injury that happened to black people, especially to black women. I'm going to end with this poem. It's called Fugitive. And it's about Elizabeth Russell speaks of her slave, the great Peggy. habit of running away. It would be bad enough if she left by herself, but now she's taking her children with her. She's a very bad woman, a mean slave. She goes to the outskirts of the city and roams the bushes, eating berries and wading in the Don River catching salmon that still travel to these parts. She has erected a hut of sort from the brambles of the elderberry tree. She lives there with her daughters Amy and Millie for 3 weeks until Peter sent a constable to retrieve her. He returned the children to the house but lodged Peggy in jail. Now he wants to sell her, but neither Joseph Brandt nor Matthew Elias want to buy her on account of her fugitive career. Because no one wants to buy her, Peter has to keep her in jail. He resents paying the jailer's fee. If only Peggy would behave. Her so-called husband, Pompey, visits her each day, bringing her food, a blanket, and ginger tea. He tells me that even though it is summer, it is still cold in the jail. Once Pompey even snatched the children from the house to visit Peggy. Pompey is a free man. Otherwise, we would have jailed him too. Peggy's incorrigible son, Jupiter, has followed in her fugitive steps. He has just run off. Someone saw him in the vicinity of the Don, around Pottery Road, lurking about Mr. Long's farm. Peter had sent the constables after him. Peter really wishes to be rid of Peggy. I, for one, do not ever want her to set foot in this house again. I hate the very sight of her. After she smashed the fine china I crossed the sea with from Ireland. Because the jailer's fee is mounting, Peter is forced to put an ad in the newspaper. Perhaps someone will take pity on Peter and take the wretch off his hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cooper. We have time for some questions, if anyone has questions for Dr. Cooper. We're going to try to stay on time sometime today. So we have a few minutes. So Keisha, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Cooper. So I work primarily around the 18
great selection of images, photographs, paintings. Then there, I was, there was this man called Heriot, Heriot, George. He was a traveler and a writer and a painter. And I'm sure many of us see paintings that he's done early 19th century. At the Fisher Rare Books Library at the University of Toronto, they actually have an original of a set of his paintings. So he traveled in Ontario and Quebec. He painted, he wrote, and he captured images of Black people. There's a famous painting that he did of a party in Montreal in about 1803, and the musicians were Black musicians. They were playing the tambourine and so on. And Brock University just put a whole collection of photographs online of Black families in the Niagara region from about 1850 onward. Now, when the Diana Bastian story moved me so much, and then I got kind of tired of the same old. We have the portraits of the enslaver, everywhere you look, they have their portraits done, and of Black people, there are no portraits. So I said, I'm going to make my own portraits. I can't draw, but there are many people who can. So I'm just doing it, right? Canada Post has been really instrumental in creating portraits of Black people. So there is the one that they did of Chloe Cooler, which I think is a great painting, right? And they just did the one for Marie Joseph Angelique, they issued these stamps. They also did one for Rose Fortune. So I don't know how it goes with Canada Post. Like I don't think you can, that would be a copyright issue to just drag up their painting. Maybe you could use it in a presentation like this, but you certainly couldn't publish it. But you could perhaps ask them. And what we did with the Black People's History of Canada too was just to commission paintings of different people, most of them enslaved.
And I find when you go to these museums, a lot of the times they're not categorized in proper way for archival research. Like you just happen to come upon them because they'll have Black person in front of tank. You don't have any context, so it's just like happenstance that you happen to trip over it. That's how I find that it is in Canadian Museum of History, Library and Archives. Like their archives are a mess when it comes to Black people in historic areas. It's very difficult.
Yeah,
we have two guests online, so I'm looking forward to this. This will be lots of fun. This panel is titled Exploring the Black Atlantic Archive. And it's been set up, it's both formal and informal look at the Atlantic Archive. As we think about how archives really operate as spaces for uncovering, for preserving, and sharing the histories of the Black Atlantic. It brings together two different perspectives. We have two panelists who will be talking about the Lynn Jones collection as an archival space, and then we'll have two other panelists who will be talking about the PEI Museum in terms of what they offer and in terms of how they connect to PEI's Black history. So I'm very excited for us to listen and learn from our presenters. So let me begin by saying our first panelist is my big surprise to everybody. I'm very excited to have her. It's Dr. Lynn Jones. Many of you know Dr. Lynn Jones as Aunt Lynn or Dr. Lynn. And she has graciously stepped in to be a part of this panel today. Considering we're talking about the Lynn Jones collection, how much more appropriate could it be? So for those of you who do not know Dr. Lynn Jones, Dr. Gladys Lynn Jones, who goes by Lynn, is an African-Canadian woman born and raised in Truro, Nova Scotia. She then moved to Halifax to pursue higher education, and she's been a lifelong civil and human rights activist. She's been an educator, a community archivist, a community and labor organizer, an inspiring leader, a mentor, the most wonderful storyteller, and. She's pursued a long formal working career in the Federal Public Service of Canada. And during that time, Lynn became an active trade union member and an advocate, and she became the first Black person to join the executive ranks of the Canadian Labour Congress. She was also a national vice president of the Canadian Employment and Immigration Union, and as part of the CLC delegation in 1994, Lynn traveled to South Africa as an election observer in the first free elections, which of course led to the election of Nelson Mandela. When she tells that story, I'm just fascinated by the things that Lynn has done in her life. In 1993, she became the first Canadian-born African-Canadian woman to run in a Canadian federal election as the NDP candidate in the Halifax riding. Throughout her life, Lynn has been active in the pursuit of justice, working for many causes and organizations that seek to eradicate racism, to secure human rights, and to achieve fair labor practices. She's been working tirelessly in recent years on reparations. She's written a book on reparations, a children's book on reparations. I could stand here all morning and talk about all the things Lynn has done. In terms of what is happening today, our third presenter on the program, Anthony Gracie, is unable to be here. Tony was going to be talking about how he used the Lynn Jones collection to talk about Lynn's work in the labor union movement. So instead, Lynn has graciously stepped in and will be talking about the work about her in the Canadian labor movement. So I'm pleased to have her here, and I'm very grateful that she was willing to step in. Our second panelist, Dr. Valerie Johnson, has acted as the head faculty member collaborating on the establishment of the Lynn Jones collection in the SMU archives, and with Dr. Jones in bringing the collection to communities at large. Her published work includes analyses of white women's socio-historical complicities in the intersectional power relations of colonialism and racism in Canadian, Western Arctic, and U.S., New York City contexts. Further information on her work can be found on her Social Justice and Community Studies faculty profile. Our third presenter will be a part of the PEI Museum contingency. Matthew McRae is a museum professional with a PhD in Canadian history from Western University. Woo, Western! For the last 5.5 years, he's been working with the PEI Museum and Heritage Foundation, first as a curator and then as executive director. Before that, Matthew worked at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg in both curation and communications roles, which included work on online exhibits about the history of slavery in Canada, the story of Africville, and Viola Desmond and segregation in Canada. Our fourth presenter will be Evelyn R. Bradley, who's an educator and diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant in PEI, where she and her wife moved at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Evelyn is known through her consulting company, Bradley Consulting, where she provides specialized training in judgment-free environments to aid in establishing an inclusive community and promote a sustainable relationship with inclusion and diversity awareness. As an educator, she works with universities and nonprofits and businesses to develop materials centered around culturally competent programming with a focus on fostering inclusive spaces. In her limited spare time, Evelyn can also be found volunteering as a board member for the PEI Writers Guild, working on her poetry collection and hosting a variety of events and shows. Welcome. Our fourth panelist is Teo Ajibag-Badi. Did I get it right this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Teo is an intern and tour guide at Beaconsfield Historic House. Teo is an inspiring historian with a passion for lost and overlooked histories. So the way I envision this going is, Lynn, would you like to start? No? Okay. Dr. Valerie Johnson will begin, after which Dr. Jones will present, and then the PEI contingency, and then we can open the floor for questions after. So let's get the tech moving. So Val, I'm unmuting you. I hope. Can you unmute? There you go.
And I don't see anything here for sharing my screen, and the visuals are key. Is there something you need to do for me to be able to share my screen?
I think I just did it. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, oh, I see. Okay.
During COVID, when we started being able to do hybrid events, that was one of the best things about COVID, right? Because suddenly we discovered we could attend lectures in California from our living room in Nova Scotia. So being able to bring somebody in from Toronto while she's on sabbatical. There we go.
All right. Let's get my settings out of the way, and okay. Oh, goodness gracious.
You're fine.
So, okay, good. And can you folks hear us okay? Because very difficult to hear, unfortunately, Dr. Cooper. So, okay. So I'm going to talk, but I'm going to turn things over to the visuals in the presentation, which are so crucial. And on my screen, I can see three little windows. Can you folks not see those?
No.
Okay, good, because I want you to see the slides. So I want to start by honoring Mother Africa, mother of all people, recognizing the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, that we are governed by treaties of peace and friendship in the unceded territory of the Omu or Mi'kmaq people, the long histories of collaboration and intertwined lives of the Omu and people of African heritage in Mi'kmaq, and our need to meaningfully engage these people's calls for reparations, land back, and Indigenous sovereignty. We need to move, in fact, we are so far beyond needing to move, beyond acknowledgements in words only. And I also want to start by referencing the wonderful work of Robin Maynard, who teaches us that Black histories are largely erased or whitewashed in dominant stories about so-called Canada, including the Atlantic region and its peoples. And yet African and African diasporic peoples are pivotal to the founding and living histories of these lands and societies. Oops. In defiance of these oppressive forces and in celebration of Black brilliance, always, from the age of 8, African Nova Scotian activist, educator, and community leader, Dr. Lynn Jones, or as I like to call her, Dr. Lynn Jones, because of course she doesn't just have one, but 2 honorary doctorates, has archived Black life and achievements, community and social movements, and anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism from the 1950s into the 2010s. The resulting huge collection, the Lynn Jones African Canadian and Diaspora Heritage Collection, has since 2017 been accessible at St. Mary's University's archives on the 3rd floor of the Patrick Power Library in Halifax, Nova Scotia, garnering local, national, and international attention. I am deeply honored to have played a role in the establishment of the collection at SMU and working with Dr. Jones and the collection in multiple ways. Its materials have been accessed by hundreds of high school and university students, researchers working on academic assignments, conferences and theses, journalistic reporting, books, artistic creation, and community and family concerns and forums. So, for example, McCallum and Backhouse have both recently published work grounded in the collection's materials, and Lynn is going to talk to us today about the material and some of the work that Tony Bracey has been doing on Dr. Jones' anti-racist union work documented in the collection. In terms of what I am going to do here, I want to give a brief sense, very brief, I hope, of the boundless resources for living histories yet to be fully understood and communicated through this collection's materials, considering for today's purposes primarily the collection's Atlantic region documentation and visuals of the scanned materials, which I hope we have a nice sense of here in this slide, to preview the literally thousands of news clippings and other varied documentation in this collection's archiving of African Nova Scotian, African maritime, and African diasporic history and heritage. The collection includes extensive obituary, sports, and entertainment documentation, materials on state-enacted and state-condoned racism, from policing to environmental racism, Black Indigenous solidarities, the lives and work of the members of the Jones family, and a range of local, national, and international movements and organizations for racial and labor justice, in which, of course, Dr. Jones and her brother, Burnley Rocky Jones, have been pivotal. To tackle the rather challenging task of briefly surveying this huge collection, I briefly share evidence from two small clusters of its documentation reaching from the 1950s to the 2010s. Shown at the far left of this slide, and the one before it, is a 1928 clipping on Marcus Garvey visiting Halifax, which Dr. Jones, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Lynn, you inherited this from your Aunt Paul, am I correct? Oh, she may be muted, so I'm going to hope that
I was nodding my head, but I didn't realize I wasn't anymore. So
Yeah.
yes, correct.
Okay, so this is the collection's earliest document. But the clusters that I'm going to talk about today, the two small clusters of material, I hope give us a sense of the breadth of the collection's resources, yet to be deeply researched, and the intersectional living histories that Dr. Jones' collecting has documented. I also, at the end of the presentation, seek your support and feedback for the collection as a crucial regional, national, global, and community resource. So, because there is very upsetting material in here, I also want to give a brief content warning that this presentation contains upsetting material on the structured violence and harm of institutionalized racism. And the first cluster of collection documents with news clippings from 1958, 2014, and 2015 demonstrates the long-standing and living histories of how racist segregation and resource deprivation structures environmental and linked harms, and Black and Indigenous peoples' resistance to these dynamics. Decades before so-called environmental racism was addressed by academics and white environmentalists. Brutally, the 1958 Chronicle Herald clipping, battery discards burned in, burned in stoves, 5 hospitalized, brings us much more than the too long history of environmental racism. And I quote from the piece here. A Halifax mother and her 4 children are in hospital suffering from lead poisoning, and members of 5 more families have been scheduled for hospitalization as city authorities investigated an outbreak in Africville believed caused by the burning of discarded truck and car batteries in their home stoves. End quote. Here in this piece, we can read on the resilience of and structured violence against Africvillians without central heating, burning old batteries because they can't afford safer fuel, structural racism as literally life-threatening, and white-dominated, municipally created conditions and rationales that were used to destroy this community on prime land still not returned to its rightful owners. Official apology notwithstanding. Half a century later, the 2014 Herald clipping brings us Africvillian Irving Carvery underscoring to those now studying environmental racism. Here, Dr. Ingrid Waldron and the Enrich Project, who is pictured with Lynn in the clipping on the right, about the local to global power inequities via which, quote, people of color, and here this is Irving Carvery speaking, people of color in nations colonized by Europeans share a history of oppression. including through the siting of, quote, dumps, junkyards, and untreated sewage, producing, in Carvery's words, environmental racism since our arrival here on these shores, unquote. The 2015 clipping documents efforts by Dr. Jones, Waldron, Nova Scotia MLA, then Nova Scotia MLA, Lenore Zahn, to pass legislation to investigate and consult on environmental racism. No such Nova Scotia legislation was passed, and a weak-related 2024 federal bill appears to have produced only an environmental equity online platform with a webinar series. Zahn and Waldron in the 2015 clipping reference recent attention to and mobilizing on these issues, but Dr. Jones' collection gives us resources for research and informed action with community leaders like Jones and residents of Africville who know struggles on these issues literally reaching back centuries. The second cluster of collection documents that I want to share with you, with two 1996 to 1997 grassroots newspapers and a protest banner in the middle of the slide here, can tell us much about the living histories of racial capitalism, Black workers, and social organizing and protest in Halifax and Nova Scotia, but also how these intertwine with the racial and class history of the city's North End, journalism, and the liberal capitalist state, locally, provincially, and federally. The clipping on the left, Protesters Occupy CEC, brings us North End News, one of the collection's many local, national, and international grassroots newspapers. Here, it reports on a demonstration in front and occupation of the Gottingen Street, Halifax North Canadian Employment Centre in March 1996, partly mobilized by the protest flyer here. Due to the threatened closure of the CEC as a key North End resource, this became the longest occupation of a government building in Canadian history, at 133 days, upon which multiple books should be written using the collection's resources. Rocky Jones alerts us in this piece on the left to the white-dominated state's living history of consultation, quote, not done in good faith, unquote, with African Scotian community, here, particularly on the CEC. The closure of the CEC is also contextualized by protesters as one of 10 employment centers in the province to close through a federal deficit reduction plan characteristic of this era's dismantling of state funding for under-resourced groups. Ring any bells today? Lynn Jones was among the 6 public service workers slated to lose their jobs in the CEC closure. Protesters located this attack on their community in relation to the flight of a grocery store, the Bank of Montreal, and the Royal Bank from their neighborhood. How might we think about this in relation to the ongoing affordable food desert in this neighborhood, and more recent whitening and economically privileged gentrification of the North End? The African Nova Scotian worker on the right brings us another collection publication by the African Canadian Employment Clinic, meant to service Black Nova Scotian workers. The 1996 North End News piece notes the clinic as a potential resource in its reporting on the CEC closure. And this late 1997 publication on the right records programming with workers in Halifax, Dartmouth, the Prestons, and Weymouth Falls. But how well did this provincial clinic and this publication address the multifaceted dynamics highlighted in the CEC protest and occupation and by the North End News? In the wake of the protest, Human Resources Development Canada maintained a significantly curtailed CEC in the North End. Meanwhile, 2024 CBC reporting, not pictured here, on Black Scotian mobilizing underscores the continued underemployment of Black and Indigenous workers in Mi'kmaq and beyond, and the failure of our province to meaningfully address the Ivany Commission's recommendation to, quote, improve the economic future of Nova Scotia by leveling employment rates among racialized groups to the provincial average, unquote. And of course, this provincial average is already lower than the national average on employment. I hope that just these two clusters of collection resources show us some of the key living histories that can and should be delved into and mobilized around through work in and support for the Lynn Jones African Canadian and Diaspora Heritage Collection. Multifaceted work has gone into making this collection accessible, including with an inventory and filing aid available through the SMU archives and online, the collection's website, which features a fantastic short video with Dr. Jones providing a collection overview, SMU's library's digital repository, and Memory Nova Scotia's online catalog of archived records. And I'm going to pause here because I just noticed that the meeting changed. Is there anything that you need me to repeat, or did you hear everything?
Oh, I thought I was muted. We heard you fine. Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson, and we'll come back to you. Dr. Jones, we're going to turn us over to you now. Are you able to unmute? Because I seem to not. There you go. Yeah.
And Claudine, can I just say one other brief thing before we turn things over? And mostly because this is about supporting the collection. And so there's just a few things that I wanted to mention, that there is first of all, just to spread the word about the incredible wealth of resources in this collection, for as many people as possible to know about it and to support it and potentially to do work with it. But also that the collection itself needs a lot more serious investment and funding in order to be able to preserve the materials in it, which are quite fragile, to digitize larger portions of it, to make it more locally, nationally, and internationally accessible. There is a donation link through which people can do that, which is connected with the web page for the collection. But I also wanted to seek feedback from folks who are at this gathering for potential suggestions on how to fund serious preservation and digitization work with this collection, because we've had real challenges accessing serious funding to do this work. So hopefully this is something that we can conduct after the other folks have shared their wonderful work.
Okay, and I also asked Dr. Freeman to come in and join us. So she's also in the room. So if people have questions, I mentioned it yesterday, that the SMU table is set up, and it does have
information on the Lynn Jones collection for those of you who haven't had a chance to check it out. So, Dr. Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your wonderful presentation of the collection. I'm always amazed when you can delve into that collection, because my role had basically been to collect the material, but you really bring some life into that material, and I think it's great that community archivists work along with academics, because it gives a full picture of the work and instead of just one-sided. So thank you so much for that. And also thank you for your land acknowledgements. I'll come under your same umbrella. And then further thank Dr. Claudine Bonner and her team for inviting me to be here. It wasn't, as she stated, I'm here the last minute because Dr. Tony Gracie was to present his research, but due to some things that came up very quickly, wasn't able to. So I've been called upon to present his work, but also to add anything that I might think of. So what this is quite short, and I do know this. I guess there's not question and answers, which is a chance to ask questions later, which is unfortunate, but nonetheless, I'll just preface Dr. Gracie's work with a bit about how he got involved in the Lynn Jones collection. I forget where we ran into each other, but nonetheless, he came to view the collection and was really intrigued by what he found. And within that collection, because he had an academic background related to organizing, trade unionism and organizing, he was really fascinated with one part of the collection that dealt with a call of discrimination on the part of myself and some other people within the labor movement. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with, we called them gag orders, but we had taken, the group of us had taken the PSAC to court. We launched a complaint and ended up going to a court system, but as a result of it, ended up with a non-disclosure agreement. So I was limited in what I could talk about, but what wasn't thought about was the fact that I saved almost every single solitary piece of paper that was related to the complaint and the court. And that allowed Dr. Tony Gracie to take that material and do further case studies, which I found fascinating too, to have that part of things come alive. And I'm just going on another, I got so many, I'm not technologically inclined much here, but I gotta find his paper, which I did, oh, there it is. So I'm literally going to go through, oh shoot, it disappeared again. Go through his paper. There it is, I'm gonna turn it around, get glasses. Okay, so he's titled this, Remembering to Resist, Researching Dr. Lynn Jones's Unfinished Journey for Justice Inside the Canadian Labour Movement. Dr. Tony Johnson, Friday, April the 25th, 2025. Good day, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present this research through the legendary labor activist, Dr. Lynn Jones. Thank you, Lynn, for presenting this research update. Since 2019, Tony Gracie has researched Dr. Lynn Jones's contributions to progressive change in Canadian society. I know what you're thinking. Which ones? Is he talking about her historical efforts to occupy a federal government office in 1996, which Dr. Johnson alluded to, the longest such occupation in Canadian history, that saved the office and the jobs of civil servants offering desperately needed employment service? Or is he referring to her ongoing efforts to turn her family's homestead at the corner of Ford and Cross Streets in Truro, Nova Scotia, into a community land trust, ensuring the Joneses' home remains in the hands of African Nova Scotian families for generations to follow? In Tony's case studies, he is talking about Lynn's multi-decade contributions to strengthening the Canadian labor movement through her anti-racism, racist, and equity organizing inside 3 of the largest unions in Canada: the Canada Employment and Immigration Union, CEIU, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, PSAC, and the Canadian Labour Congress, CLC, throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Tony learned more about these contributions during his research using Lynn's archive she donated to St. Mary's University, where he filtered, photographed, and analyzed a batch of about 2,000 documents from a complaint Lynn filed against the PSAC in the mid-1990s, a complaint that reached the highest levels of the Canadian labor movement and the federal institutions responsible for regulating the unions that comprise the movement. By the way, there's around 20,000 articles in the collection. The answer to this question presented in since the late 2010s, he has tried to answer the following question. Why did one of the labor movement's most influential members file a complaint against her own union, the PSAC, one of Canada's most important unions? The answer to this question presented in Tony's case study addresses some of Lynn's greatest achievements organizing inside the highest levels of the labor movement, while experiencing discrimination from her fellow unionists at nearly every level. She reached inside a movement that has done so much good for workers throughout Canadian society, but one that has let Lynn down personally far too often. This is the crux of the case study. Lynn filed the complaint against the PSAC because of the grounds of institutional discrimination fostered inside the union in response to the changes Lynn was organizing inside the union's bureaucracy and its hierarchy. Lynn was discriminated against by her own union because of the progressive challenges to power she consistently organized, including what Tony believes is one of her greatest achievements inside the movement, founding the Canada Employment and Immigration Union Human Rights and Race Relations Committee, after she was elected to the national executive of the CEIU in the mid-1990s. This was a committee unlike any others inside the CEIU, or indeed any union in Canada in the 1990s. And it was organized in direct response to the racism and sexism, harassment and discrimination Lynn experienced after she was elected to the national executive of the CEIU, the highest decision-making body inside the CEIU. The committee was designed to take an intersectional approach to the discrimination and harassment inside the workplaces the CEIU representatives represented, as well as inside the CEIU bureaucracy, meaning it was comprised of a CEIU member from the Two-Spirit LGBTQ2+ community, a member from the disability community, an Indigenous member, and a CEIU member of color, with Lynn overseeing the committee as its founding chair. The goal after it was established was to eventually move towards elections, whereby CEIU members from the constituencies constituting the committee would vote for their own representatives on the Human Rights Relations, Race Relations Committee. But that goal and the committee itself were upended by the CEIU's own president and other members of the National Executive who enabled his atrocious behavior. Despite the setback for anti-racism, equity, diversity, inclusion at the time, a setback choreographed by Lynn's fellow unions, her HRR committee is still an integral part of the CEIU, hopefully achieving some of the work Lynn envisioned it doing when she founded the committees in the mid-1990s, a time in the history of the Canadian labor movement when such committees simply didn't exist. And Lynn, as usual, was ahead of the game when it came to progressive social change. Lynn filed a complaint against the PSAC for actions such as these that amounted to institutional discrimination intended to derail her amazing organizing efforts. Unfortunately, her complaint was dismissed by the institutions responsible for regulating the PSAC and CEIU, and she left the movement without receiving an apology, compensation, or justice for what she endured. Tony took on the challenge of uncovering this story from Lynn's archives because he believes telling the story will one day bring some measure of a just conclusion to it. As Tony remarks, sifting through Lynn's documents has been, my screen went too big. I'll say that again. Tony took on challenge of uncovering the story from Lynn's archives because he believes telling the story will one day bring some measure of a joint conclusion to it. As Tony remarks, sifting through Lynn's documents has been a labor of love and the greatest learning opportunity of his life. The documents Lynn painstakingly preserved from destruction paint a vivid picture of how institutions such as trade unions, despite their power for justice and social change, discriminate or treat people differently down to the most minute actions and policies. The counterpart to this is, of course, that the documents remind us how to resist discrimination of all types inside institutions. How much do we need these memories right now? Any cursory glance at the news lately will demonstrate how badly the federal civil service still needs the kind of change Lynn organized over 2 decades ago. Thank you, Lynn, for your tireless service to improving Canadian society and the labor movement many of us hold dear. Thank you for your incredible efforts to protect these documents and share them with the world. And finally, thank you for sharing your story with me and the many people I continue to share it with through this research. Your story is medicine for our ill world. Thank you. And thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lynn. And you were saying at the beginning that you didn't know if there would be a Q&A. We will have questions at the end. So
okay, thank you.
Please stay with us. I'm just going to minimize this and get to the next presentation. Thank you for upgrading us.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for being here today, and thank you so much to the other presenters. That was great. I know there's been land acknowledgement, but I just wanted to add mine to that and acknowledge that our group is from a particular corner of Mumbai called Abawit. And I just, in relation to a presentation that Keisha gave yesterday on a digital, I'm trying to remember the exact title here, I wrote it down, digital settler colonialism and the erasure of Black communities and Black presence on maps, both physically and digitally. I'd like to comment, there's a great project, if you go to Ulnway, LNUEY.ca, that Ulnway is the Indigenous rights organization on Prince Edward Island, and they have started a project. If you click under reconciliation, you'll find the Abawit Place Names Project. And you can go in there and you can look up hundreds of place names. And as part of the project, they're actually building road signs. So as you drive through Abawit, you will come across these place names that have been long since lost or forgotten that are being brought back. So I think it's a great project and an excellent way to physically make reconciliation happen. And the last thing I'll say about that before I get into the actual presentation is just that the names, the Indigenous names, I always thought was fascinating because, of course, a lot of names in Canada and elsewhere in settler states are the names of either places in Great Britain or France, or they are names of old dead white men that have sideburns a lot like mine. And so, but what you see in these Indigenous names on Prince Edward Island, I would assume throughout Mi'kmaq, are names that are actually useful, descriptive of the places. Just to give you a couple of examples that I'm going to horribly mispronounce, but eel trap places, Caddywabec, that would be on Prince Edward Island, originally called Savage Harbor. Place where the beach nuts are plentiful is Somani-Katik at Rice Point. And one of my favorites is place where one is knowledgeable about the many shoals. I love that one. Kind of suggests, listen, you're not an idiot. You know about the shoals, right? Be careful. And I like that. And that's Kedwek at Darnley. So just, it's a fun thing to explore and think about. Now moving on to a different geography. Behind me, you'll see a map. This is Meacham's 1880 Atlas. And it includes a map of Charlottetown. And what you're looking at is a particular corner, the west end of Charlottetown, which at the time was known as the Bog. The Bog was a majority Black neighborhood. It was a working class neighborhood in Charlottetown. It was founded on swampy ground by Samuel Martin and Keisha Shepherd, two formerly enslaved Black people who essentially squatted on the land. Samuel Martin attempted to get the provincial legislature to recognize his claim to the land. That never happened, but he lived there anyway. And that was the genesis of the Bog community. That was in about 1812 to 1814, and the Bog community continued into the early 20th century when it gradually disappeared due to systemic racism, gentrification, and out-migration, which of course are all interconnected. And so just moving forward with the Bog here, you'll see that here's some of the photographs we have of the Bog neighborhood from the era which it existed. So you have Rochford Square, which would have been the main public square in the area, and it had a water pump, which we know through oral history became a major kind of interaction point for the community. Obviously, everyone had to go get water. It was essentially the place for a water cooler chat. You also have the Bog School, which operated for decades and educated all kinds of members of the Bog community. You can see that there. And finally, you have Government Pond. Government Pond was a large, if I go back one, you'll see it there, Government Pond listed. It was quite a large pond in the day, and it was also basically a skating rink for the community, and actually hosted the West End Rangers. It was their home ice. The West End Rangers being part of the Black Hockey League in the Maritimes, the island's only, or the only team from the island, and were featured, as Dr. Cooper mentioned, on a Canada Post stamp. So the West End Rangers were a famous hockey team who came from the bog, and played against both black and white hockey teams at the time. Now, I think it's important to note all these things that you see pictured here are gone. The water pump in Rochford Square is gone. The Bog School, we're not even sure exactly where it was. We've got guesses, but we're not sure. Government Pond is not completely gone, but it's been shrunken to a point where it is no longer a going concern for
It's a puddle.
It's a government puddle. So just to give you a sense of what we're talking about here. Another thing, though, you will notice about Government Pond is Government Pond used to be, as a source of water, a place of industry, and that plays into that environmental racism we were talking about. The bog not only was swampy land, but was land where industries that were undesirable elsewhere were placed, and that way very much like Africville or the Métis Rooster Town in Manitoba, or other communities across the country, black, indigenous, and otherwise working class, that were where people decided to place all the undesirable materials and caused that environmental racism. So these, although have disappeared, there is no longer any physical markers of the bog. What we do have is the court records. That is the main source we have. If you look at, Jim Hornby's book was mentioned last time, and many of the records are either legislative or court records. Government records, for example, Samuel Martin petitioning to have his squatters' rights recognized. Or another example in the bog, in, I believe, I'll just get the year right, because I took a note. 1878, George Kelly, 16 years old, a black man who lived in the bog, a black boy who lived in the bog, was murdered in cold blood, and we know about that. So there was a court case. It was two young white men. They were riding in a wagon, and someone threw a stone at the wagon. It was not George Kelly, and they fired 3 shots. The last one hit George Kelly in the chest and killed him. He died within 20 minutes. The 2 white men, were brought to court and were found innocent, despite multiple testimonies by residents of the bog against them, saying they were the ones that fired the shots. It hit George Kelly. George Kelly had not thrown the rock. Not that that should matter in the case of a murder, but nonetheless. So you can see that racism in action in those court records. But that's really what we've got. We don't have the physical remnants on the land. We don't, and the court records, of course, are a very limited kind of approach. I think Sarah, in her presentation, really did some amazing work to not just dig into those court records, but go back to New York and find other sources to tell the story of Jupiter Wise. And so it can be very challenging to find those stories. And then our job, the foundation, we're supposed to preserve and conserve the physical and cultural heritage and the natural heritage of Prince of Island, where the Provincial Museum is central, although we don't have a central museum on PEI. But our other job is to share that information. So how do we share these stories when there is no physical remainder, when the court records are extremely racist and only tell one part of the story? Even when we can tease the voices out of that story, it's difficult to get a full picture. So we've taken to seeking new sources, building new partnerships. When a couple of years ago we recognized a huge gap in our collection. We have a collection of over 100,000 cultural material objects that we care for. It's the provincial collection. And so, first of all, we put out a call to the community, both people who have black ancestors here on the island, and also black people who are currently living on Prince Edward Island, whether they've arrived recently or whether they've been living here for years. So, for example, example, we work with the Black Cultural Society, and we are now co-caretaking for the Black Lives Matter banner for the 2020 Black Lives Matter March that happened in Charlottetown. Actually, the largest single rally in terms of numbers in Prince Edward Island history. So it was quite an affair, and I was there. It was great. And so now we have this banner as part of the collection. And so that's the kind of thing we're trying to do, is also look at moving forward, not missing the history that's happening now, and making sure that that isn't something that someone, and then I'm using Evelyn's words, Evelyn said this to me this morning, making sure that someone doesn't have to dig this up 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now and try to find it. It's already there. We've preserved that history. We can't necessarily do that for the past, but we're also looking, we're trying to work, develop those bonds with the community and find ways to find the stories that are still there. And that has led us to items like the Black Women's History Project. We did this, this was actually led by the Department of Education. This is for schools, but we supported, our education coordinator, Jason McNeil, had a major part in that, and as part of that, he developed a kind of an inaugural tour of what used to be the Bog neighborhood for students. And that was the first step in the Bog tour that Teo is going to talk about a little bit later on. That goes out of Beaconsfield Historic House. We also started connecting with families who were descendants of people who lived in the Bog, the families there, and we were surprised once we started developing those, our curators started developing those relationships, how many photos they were and the stories they told. Because I think the story in Prince Edward Island, even among people who study this history, you usually, when you talk about Black history in PEI, often you get the reaction of, I had no idea there was any Black history in PEI. And I can vouch for that because I'm a history nerd, unlike a lot of people talking yesterday. I like history from an early age. People would look at me funny, but nonetheless. But I had no idea about the Bog until I went to university and took an island history course.
Matthew, could you drag the Lynn Jones box down so we can see the image?
Oh, absolutely.
I would come up and
There we go. So here you have some examples, though. I think the second story, some people did say, oh yes, I've heard of the Bog, but the Black presence on Prince Edward Island ended when the Bog disappeared. And that's not true either. And the stories we managed to gather, and these photographs we managed to gather, kind of told us about this, because you have the photo on the far right, the three women. We don't have the names of the women, unfortunately. The family photo, they didn't have that, but it was marked on the back, Charlottetown, 1924. So already you see a presence well after the Bog. And then we do have Myrtle, Dolly Gallant, who went to nursing school. That's a picture of her after graduating from nursing school in the 1940s. And she actually left the island because her family related to us how she couldn't get into a nursing school in Charlottetown due to racism. So she ended up going to St. Martha's in Antigonish. And then she came back to work at the Charlottetown Hospital and is still fondly remembered to this day by many of her patients. Also, you have I'm trying to remember their names here. These would be not buyers. I'll have to get that. I've got it in my notes. I'll grab it for you. But these three brothers, actually, this is another thing. It's not everyone lived in the Bog. These three brothers lived in Cardigan on the east end of Prince Edward Island. They went away to the Klondike Gold Rush, came back quite well off. And for the Cardigan church, they bought a new organ and two new angels that are still there to this day. So they had a significant presence and influence in their community. And this wasn't just the Bog. There was Black people who lived all across Prince Edward Island. We'll talk a bit more about that. And finally, over here you have the Ryans, one of the older Black families on Prince Edward Island. Both of them served in the Canadian Army Medical Corps during the Second World War. Charlie Ryan, he's the one on the right, was actually inducted into the PEI Baseball Hall of Fame, or Sports Hall of Fame for baseball. So the Black presence on Prince Edward Island didn't end when the Bog dissipated. It continued, and it was just quiet enough. And unfortunately, the institutional racism was enough that people acted like no, it wasn't there. Even though it was there the whole time, and often the same people who lived out there probably knew somebody from that community in their day-to-day life, and just did not think of them as a member of the Black community. So that's kind of where but that allowed us to share, here, just a second, it's not, there we go. Last summer we shared Black Islanders, 4 Centuries and Counting, which was a photo exhibition based on the photos from these families, plus a couple of archival photos that we use that are more, that tell some different stories about the bog, the island, and some more prominent figures in the community. But it was really great to be able to share these stories, and we were very honored and privileged that the National Trust of Canada chose to give it a Governor's Award last November. So we are thrilled with that, and we are putting it back up again in Charlottetown this summer, and we had it in Summerside as well over the winter. So we're trying to make sure this gets circulated as much as possible, and that's a way to share those stories and put it in prominent places. We're actually hoping to put it in Rochford Square, again, where the water pump was, to kind of make that connection. No problem.
That's not you want me.
And we called the exhibition, I'll just move this here so you can see, Black Islanders, 4 Centuries and Counting, because the first recorded Black presence on the island was in the early 1700s, so that's 4 different centuries when you count the 21st century. We've also, click on this, be patient with me. We have digital outreach that we've been doing, and I'm going to hand this over to Evelyn here. The only thing I'll say is you can see Island Digital Voices. We're now in the 3rd season of Island Digital Voices, and this is where we share stories of notable islanders from every walk of life from all over the place. At the bottom left for you, the woman who's wearing white, that is Stella Shepherd. She is a descendant of the Shepherd family, who were a prominent Black family on the island, both in the bog and also up Cardigan Way in the 19th century. And so her story is connected to that. And above that, we have, and again, I'm going to have to check my notes for the name, but we have a local hip-hop artist who emigrated to the island from Nigeria some time ago. And so we're trying to tell other stories there to show both the new arrival of a Black population of the island, but also the continuity that exists, and share both those things. I'm also going to ask everyone to come up and talk a bit about her work with us, including the Hidden Island, but all the other things she's got lots to add.
So I'm going to stay here because I'm a little unsturdy, but can everybody in the back hear me okay before we, great. So, like Matt said, a lot of my work is really interesting because I'm relatively new to PEI, and no one there would refer to me as an islander by any stretch of the imagination. However, I think as we were talking yesterday, there's something to be said for this choice that you make as an adult, whether you were forced out as a refugee from a country or whether you choose to live somewhere, around what your blueprint is for the space you share with someone else. And the Hidden Island podcast is a really interesting project that Matt and I got involved with. Hidden Island did exist before I got there. Let's not be confused. If you look it up, I'm nowhere in season 1 for a reason. I'm still in the States. But this idea of how we share cultural material, when we think about culture as something that happens, not necessarily just because white people are watching or taking notes. For the island's Black population, I think what Matt is getting at here with the suggestion that people are confused that there was and is a Black community there is because it's not a neighborhood. There is not like a de facto segregation spot that these people have clustered in. And it's because of a lot of reasons: lack of resources, access to resources, and frankly, if your neighbors suck, you too would want to live in Mount Stewart, PEI, where you have 5 acres by yourself. One of the interesting things about what's happening currently in this Black community and how we talk about the history and the current living history that is the Black community in PEI are things like the fact that we have a Black hat maker in PEI. Yesterday, you complimented my hat. I waited till today because I wanted to be able to share the story of Richard Schroeder, who is a leather worker in PEI who makes leather hats. So if you thought my hat was fashionable yesterday, you too can have one for an obscene price from a Black guy in Kensington. The thing about what's happening, though, when we think about these cultural tangible moments is something that Keisha said yesterday that I want to reiterate, which is that museums are the kind of lens or the avenue by which not only we see ourselves and share our stories, but share and see the stories of other people. It's not a direct quote, and Keisha's not in here, so it's fine. But this idea of how we share accurately in real time so that somebody doesn't have to dig through archives in a basement looking at faded newspapers to share. The other thing that we've done with the Hidden Island podcast and just the way that we've been engaging in this work, and I say we because Matt hired me, is through this idea of looking at intersectional identities. Notice we haven't talked about queer Black people. We haven't talked about the histories of disabled Black people today or yesterday. As a queer disabled Black person, that means something to me. I love that we talked about women this morning. I was getting a little nervous yesterday. As a graduate from the oldest women's college in the States, I have opinions about how we talk about women, clearly. But on the island, we don't have any records of Black, queer, disabled individuals. That moniker may not exist. It might as well be a unicorn. And so a lot of our work has been around how we not only tell Black stories, but diverse Black stories. Black women, Black disabled individuals, queer Black people. Because we don't think about Black identity as being something that is safe in PEI to have, and yet we have this whole rich history of people who were queer, who lived there, air quotes, safely, I mean as safely as one lived as a gay person, let's be clear. But this idea of sharing these stories and finding these stories and engaging in this conversation is really important. Matt earlier mentioned cultural materials, I mentioned cultural materials, and it's because as a DEI consultant, I hate referring to my grandmother's recipe as simply an artifact. It isn't. It is my cultural identity that I'm letting Matt borrow sometimes to share a story. And I know that it's coming from a different perspective because you folks as historians who are doing this work is a little bit different than Matt as a historian whose job it is to preserve some of this work in this way. And so by working together, me as an independent consultant who we can fire at any point, so I have to watch my language when I talk to you, and you all in these different roles, it's something to really keep in mind as we share not just the stories of trauma, but the stories of culture and what it means to have a cultural identity. I asked yesterday about when someone gets to be a Black Islander. Like, who decides that? At what point do you live there long enough to be considered one? And I would say that through the work that Matt and I are doing, community doesn't get to decide that. Because if white Islanders get to decide who gets to be an Islander, it will never be me or Teo. And the Shepherds live there and thrived there. And so as we tell these stories and as we think about this moving into the future, we're collecting things today that will share that story more accurately and better in a way that would have never happened without, Matthew engaging in this work and us doing this work. The cool thing about this work is that it led to us rewriting the story of not just the Bob, but also Beaconsfield's Carriage House, which is the historic house in PEI that I will not talk about because I think it's friggin' boring, other than the fact that the wallpaper was done by a lesbian. However, I do want to touch on the tour because we're going to punt it to Teo to talk about the fact that we took a tour that didn't exist. There was not a historic outline for what was there other than those photos that you saw. And we built not just a trauma narrative, but a story about a neighborhood that thrived. And because I don't give the tour, and because my only job was to write it to make sure we weren't offensive, I want Teo to be able to share some of her experience, not only just as a Black person who lives in PEI right now giving this tour that would have never existed 5 years ago, but from this perspective of what sharing that information does for the people who didn't know it existed before they got off the cruise ship. Teo.
You can also take the mic.
You can take the mic.
It's okay. I'm a tall guy. I can project my voice. That's what I said before. I just want to say thank you to everyone who was presented today and yesterday and is going to present today as well. I've learned a lot. I'm not an historian. I'm a double science major. I have no place in this room. But but I've been really, really glad to see from different disciplines how people talk. For example, the physicist that talked yesterday, I was really, really glad to see that. So it's like, yes, maths. But about the Bob tour, really, I went on to PEI about 3 years ago for studies. Before then, I was in Nigeria. When I got to PEI, a lot of the people I met in the first couple of months were white islanders, and I got a lot of phrases that sounded like the Black people are New Year. more deeper than a pretty place. It became places where people like me were before. This conference is about Eden history, so the blog is an Eden history, and I'm really, really glad that I'm able to unhide that history to people who come to take the tour. A lot of things that I get whenever they take the tour is disbelief. That is so not true. That is such a lie. There is no way that's possible. Yeah, exactly. It's like that's historical. That's just historical fiction. And if you've ever been on PEI, if you know anyone from PEI, it's an island where generations run deep. So a person from there would have their great-grandmother or their great-great-grandparent living there. So they'll say, my grandmother never told me that, or our grandmother never told her that. So definitely that's not true, because I grew up with my great-grandparents and I grew up with our great-grandparents, so they didn't tell me that, so that cannot be true. So it's been really, really interesting to see that kind of interactions from people who tend to be accepting of the history of people who are naturally open-minded, or people who are really, really looking into what exactly Black history were there this morning. Like this morning I was talking to my boss Nick about someone who had read like the Jim Humbee's Black historians and came to the house to learn more about it. So that's someone who is naturally interested. But when you take the tour to people who are so close-minded, or people who are just like unbelieving of it, it's like, yeah, that's not true. Yeah, I know. Everybody came here and we're all happy here. The tour starts with slavery because that's how people get there. And so whenever we start the tour, I always say it's not a tour about slavery, it's not a story about slavery. And you find people saying that's not true, slavery never occurred here. So I'm really, really happy that there's this conference where people who are working really hard to connect that history to something that I can actually show people and say, listen, it might not be in a plaque, it might not be in your chronological order of history of PEI, but it is true. So yeah, thank you very much.
So just I guess to wrap up, I also want to thank Nick, who's basically our site manager for Maysfield, so he's been kind of getting that tour underway and making it all happen. So thank you, Nick. And I'd like to thank Evelyn and Teo for presenting. And yeah, you've got our information here for if you want to check out any of our initiatives or have any questions for us afterwards. And yeah, it's still a work in progress. We're still learning how to tell these stories, and it's there's a lot of similarities to the work that's happening here in Nova Scotia and the work that's happening in Brunswick. There's also some significant differences. As was said by Dr. Whitfield yesterday, I think there is a uniqueness and a distinctiveness to the story that's happening on PI, but there's also an interconnection. And that story, for example, the chair talks about the fact that most of Jupiter Wise's life was not spent on Prince Island, it was elsewhere. So Jupiter Wise probably wouldn't have thought of himself as an islander, right? And yet, of course, many people living in the bog would have thought of themselves as a permanent inhabitant, a resident, and with as much right to live there as anyone else. And that discussion about who do we call an islander, who do we not, is now kind of the next thing, and we're trying to figure that out because it's a really difficult discussion, just like some of the discussions have been happening here about how we square that circle. So thank you everybody for your time.
Sorry, then I didn't see your note that you couldn't see the screen. I'm not actually at the computer when other people are presenting. But I'd like to open up the floor to any questions anyone has. But before that, actually, Matthew, you were talking about place names, and it made me think Lauren Beck, who is a Canada Research Chair at my university, Mount Allison, she recently published a book titled Canada's Place Names and How to Change Them. And it speaks to the ways that, place names are implicit in this process of erasure through the colonial project. And lots of the places that you talk about she was part of the work that's being done in PEI around renaming places. I knew about the project you mentioned because of Lauren's work. So that's a book that you might want to have a look at. But that's one of the things that I found really nice about this panel was thinking, it makes us think about what is the Black Archive, right? And how is the archive or the museum space or the archivist or museum worker, how does their work kind of make up for the helping us find these places that no longer exist, or how do we reanimate the stories that have disappeared? Yesterday, someone asked a question about ask the panelists, how did you find your information? And at the heart of this conference, as I mentioned yesterday, we're here to talk about how we research Blackness, how we preserve the history, and from that, how we disseminate this history. So before we close off today, I would like to open up the floor to any questions we have to Dr. Jones, to Dr. Johnson, and the PEI panelists. And I see Ken Donovan has a question.
I would just like to say I really enjoyed the panel. I think it's incredible that people are conscious of racial prejudice, Lynn Jones and Rocky Jones and all of the prejudice that people met in their own lives, and they're conscious of preserving the record. It's not digital, it's paper, but whatever. It has to be done. Credit to preserving it. And now you see it in all the things that we're doing, like to overcome racial injustice, you have to fight it all the time because it's staring you in the face. And I know in my own work at Lewisburg, people didn't want me to study the history of slavery. They did not want. They said it didn't exist. It's impossible. But they came up against the wrong guy because I got to be the most stubborn person in the world. But it's a fight, racial injustice. So good on you, Lynn. Good on you, Rocky, for all of the work that you people have been doing to seek justice and to fight on. You see it in the presentation by Matthew and other people on the panel about the struggle to recognize people that are put in boggy areas that were just, you read or you saw what people were put through in Lewisburg was incredible. And it's important to recognize all of this, and credit to all of you.
Hopefully you can hear what Dr. Donovan was saying.
You don't hear, you catch words here and there. Sometimes you can repeat some as people ask questions.
Right. What I'll try to do actually is if people have questions, I can help bring the mic to them. Does anyone else have a question? Kate Graham. Graham, you're young and spry. Come up to the mic.
My question's for Teo, mostly. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but there is this separation between, say, African Nova Scotians and newer African arrivals. And it has been my experience that the white establishment has pivoted away from Indigenous Black people to sort of showcase newer Black arrivals who are, especially Nigeria is a great example because it has the British system. And so people almost fit right into the existing structure. And so my question is, I have tried very hard to present a historic Black presence that is inviting to African people people and Caribbean people who come, but there's almost no buy-in by white establishment, and there's this gap, like, who all here who's black historians have been to Africa, or West Africa? Right? So, Africa, I have been to Africa. But there's this, Africa for us is basically constructs, right, of like where we came from, with this mythical place. Whereas we don't tend to acknowledge, like when you tell black people that Africans were sold slaves, it's like almost like an insult.
Yeah.
We never did that. So there's this gap between people in Africa who actually were part of the perpetration of the Middle Passage, and that discomfort in history. That's a long question, but it's complicated. Well, it's complicated. So how do we approach newcomer African and Caribbean people, and how do we navigate white power to see ourselves as a continuum of Africans?
Thank you. That's a very long question. I'll try my best to answer it.
Bless you.
Thank you. I'm a second year student, so if I get that question wrong, just forgive me. Okay. The first thing I would say is that most Africans, when they come into Canada or they go into US or UK, where there's like pre-existing black people, there is this feeling that they're not the same. So I am not the same as you are. You have generations of people who will be in Canada. People from my country will immigrate here. People from my country will immigrate here, do not feel the same connection to the land as you do, so we do not feel the same connection to you. Back home, when we're taught history, we're taught mainly British history. We're taught the British came, they put the countries together, and then we had independence. That's it. You have to search for our history to figure out what we did wrong. So, for example, if you told an average Nigerian that, oh yeah, you people sold slaves, they're like, we never did that. Because it's not ingrained in us that we have to learn that. So when we come here and we hear from black historians like yourself that people in Africa perpetrated or involved themselves in slave trade, it's like an insult to them because they feel like you're already not welcoming because you feel a much more deeper connection to the land. I don't know the way to go about how to bridge that divide, except that you have to be willing to confront people with the truth, because it is the truth. You're not trying to insult them, you're not trying to offend them, you're trying to tell them the truth about something that is real. It is the same way when people say something never happened because they know or they think it never happens, but there is fact to back that evidence up or to back your statement up. So the only way to bridge the divide that I would say would work for people is just by continually saying that that's the way. You cannot break it to them because you can't be talking to a 20-year-old like it's a 2-year-old. It is the truth. You cannot baby them to see the truth. So if you're trying to find a way, it's just by putting it in your face and saying that's the truth and this is why it's the truth. It's not by being like, you're not being offensive, I would say. Like if someone told me that my great-great-grandfather was in slave trade, I'll be like, yeah, I totally believe that. Because I know that it happened, and I know that where I grew up is a place that was involved in that. But I wouldn't say, yeah, go. I would be like, well, what's your evidence? Because he would feel, of course, like an attack, but I wouldn't take it personal. But a lot of people who come from Africa, when they come here and they see black people who are already here or who have connected to the land, there's just a lot of divide between them. And I think there is people who are also here, like black Canadians or black Americans, who also contribute to that. And they say, I'm different from an African person, or I'm not African American, I'm black American, and stuff like that. So all of that discussion and conversation just helps people like feel they're not the same. So that's why there is that divide. Your second question was about white power? Okay, I don't know how to answer that. Sorry, I don't know how to. What's the question again?
Well, let's say, for example, in my town when they did Black History Month, even though like Fredericton had a huge enslaved population, the 3 people that they interviewed for Black History Month were 2 people from Nigeria and somebody from Somalia.
Okay.
No indigenous black people whatsoever. So how do you
things about the first class this morning about how we're all lumped into the same. If you're black, then you're black. You know what I mean? If a white person looks at me and they look at you and they look at Dr. Bona, they go, oh yeah, no, those are all black people, without differentiating between the black people. It's the same thing that Evelyn said earlier, like there is diversity, even in African or immigrant people will go there is somebody who's queer, there's someone who's disabled. So to white people who are not entirely up to date, they're like, oh, that's all black people. So to them, there is no indigenous black people because we all come from Africa, so our experiences should all be the same. I don't know how.
Do you guys have like a strategy that sort of...
So she can't answer that, but I should.
Yeah.
In respect to time, are other people interested in this answer? Because if so, I can answer it. Okay. So I think that there are two things happening. One, black is not a monolith, and in Canada it has become one because it is easy and lazy. And in a lot of ways, we forget that the nuance does matter. And I think, secondly, in this kind of conversation of like, what do or how do we combat the moment where we choose to center certain kinds of blackness? I always like to remind people this is not the Black Marginalization Olympics. So it isn't so much, for me anyway, whether or not we are choosing to highlight, whether or not a white newspaper is choosing to highlight for Black History Month someone from Somalia, which is a country most people don't even know where it is on a map, versus someone who's black and indigenous from Fredericton, which is also a slippery slope after the conversation we had yesterday about how that person probably has roots in Black America, right? So for me, what we're doing at the Human Rights Commission, or excuse me, not the Human Rights Commission, but I do work with them, what we're doing with Museums and Heritage right now is trying to decide what level of white supremacy we allow to impact these kinds of conversations. Because by putting black people on a hierarchy in this way, not necessarily not giving space or leaving space for differences, but simply by putting on a pedestal for a certain kind of black person, we're perpetuating white supremacy in our process. So my job as our consultant is to how do we address when white supremacy is taking root, as opposed to opening the door and the floor for acknowledging and offering space for various iterations and understandings of blackness to take place. So I would say in the answer for the situation that you're describing there in Fredericton, some white reporter probably should have checked. But what we're doing on purpose and intentionally in our community is not necessarily saying, great, do me a favor, can you list your lineage so that we can ensure that the black people that are here are the black people who are here? Because in that case, we would have a panel where someone would be on it and the perception would be that that person was white. And so instead of doing that kind of math or doing that kind of logic, because of the nature of how black populations in PEI have shifted and changed over time, we try to tell more accurate stories based on how we can do that or how we can access that. Now, Fredericton is a little different because you physically have a living, breathing person of color you can chat with. And again, to me, that's a conversation about white supremacy, not necessarily a conversation about what's actually taking place as far as accurately recording history. But to answer, I think what Teo was getting at is this hierarchy. But I want to be respectful of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn.
Okay. I saw your eyebrows. I was like, I'm hurrying. This is like a 47-minute conversation in 10 seconds or less.
So everybody's going to remember me as the horrible timekeeper from the symposium. But again, that brings us, that conversation is about the invisibling of blackness, the erasure of our history, the lack of education in the school system about who we are, how we come to be here, how long we've been here, all of the things that we've been talking about for 2 days now, and which we can talk about as we get our lunch. So, does anyone have any more questions? Dr. Jones and Dr. Johnson are both still online. So, yes, Drea. Good thing I wore flats today.
I'll make it quick. I love what you said, Dr. Ugre, about not missing the history that's happening now. And I was wondering if you and Dr. Jones had any thoughts on tips for people now on what's worth preserving and how might they do that. I made a protest sign, so I guess I'll hang on to it.
Okay, Dr. Jones, if you can hear me, would you like to respond to how we can tell people what they should preserve, how they go about preserving important pieces of history?
Wow, that's not an easy question to answer because I think it's a very personal answer that's required. In my personal situation, it started, as I said, from a young child, about 8 years old, and my mom was actually preserving newspaper articles on the table, which I found quite fascinating. But it was really a self kind of thing that took place, because when I was in the newspaper, it meant that my picture went on the dining room table, and that's how I began to collect, is that, oh, I'm on the table, come up in the world. And so then I started collecting my own articles. So that's how I began. I would like to talk about the fact that I wasn't the first, nor will I be last. There were several people in the community that were doing the collecting. Most often when people passed away, the articles, because others didn't recognize the value of their collections, that things ended up being in the garbage. But I vowed, as I collected those many years, I didn't want it to go in the garbage. So I think more importantly, there's people out there even today that are collecting in various ways, various things, but they don't have an organized place to place those collections. And that's what I actually at one time was fighting through St. Mary's and saying, why can't you offer, as a university, a place for people to bring their collections, so that, just gather them up and let there be all kinds of projects to do something with it. But still today, those important, talk about erasure, those important articles and things are not being kept. As one of the speakers talked about needing to, that there was history even today, that we need to collect even today's history, but it's not being collected, and there's nowhere for people to go. So unless you know some place that I don't know about, as far as I'm concerned, we're not doing well in terms of where people can take their collections.
We'll take it.
Who's that?
That's Matthew from PI.
Well, I tell you, you need to put out your credentials, because I have so many people wanting to give me their collections, and I'm not able to receive them. I'm like, okay, I don't know where to put this stuff. No, don't give it to me. I'm finished. But there needs to be, maybe as part of this conference, if there's going to be continuing forum, that could be one of the major things as the person that asked the question, because it's a very important question, is people collect things. We need to recognize the value of what they're collecting and provide some place for them to take the collections.
I guess I'll just give a really short answer from the perspective of we're a provincial organization, we're a Crown Corporation and a not-for-profit. We're a majority white settler organization in terms of our staffing. And historically, we know that museums and heritage organizations have often hurt marginalized communities. There's a lack of trust there a lot of the time. So I think the big thing for us, just trying to keep it really short, because again, this is a 47-minute conversation I'm packed into the next 30 seconds, but is what I said about building relationships, developing trust, and when you have those relationships, you have those trusts, you're going to find more and more people coming to you and saying, I have these things. The other thing is that you'll also get from the communities you're trying to talk to what they think is important to preserve, which is the other side of that, right? Ultimately, we do have a committee that takes any donation we get and considers it from the perspective, from multiple perspectives. Do we have space? Is it something we already don't have something of? If it is something we have something of, does this add something to the collection? And also from a DEI lens, we try to look at all those things and figure that out. So I think but you can't do any of that if you don't have a relationship And I think there's also that challenge that, as was noted by Dr. Jones, sometimes people think, oh, that old thing that nobody wants that, right? And so those conversations, you need to, that's where you need to build those relationships, and you can say, oh, wait a minute, I want that. That would be great. And then you can also look at different relationships in terms of taking that collection in. Like I said, for the Black Lives Matter banner, with the BCS, we are co-curating that. We are both, there's a relationship that isn't just a traditional, you've given it to us and now it's ours, and we can do with it whatever we want. We have that ongoing relationship with BCS, Black Cultural Society of Prince Edward Island, to, if we're going to display that, we're going to talk to them first. If we're going to use it in any fashion, whether it's on social media or something, that's a conversation we're going to have first, so that people can trust that their material is going to be used in an appropriate manner, that it won't be displayed in a way that will further bring about white supremacy or stereotypes or other such problems.
I just want to add to that the tour has been really instrumental in gathering more things like artifacts and stories, because people are coming in and they have these memories or these bits of sort of historical ephemera, and to them they don't necessarily have any other value other than that they're important to them. But because the tour is important to us and the knowledge is important to us, we have people sharing stories with us of their family, bringing in pictures, telling us things we may not have known, even though they need to be verified. So the tour increases our amount of interaction and maybe our trust with those folks. And then we are able to take that information of those artifacts to continue to build and update the tour with what we now know once that's been vetted and properly done. So those two things together are really, I would say, accelerating the success of both, thanks to the tour team.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, so, and we can think about, like, with community historians, for example, we can organize days where we can digitize material. You can invite people from the community to bring photographs in, to bring, their family Bible, items that are near and dear to them that they might not want to let go of, but they can at least lend to the community for the day, so we can digitize them and add them to the historical record. But I think we should keep thinking about this, because we will have an opportunity later this afternoon to talk about ways that we as a group of people meeting in this place right now can think about how we facilitate these things, how we support each other in terms of doing these things. So let me ask you to join me in thanking our panelists for for joining us from away. And thank you to the PEI folks for driving all the way here. I appreciate it. And lunch is ready. So could I ask you all to make your way outside, get some lunch, bring it back in here. And our next keynote is here. She will, we'll get started. What time is it? We'll start back at 12:45. Thank you.
I know it's been an exceptional conference so far, Symposium, and we had a fantastic series of presentations today, keynote, so I'm getting everybody's attention, and I hope everybody's enjoying the food. Okay. So, we're very honored to have as our next keynote Dr. Sylvia Hamilton. And what I can say is when I began, as some people may know, half my roots lie in Trinidad and Tobago, the other half lie in the Black loyalist community here in Nova Scotia. When I began my journey into understanding the history of the community of people of African descent living here in Nova Scotia and in the Maritimes, Sylvia's many documentary writings were extremely important exhibitions, right, in taking us through that journey, right? So it's an honor to be able to introduce her, and in a sense, I've been in Nova Scotia living actually, and so long at Dalhousie, I feel I've gone on this journey with her. Dr. Sylvia Hamilton is a filmmaker, writer, and artist. And of course, she's one of these people who we don't really have to introduce, but we have to introduce anyway. Okay? Dr. Sylvia Hamilton is a filmmaker, writer, and artist who's known for award-winning documentary films, as well as her publications, public presentations, and extensive volunteer work with artistic, social, and cultural organizations at the local and national levels. Her films include Black Mother, Black Daughter, Speaking from the Heart of Black Nova Scotia, and Portia White, Think on Me, a documentary about the legendary Canadian contralto, Portia White, and The Little Black Schoolhouse, an exploration of Canada's segregated schools. She has been invited to screen her films in festivals in Canada and abroad, and they have been telecast on various Canadian networks. Her films, essays, and poetry are used in schools and universities across Canada, including in the course I teach Introduction to African Canadian Studies, and courses that my colleague Dr. Chevy Eugene also teaches dealing with the Black experience in Canada. Early in her career, I'm sure Dr. Bonner uses her stuff as well, and many others. Early in her career, she worked as a radio journalist, and later in a studio where she created new initiatives in film, a program for women of color and indigenous women. Her poetry collection, I Am Alone, Escape to Tell You, was a finalist for the League of Canadian Poets 2015 Gerald Lampart Memorial Award and Nova Scotia's Masterwork Award. Her second collection, Tender, was launched in 2023. Hamilton has been widely recognized for work with awards including a Gemini, the Portia White Prize, the Governor General's History Award for Popular Media, the CBC Television Pioneer Award, and honorary degrees, and she has several honorary degrees. Excavation, a site of memory, a multimedia installation exploring individual and collective memory of African Canadians, has been featured in Canadian galleries and museums, including the Royal Ontario Museum. Hamilton was the 8th Nancy Chair in Women's Studies at Mount St. Vincent University and held the Rogers Chair of Communications at the University of King's College, where she is now English professor. It is a great honor and a great privilege to welcome Dr. Sylvia Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Isaac, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. By the grace of Mi'kmaq ancestors, the original guardians of this unceded land, we are fortunate to be here. I am grateful. Enormous thanks to Farin and Nani for the work they and their team have extended to put on this important gathering. And thanks for the invitation to come to share some thoughts with you today. Let us pause for a moment to remember the countless children around the world who are suffering, who are hungry, who are dying, who have been denied a future. Please pause for a moment. Thank you. On the soil of my ancestors, a report from the Black Atlantic. This report consists of 4 notes, and there are 4 what I call field notes. I've inserted African Nova Scotians into Paul Gilroy's conceptual framework of the Black Atlantic. African Nova Scotians, Black Nova Scotians have been central to the evolution and development of Nova Scotia and Canada. My title is drawn from a line in novelist Jean Toomer's classic verse novel, Cain. In the chapter titled Firm, Toomer writes, and I quote, "A black woman once saw the mother of Christ and drew her in charcoal on the courthouse wall. When one is on the soil of one's ancestors, most anything can come to one." In 1836, the Nova Scotia government attempted to convince black people to go to Trinidad. A government official was puzzled why the majority refused to go. The women resisted. The official wrote, and I quote, "They all appear fearful of embarking on the water. Many of them are old and have large families, and if a few of the men should be willing to go, the women would not. It is objected among them that they have never heard any report of those who went away some years ago to the same place, and think that if they would be doing well, some report of this would have reached them. They seem to have some attachment to the soil they have cultivated, poor and barren as it is." End quote. They had to be very tough-minded, visionary, and determined to cultivate such unforgiving soil, to find a way to survive. These women were icons of reinvention. They reinvented themselves from being held as chattel slavery into self-defining human beings, lovers of life and freedom. Their inheritance is mine, is ours. So I begin. I am the grateful daughter of Marie and Nita Waldron and Gerald Mack Hamilton, the granddaughter of Ida Gross and Gilbert Hamilton, of Hattie Kellum and William Waldron, the great-great-granddaughter of Charlotte and Charles Gross, a direct descendant of Robert and Tina Hamilton, self-liberating black refugee survivors of the War of 1812. African-descended people in Nova Scotia have shaped our identity with the forge and anvil of resistance, struggle, and love. Until the lines have their own historians, tales of the hunt will always glorify a hunter. Documentary filmmaker and producer St. Clair Bourne once wrote, "Everyone should have the right and opportunity to see themselves reflected in the cultural expressions of the land in which they live." I met Saint in the early 1990s. He was a tremendous mentor, producer, brilliant man. His words have guided me ever since. So about my beginnings. I had a small brown camera when I was young. The finger-length roll of film, black and white, required me to deftly slip the edge of the film through a narrow slot in the spindle at the back of the camera. Saved up my money from babysitting to buy stamps to send the required amount in a very narrow envelope for processing. Turnaround time maybe about 2 weeks. I was so eager to see what turned out. Well, the results were hardly the best quality. Blurry, heads cut off. But what did I know as a 10 or 11-year-old about framing, about how to steady the shot, how to make your body a tripod so it's not flared out like wings, but you steady up. And you have to steady up throughout your life. when I think about that moment of taking those photographs, something clicked in me. The pictures that were clear captured moments from our lives, our authentic selves, images we created. Where else could we see ourselves? Certainly not in school books or in Canadian magazines. We were absent from the visual landscape, other than as stereotypes with exaggerated features and unnatural coloring. Representations of African people in early Canadian schoolbooks used in Nova Scotia and elsewhere presented abhorrent depictions that presented us as childlike at best, hardly human. Such caricatures generated name-calling on the playground by our white classmates, who, by the way, grew up to become business owners, politicians, bankers, social workers, teachers, etc. I wish I had known about the great Eleanor Collins from Alberta and British Columbia. She was one of the first female singers in North America to have her own television show in 1955, produced out of CBC Vancouver. 3 years after CBC came on the air in 1952. Known as Canada's First Lady of Jazz, Miss Collins died in 2024 at the age of 104. She was honored in January 2022 by Canada Post with a commemorative stamp. I'll share several formative signposts in this fieldwork of mine, this journey of mine. In 1976, I edited a special issue of Grass magazine, the host publication of BUF, the Black United Front. BUF was a provincial advocacy organization for Black African Nova Scotians. This is an image of the front page of BUF, of the newspaper, and also inside we see a photograph of Black women from the Women's Institute. The focus was the African United Baptist Association, the AUBA. This umbrella organization, created in 1854, a mere 20 years after 1834, when the Act to abolish slavery in the British Empire was enacted. That was 13 years before Canada's Confederation. The documentary evidence of its creation lived in oral histories, in archival documents, and in geography, in church structures. The leaders recorded and printed minutes in the hundreds of copies for province-wide distribution. Imagine that, hundreds of copies of minutes like these sent out to Black churches around the province. I interviewed elders who shared stories of their involvement in this singular Black-led, Black-controlled institution that served the spiritual, social, educational, cultural, and political needs of African Nova Scotians. And I learned about generations of icons who paved my path. Oral history interviews provided the texture, the emotion, the grounding that I needed. Photographs were essential to narrating this story. I didn't know then that my interest in pictures was a harbinger of my future, that I would become one of those Sankofa line cubs returning to the source. The AUBA minutes, a treasure I've returned to again and again over the years. My next signpost, 5 years later, 1981, I co-created a public exhibition at the Nova Scotia Archives. And it was documents related to the culture of Black people in Nova Scotia Afro-Nova Scotians in the language of the time. I worked with the provincial archivist, Hugh Taylor, who was really keen on the project, and my friend, an anthropologist, Savannah Williams. My early archival visits and this singular exhibition were foundational and formative. Many of the materials continue to find their way into my work, along with material from other archives and significant oral testimonies. I created my scaffolding, my framework. Now, between 1991 and 1992, suddenly, one of the struts of this scaffolding was broken. Someone stole specific index cards related to blacks, First Nations people, and women from the Nova Scotia archives. These were hundreds of reference cards. They were the ones that were stacked in the drawers at the archives that listed the items in the collection. If you don't have those cards, you don't know what you have back in the stacks. Archive staff put out a call for help to researchers who frequented the archives. Those of us who could help did. I dropped off my shoe boxes of reference cards. It took archive staff about 15 months to rebuild the reference card holdings. Another break came in 2006 when the Birchtown Black Loyalist Society in Birchtown, the building was firebombed. I and they were knocked backwards. I had been working on a DVD to promote the society, worked with Elizabeth Cromwell, the great Elizabeth Cromwell. And the DVD was to help in fundraising for a new center. The original footage was in their office, along with other records. This was the second of two devastating fires I witnessed. In August of 1991, the Halifax building of the National Film Board on Barrington Street caught fire. I and other filmmakers lost footage, research, personal items. This fire was electrical. It was an old building. The wiring was bad. The firebombing at Birchtown was not. It was arson. It was deliberate. And while a person was charged with a crime, the case did not proceed because the Crown didn't believe a conviction was possible. And that was not the first time the Black Loyalist Heritage Society had been attacked. Over the years, there were other incidents. On several occasions, vandals painted racist slogans on their buildings. Undaunted, Elizabeth and her trusted team of volunteers pressed on in their mission to create a Black Loyalist Interpretive Center, which you see in these images. Thinking about roadblocks the ancestors faced and how they navigated them to keep going, I could do no less but to keep on keeping on. There's an unbroken line of the presence of African-descended people in Nova Scotia. Field note 2. I am not sociology. I am not a problem. I am human. Black communities in Nova Scotia were prime sites for sociological research in the 1950s and 60s. We were treated as subjects and problems to be solved, to be studied, to be written about. Sometimes researchers behaved as if they knew more about us than we knew about ourselves. They were experts on us. I'll cite 3 examples. First, 1949. a master's student from the University of Toronto. His thesis, Afro-Canadian Communities in Halifax County, a preliminary sociological survey, 1949. Here's a brief quotation. Leading relatively simple and sometimes monotonous lives, especially in the rural settlements, the Negroes of Halifax County show a tendency towards spontaneous emotionalism. At the dance, everyone felt the rhythm of the music. The dancers varied in their ability, but there were few who did not hold to the rhythm, at least. Next, 1959, 10 years later, 9 simultaneously conducted studies by master students who were from the Maritime School of Social Work. Their focus, and I quote, 134 families in North End Halifax on Maynard and Creighton Streets. These were, in the terminology of the day, Negro or colored families. A few titles. The level of aspiration and its relationship of frustration, tolerance, and security of Negro students. Family life and family stability of Negroes in Halifax. The effects of racial attitudes and prejudices on the colored people of Halifax. Last, again 10 years later, a sociologist arrived in Nova Scotia from Ontario after a short-term stay and study, presented these conclusions. Now remember what I mentioned about the African Baptist Association. Quote, institutionalized religion in these black communities is not binding or influential, and it lacks any systematic ideation system, so that folklore, music, and the like are almost non-existent. The family system, while nuclear and stable as far as the male presence in the home is concerned, is frequently conflict-ridden. And further, quote, there has not developed in Nova Scotia a community-specific black culture comparable, say, to the soul culture of black Americans. In spite of its poor quality, paternalistic judgment and execution, this particular research continues to this day to be cited. Through my work, I've been talking back to such researchers for more than 40 years. I found little evidence that during their research they carefully considered the leaders, the community advocates who were on the ground. I did not see evidence that they understood the different community-created and community-led institutions such as the AUBA and its foundational role within the community. It's unique in Nova Scotia and Canada. So this year marks the 172nd year that the association will be meeting in August. The AUBA's longevity in indispensable service to the community deserves respect and acknowledgement. Its living history is a history of the leaders, individual churches, and community members and volunteers. Founder Richard Preston was enslaved from birth in Virginia. He preached on plantations and in his 20s found a way to purchase his freedom. In search of his mother, he came to Nova Scotia, and she was part of the black refugee survivors of the War of 1812. Preston, a gifted orator, an inspiring preacher, and an abolitionist. In addition to establishing African Baptist churches, he also founded the African Abolition Society, 1846. He wanted black Nova Scotians to know firsthand the pain and terror of slavery, to join in the fight for the abolition of slavery in the United States. And like his contemporary and fellow abolitionist Frederick Douglass, Preston was literate. The deacons of his growing black congregation in Halifax raised funds to send him to England to be ordained, to raise money for a new chapel. The traveling papers he presented on his arrival in Liverpool, England, in the winter of 1831, identified him as the leader of a small Baptist church in Halifax. During his year-long stay, Preston gave vibrant, rousing speeches against slavery. 1831, this was 12 years before Frederick Douglass arrived for his lecture tour in 1845. The AUBA is people, music, rituals, and documents. In other words, its living history stands in opposition to the so-called objective conclusions of the various sociological studies. What could the researchers really know from their drive-by studies? What do they know of the oral traditions, the oratory, the prayers, the sermons, the advocacy, the educational work, speeches, spirituals? What did they know? Did they hear William Riley of Cherry Brook sing "No More Auction Block for Me, Many a Thousand Gone," a song passed down to him from his refugee ancestors? Language shapes our experiences. And as part of my home training, I was taught the importance of what I think about myself, how I define myself, not how others see me or try to define me. I am not sociology, I am not a problem, I am human. Mining the archives, mining memory. This is a favorite quote of mine, John Henry Clark. History is a clock that people use to tell their time of day. It is the compass they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are and what they are. I have an abiding interest in our personal and collective histories and culture, in the stories of people who don't usually make the textbooks, whose stories are ignored, not considered important or valuable. Self-advocacy, and this is a way that I try to share the information that I found in exhibitions and also in reviewing cemeteries, reviewing the kind of stories that people have to tell. Video cover for Thomas Peters' video that I made. And I think here about self-advocacy in our communities. And that's our inheritance. As is holding governments to account for the promises made. From Thomas Peters and the Black Loyalists in the 1790s to Black refugee survivors who filed petition after petition and memorials on their own behalf in 1820s, to letters of protest about racist school material and racial discrimination in employment, in housing, in education throughout the 1940s and the 1950s. I think of the advocacy work of the Colored Citizens Improvement League, the NSAACP, the Black United Front, the Black Educators Association, the Congress of Black Women, the Afro-Canadian Caucus, other committees, organizations, to luminary advocates such as New Glasgow's Dr. Carrie Best. People in Black communities have never been silent. Black voices affirmed their humanity in publications such as the Advocate, the Clarion, Coppertone, Brass. These voices laid the foundations for us, for succeeding generations. And Carrie Best, when she took up Viola Desmond's case, it was in the Clarion in 1946. She gave her front page coverage, but what is less widely known is that Carrie Best herself deliberately challenged those same laws of segregation, unwritten laws, herself. She did it before Viola Desmond, but she did it deliberately. She took her young son Calvert in December 1941, 5 years before Desmond, and she went and challenged the theater owner to eject her, to call the police, which she did. She filed a civil suit against the Roseland Theater and its owner. But while she lost that case in 1942, it was her bold action that inspired. It was her bold action that led the way. Not confining herself to print, she created her own radio program and called it The Quiet Corner for radio in Glasgow. And it featured her reading poetry, playing music, sacred music, operatic music. And she also wrote a column about human rights in the Picto Advocate and published it from about 1968 to 1985. When she died in 2001, she was feisty, she was outspoken, she was 98 years old. Still with me? Yes. Yes. Just need to check in. Rolling on to the end. Historian John Henry Clark's quotation echoes the voice and ideas of Dr. W.P. Oliver. And he was a stalwart educator, a leader, a minister. He and his wife, Perrine, a women's leader, community historian, were the pastoral team in Beechwood Baptist Church when I was growing up. And I still remember receiving cards from Mrs. Perrine during my first year at Acadia University. She would send me a little card of encouragement. Always tucked in the card was $5 or $10. She did that to encourage. And I remember that to this day. They place high value on educating young people and the importance of education for both adults and children. WP, as he was affectionately known, set up adult education programs across the country. Perrine Oliver appears in my first film, Black Mother, Black Daughter, and is recognized as a strong voice that helped remove the color bar in nursing. And because of school segregation, early generations of Black people only received an elementary education. Racial attitudes that were hardened, provincial legislation, severe economic circumstances, it meant that many people in the first half of the 20th century ended formal schooling before even finishing grade 9. The legacies of slavery of the educational system are with us still. Dr. W.P. commented on the repercussions of segregation in education. And he once said, and I quote, "Segregated schools are a barrier to good intergroup relations. They are a visible symbol of separation and a denial of the right to belong. Such schools became a stamp of approval in the mental apartheid that exists in many white minds." Say that again. A stamp of approval of the mental apartheid that exists in many white minds. In my work, I pay careful attention to intergenerational dialogue and the wisdom of the elders, and the exchanges rooted in historical knowledges, both oral and written. And my documentary, The Little Black Schoolhouse, is a one-hour documentary that tells that story of segregated schools in Canada, the teachers who taught there, the students they taught. And it represents an intergenerational exchange of dialogue, and it becomes a multi-voice narrative. It's also the story of the struggle of African Canadians to achieve dignity and equality through the pursuit of education. And I chose not to use archival footage or still images from schools in the United States or South Africa. I wanted to ensure that this story would be clearly seen and defined as a made in Canada story. The participants in this film willingly engage in this public act of remembering and knowledge sharing. The former school buildings and the land upon which they stood are sites of memory imbued with stories and experiences. The little black schoolhouse is a sibling to Speak It from the heart of Black Nova Scotia, about Black youth, race, identity, and empowerment. In one crucial scene, Shingai, the narrator, says, he gives a speech, Canada at 125, 125 years of Black history in Nova Scotia. Tracadie United Church, the old Lincolnville School, on location. And when we were shooting on location, the elders were celebrating the anniversary and allowed us inside the church to take some photographs. Black Nova Scotians may have not had movie cameras to create Super 8 home movies, but most families had access to still cameras. They took pictures of themselves, their families, and their friends. Family photo albums are concrete evidence of the desire to self-represent. These photographs are a visual memory map, and along with the family Bibles and recorded genealogy, constitute an archive of the interior lives of African Nova Scotians. In Black Mother, Black Daughter, Cleo Wiley and her friend Lavinia Harris sit looking at old photographs. My work, whether in documentary, gallery, and museum installations, poetry, essays, talks, is informed by what preceded me and from which I gratefully draw. I mine the archive, I mine memory. I use oral testimony, music, I use geography. Lessons and legacies to mark that unbroken line. I think about the advocates that have gone, that have passed on, who have had a vision for us, a vision for our community, a vision for the humanity of African descendant people. I accept, though, that my work lives in the world and it has its own work to do. So I try to capture and create work that has that historical meaning, that my work will be a public act of remembering, that it makes a space for Black people, that they can be witnesses in their own lives. And when I made the film about Portia White, it was an act of rescuing her, rescuing this trailblazing artist. Lessons and legacies were not frozen in the past, and as James Baldwin once eloquently wrote, if history were past, history wouldn't matter. History is present. You and I are history. We carry our history. We act our history. Early African people here were leaders, architects, designers, and engineers. Their project was freedom and dignity. They were innovators, visionaries who refused to accept the conditions and circumstances within which they found themselves. Against unbelievable odds, they created communities and institutions to serve their own needs. When one is on the soil of one's ancestors, most anything can come to one.
We had our own names, a past, a present. We worked, we loved, sang songs to the wind, prayed to our gods. We did not know the future would not be ours. We fought, and when we were spent, terrors like a buzz of locusts invaded our sleep. Night terrors not chased away by the morning sun, night terror stalking us. And when we went crazy with pain, sinking into the dank water, blood rushing from the hole in our chests, still the terrors danced on our bodies, waiting to overtake the next ones, shackled below on the Severn in full sail behind us. The sons of darkness stole our children's tomorrow. I am on the Atlantic Ocean in a Navy Zodiac, making way. I am safe. Two experienced sailors, my pilots. They take me skidding along the rolling waves. The bridge is dead ahead. We can get pretty close, he says. Sunset, muted yellow reds. I'm chasing the sunset. The water is oh so choppy. I brace myself in the corner, legs sprawled, feet pressed against the sides, steady up to use my camera. This bulky life jacket, a place to perch my elbows. Still, I imagine the shot will be wobbly. That is the least of my concerns. I think of them, the other seagoing men, predators, never protectors. With them ones like me, little food and water, the palpable threat of violence. Never ever safe. Who will be thrown over next? My navigator idles the motor. I am back in the rocking Zodiac on the restless Atlantic. A silence descends. The bridge is just ahead. We can get closer, he says. No, this is fine. It's getting late. I am safe. So long gone. Been away from home longer than my memory, my mother's memory, my grandmother's memory. So long gone. Still I remember, awakened by the pulsing tam-tam, surging like an electric current across centuries. I am who they imagined.
Thank you.
We have time for about 2 questions, short comments. Anyone? Well, thank you. I think we're soon up to have a hand in the back. Yes.
Speak it as it is. With that, when you filmed that, if you might just share what that meant to you. I mean, it was St. Patrick's High, and was the main setting, and it was my first time actually viewing it. And could you just kind of like share some thoughts on that particular film at that stage in your career, and you know what that was, because it really is still a national landmark in terms of sharing the African Nova Scotian diaspora perspective. I've never seen anything like that before.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone heard the question? Thank you for that question, Wayne. Speak It from the Heart of Nova Scotia, 1993, where it was the second film I made, and I was really interested in knowing what the experience was like of Black high school students at that time. And what had happened was I'd been planning a longer film series that would look at racism in Nova Scotia kind of then and now. And it was going to be in 2 parts, and it's going to examine all kinds of different topics and experiences. And I mentioned in my talk about the National Film Board burning to the ground. So all of the work I had done up to that point for this racism and now film, it was gone. It was just gone. So I had to regroup and think about, well, what could I do? And we did have a bit of the material left, and so I decided to focus on young people, because education was going to be in it, what was happening with Black youth. And so I called the speaker a phoenix film, because it literally rose out of the ashes of that fire. And so what I did was, the Cultural Awareness Youth Group, really important youth organization in the metro area. David Woods, shout out to David Woods for his incredible work. They were setting up youth groups in different schools, and I decided I wanted to go to those groups to see what was happening. So I ended up going both to Cole Harbour and St. Pat's, and St. Pat's was starting a youth group. So I decided to film and work with the St. Pat's group. So I went back to school practically. I spent days at the school and to listen to the students, because I wanted to compare what my experience was as being like only like this many Black kids at Halifax West when I went there, and there were more at St. Pat's, but they were still having some of those same experiences. But the group was going to give them a sense of identity and a place to be. So my goal was to chart their experiences over the course of the school year. And what happened, one of the little stories, is that I remember the white students, when they saw attention being played to the Black kids, and we would be there with cameras and filming, they went over and said, "Can we be in the movie? Can we be in the movie?" And so it was interesting that they began to realize that these were important people in the school. And when the film was actually premiered in the afternoon, had a fantastic response from all of the students in the school. That evening, when we had the premiere, like 1,200 people or something filled the St. Pat's auditorium. So it was important for the young people who were in the film, but also all the students in the school and their families. It was like circles going out. So it was a really special moment, and it toured across the country, all over the place. I took one student with me to a screening in Ottawa, I think, and another to, maybe it was Montreal. But it was, and they started to use, the students started to go around with the film themselves, be invited, and they go and they talk and do workshops. So it was a real landmark moment, and like you say, people are still using the film because those issues of identity, belonging, race, how do you cope when you're a young person in the world? How do you negotiate that? Those are still contemporary, timeless matters. So thank you.
And I should let people know that you can go to the National Film Board site and you can watch the program very generously for free. It's a powerful. When I was there at the premiere, and some of those students, St. Patrick's actually became my students, some of my best friends, and so forth. Any other questions? Okay. I don't see any other hands up. Thank you so much for that deeply moving, powerful, poignant presentation. Thank you, Sylvia. And let's move on to the next panel. Or do you have an announcement? Straight to the next panel. We're going to keep moving, Dr. Warner says. Okay. So the next panel.
Kim's going to be facilitating, and I am making us.
Yeah, I'm facilitating. We're just going to give a few moments for the panelists.
Okay, a few moments?
Yeah.
You want to go grab some?
pleasure to introduce the second panel for today. My name is Dr. Kimberly. And tomorrow to bring this panel together, a dynamic cohort of scholars, artists, and cultural workers who ongoing projects confront issues of equity, identity, and memory through research, creativity, and public engagement. Whether through health advocacy, spoken word poetry, visual arts, or diaspora scholarship, these individuals are bringing in lasting legacies that center Black voices and reimagine futures rooted in justice and representation. Their work highlights the vibrant breadth of ongoing Black-led projects across Canada and the transatlantic world. Our first speaker today is Dr. Keisha Jeffries. She is an ancestral Black Nova Scotia nurse scientist, and an assistant professor and a university research chair in the School of Nursing at Dalhousie University. She is the director of Embrace, which stands for Multidisciplinary Black Research and Advocacy Center, which is a research hub that advances Black population health and supports the future generation of critical health leaders. Embrace builds on Dr. Jeffries' doctoral research examining the leadership experiences of ancestral Black Nova Scotian nurses in healthcare, which is funded by several prestigious awards such as the Vanier Canada Graduate Scholarships, the Kilman Trust, Research Nova Scotia. The Embrace includes two focus populations: one, Black population health, and inclusivity in nursing. The current Embrace research projects are funded by SHIRK, Explore Grant, and Research Development Fund through the Faculty of Health at Dalhousie University, and New Health Investigator Grant with Research Nova Scotia. Dr. Jeffries uses Black feminist theory to guide her research, advocacy, and mentorship. Much of her advocacy and mentorship concentrates on equity, inclusivity in healthcare and nursing education. In 2017, Dr. Jeffries co-founded the peer mentorship group, the Community of Black Students in Nursing at Dalhousie University. This peer mentorship initiative has since evolved into a comparative nursing program, which is evidence of an informed program that fosters a sense of community and belonging for Black nursing students across Nova Scotia. Our next panelist, born in French Caribbean, Guadeloupe, Eddie Benin, is an artist, researcher, lecturer, curator, and teacher who lives and works between Montreal and Halifax, Canada. He holds a PhD in art studies, practices from the University de Québec de Montréal, has a master's degree at l'École supérieure des arts décoratifs in France. Recognized artist, he has taught at the University of Laval in Quebec City, at Concordia University in Montreal, and now at NASCAD at the University of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Ferrin is also the director of Econo Research Miroir Art, and in 2021 he founded the Œuvres Biennale Transnationale Noire, the first contemporary art biennale dedicated to the dialogue between Black artists in Canada and abroad. Since December 2024, Ferrin is a research scholar chair at Transatlantic Black Historic Art and Community Engagement at NASCAD, where he focuses on the concept in fungible narratives. In his art practice, Ferrin questions the transcultural logic of identity and issues of power. On the theoretical level, his work is on proposed decolonization of imaginary in art. His most recent works include interactive ceramic installation, punching bags, which represents the Venice Biennale 2022, and his last exhibition in La Lourde, which was touring in Canada. His work is represented in numerous private collections and is included in the permanent collection at the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, as well as the museum collections such as the Musée de l'Archives des Beaux-Arts at Quebec and the Pointe-Cartier Museum and the Gardner Museum in Toronto. Our next panelist, Twan McCarthy, a seventh-generation African spoken word poet and writer, began focusing his writing and residency at Antels, Finland. A cultural correspondent at Maritime Edit, he spotlights Black community leaders and artists. Honored in 2023 as CBC's Atlantic Canadian Black Change Maker, he also helped establish Emancipation Day on August 1st in New Brunswick. Chandouay has delivered keynote in the Atlantic Public Libraries Association, the MB College of Craft and Design, and lectured on leadership at St. Thomas University. His Canadian Council-funded Still Here celebrates 15 Black New Brunswick families and launches in August of 2026 with a national exhibit and Beaverbrook Art Gallery and a book by Bruce Lane Editions. Gary Weeks, Fine Arts Photography, celebrates his birthplace in England with his 10 years spent in the United States and his Black identity in Canada. He stands proudly as a creative individual who does not follow the stereotypical boundaries placed on Black artists. His art reflects himself, his likes, his dislikes, loves, hates, and ability or inability to initiate dialogue. In 2022, Gary became the first Black NB artist, New Brunswick artist, to have a solo show at a prestigious Beaverbrook Art Gallery, having one of his works purchased as part of a private collection. In 2023, Gary received the CBC Black Changemaker Award for his community work. He now includes short documentary filmmaking with cinematography and directorial credits to add to his increasing list of accomplishments. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists. Research, which I completed in May of 2022. And so, as I was saying, the title of the presentation is Caring is in My Blood, and it's focused on the ancestral Black Nova Scotian nurses' road to leadership. And so what I would like to do before I begin the presentation is to read an excerpt from a commentary that I published last year. And again, it's just around language and terminology. So if there are any questions as to what is going on with the title, allow me to indulge. Considering the contextual factors, including the problematization of the term African Nova Scotian, I now use the term ancestral Black Nova Scotians in my own research and advocacy, and this is to describe African Nova Scotians for three main reasons. First, there are ancestral Black Nova Scotians or African Nova Scotians who do not claim direct or immediate ties to continental Africa, or they do not view themselves as African since they or their parents or grandparents are from the continent. They are Scotian. Second, the term ancestral Black Nova Scotians aims to reduce confusion and the aggregation of people of African descent in Nova Scotia who immigrated from continental Africa, the Caribbean, or other parts of the diaspora, and wish to use the term African Nova Scotian, yet do not have the ancestral land-based connections to the 52 original communities in Nova Scotia. And finally, the use of the term ancestral Black Nova Scotian could be viewed as a concession that attempts to safeguard the centuries-long work of recovered history and cultivating ancestral Black Nova Scotian identity, as opposed to succumbing to colonial processes of the imposed definition that eliminates core aspects of identity. So the presentation today is not focused on the terminology, so please don't come at me. It's more about the findings. But happy to engage in healthy conversation as well. And so I would like to begin by taking a moment to just highlight and underscore and reflect on some of the Black nurse pioneers and trailblazers
who really have made the work that I do, as well as my career as a nurse, possible. And so you can see the names up here on the screen. So we have several important characters. We have Ruth Bailey and Glenn Barton. We also see Bernice Redmond, as well as Kotolia Intra. So again, many of these individuals went through and broke several barriers to pioneer their way into nursing after being restricted in numerous ways. And then also, as we've heard over the course of the past 2 days, we have Perlene Oliver here, and while Perlene was not a nurse, as we know, contributed significantly to breaking color barriers to allow Black nurses to enter into, or prospective Black nurses to enter into nursing education in Nova Scotia. And so one of the pieces that I would like to highlight and include is just a personal narrative. So this is my own exploration and self-examination related to my experience and trajectory through nursing leadership and how I navigated my own identities, back being a Black woman, an African Nova Scotian or ancestral Black Nova Scotian woman, as well as a registered nurse and someone who grew up in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. And so what it allowed me to do was really uncover and unpack my own worldviews, my understandings, and my assumptions related to nursing and nursing leadership, which then allowed me to inform and really situate myself to then interview participants for this research. And before diving in, I do want to highlight quickly just the idea of what is nursing leadership, again, just to situate the conversation. And so when you think about nursing leadership, it is a standard of practice that is a basic and clinical competency that is available and accessible to all nurses, regardless of their level of education, their program of education, or even their background. And so it does encompass both formal as well as informal aspects, and so that's a key component that we'll see later in the findings of the research. So thinking about the informal nursing leadership, which includes mentorship, coaching, or even just the interpersonal relational elements. And so in the interest of time, I will quickly highlight just information around understanding the literature. And so in order to situate the research and to prepare to dive into this qualitative study, I really needed to understand what is currently available and what is currently known about Black nurses in Canada. And so unfortunately, there was no synthesis of this literature available. So what I decided to do was undertake a scoping review or a systematic process to understand and to screen, review what is currently available related to literature. And so I used a very specific technique. It's the JDI scoping review methodology, and we'll get into that piece. But effectively, what it allowed me to do was determine and identify 44 key sources that related to Black nurses in Canada. And so 31 of these were primary sources, and then 13 were companion sources. And I have termed the companion sources as articles that stem from primary sources. And what I was able to uncover, again, as you can see here, there are a variety of different sources. So there were 18 sources categorized as research. We had some commentary sources, and then also some miscellaneous documents, which included books. And the outcome of this was highlighting the understanding of Black nurses in Canada into these different categories. So the first is diversity in the nursing workforce, or the health workforce in general. We also saw leadership and career progression as a core element. Immigration was a factor, racism and discrimination, and then finally historical situatedness. And so that was a piece that I really decided to dig into And so I will just say that the research was underpinned by the theoretical foundations of Black feminist theory, which is critical social framework that just allows for the interrogation of various aspects of identity and just to understand how these aspects intersect and then how institutional, social, as well as systemic processes reinforce marginalization. And so just to highlight the research purpose and the research questions, so the purpose of the research was to critically examine the leadership experiences of ancestral Black Nova Scotia nurses. And you can see the two research questions there. And so again, this is just the preamble. I'm diving into the findings shortly. So in terms of the study design, so it was a qualitative study. It was informed by Black feminist theory, and it used interviews to understand the experiences related to leadership for ancestral Black Nova Scotian nurses, and it spanned all levels of nursing. So in Canada, we do have 4 designations that are recognized. In Nova Scotia, we have licensed practical nurses. We are registered practical nurses in Ontario. We have registered nurses, nurse practitioners, and then we have registered psychiatric nurses. So those are all recognized designations. And then the other piece in terms of eligibility, so ancestral Black Nova Scotian ancestry was a criteria. And so at the time, the African Nova Scotian strategy was not yet formed. And so the definition or the criteria that I did use there was for participants to have at least one Black parent that was born in Nova Scotia and having a connection to the land-based communities. And so I'm very grateful now for the African Nova Scotian Strategic Council and the definition and all the work that they're doing to advance our understanding. And so I will also just highlight that data collection took place from January until June of 2020. So just in the midst of the pandemic, it was fun times. All right, so now we get into the study findings. So I was able to recruit and interview 18 ancestral Black Nova Scotian nurses, and they range from licensed practical nurses, registered nurses, as well as advanced practice nurses. They included nurses from various practice areas, as well as levels of experience. So from new graduates up to senior nurses, as well as retirees. Many had completed their nursing education at Dalhousie, which again is a significant component. And then also we had representation from both rural as well as urban communities. And then some of the participants, the nurses, also had practiced in other provinces as well as in other countries. And so in terms of the findings, what I'll be sharing today, findings from Section 1, Ancestral Black Nova Scotians as a Distinct People. But the other two, there is a publication available on Section 2, which is Institutions of Care. And I'll explain briefly what each of those other 2 sections include, but I will not be sharing much of those today. Okay. So, Section 1, which locates ancestral Black Nova Scotians as a distinct people, offers insight into aspects of personhood, including ancestry, identity, and socialization, which inform how leadership is perceived and practiced by ancestral Black Nova Scotian nurses. Section 1 builds on existing information and literature from, again, scholars like Dr. Josephine Toa, as well as historian Dr. Karen Flynn. So builds on existing information to provide additional evidence for understanding ancestral Black Nova Scotians as a distinct group and community of people. And so now moving into the themes. The theme situating ancestral Black Nova Scotian identity reveals the complexity of socialization in Nova Scotia, which is a predominantly white society, and how this experience has a direct impact on self-determination, confidence, and self-belief. The impact of socialization becomes apparent in the examination of educational experiences, as well as the influence of socially constructed concepts such as race, gender, and class. Theme 1, which is situating ancestral Black Nova Scotian identity, describes central elements including historical oppression, ancestral trauma, resiliency, and socialization related to developing and maintaining an identity. Importantly, this theme underscores the development and maintenance of ancestral Black Nova Scotian identity in a society that repeatedly challenged or denied this identity. Participants referred to their own ancestral Black Nova Scotian identity with terms, varying terms such as Black Canadian, African Nova Scotian, Black Nova Scotian, Indigenous Black, and Scotian. The complexity of identity was amplified by the societal perception of ethnicity or ethnic or racial ambiguity, colorism, and questions about participants' ancestry in Nova Scotia, including the recurring question of where participants were really from. I quote, "Simply using the terminology of colored and always asking, where are you from? They don't think I'm from here. They think I'm Caribbean. It's like, do you know history in Nova Scotia? We have Black communities," end quote. Participants' descriptions of identity provides insight into the meaning of Blackness. For example, several participants identified as Black despite having one parent who was not Black. This again underscores the notion that Blackness extends beyond biological considerations associated with ethnicity. For participants, Blackness encompassed biological, psychological, and social aspects. The power of socialization, second sub-theme. Participants recounted childhood experiences that influenced their self-perception and shaped their worldview. From a young age, participants were socialized to view themselves as Black, despite living in a society that claimed to not see color. Participants shared their frustrations about racial hierarchies, the dismissal of racism, and the impact of racism and discrimination. For example, participants described the challenges with growing up and attending an all-white school. Quote, "Because I was born and raised here, I learned how to put up with stuff that maybe I shouldn't put up with," end quote. Participants shared how socialization in a predominantly white society created a distinct difference between ancestral Black Nova Scotians and the larger Black population of Nova Scotia. Socialization in predominantly white societies, such as Canada and specifically Nova Scotia, was compared to socialization in regions with a larger Black population, such as Africa, the Caribbean, and parts of the United States, with participants stating that ancestral Black Nova Scotians have always occupied a minority status in Nova Scotia. Quote, "There is a distinct difference between people of African descent and us as African Nova Scotians. Now, certainly we see more around than we did in the past, but I think there is a distinct difference," end quote. And then another participant continues, quote, "We've always been a minority. That's not the experience of an African community that's come here from other parts of the diaspora. When you're from a country where everybody is Black, you're not going to think about the impact of not seeing it until you're thrown into it and it's a massive culture shock," end quote. Conversely, some participants described their own experience of culture shock when immersed in predominantly Black societies. For example, visiting the Caribbean or regions of the U.S. exposed participants to Black communities where Black representation was visible in the professional sector. Quote, "I had experiences in the Caribbean and seeing how things are different even in the United States with the population versus here. It's just different. Black communities here are quite isolated. It's a different experience. Being a Black Canadian going to the Caribbean is almost like a culture shock in some ways. You've never seen that. To go somewhere like Atlanta or Florida and seeing veterinarians, doctors, bank tellers, and hotel managers that are Black, it's a totally different experience," end quote. And the third theme, navigating social constructs. And also I just wanted to jump out and say how this presentation really ties in nicely with the keynotes from last night. So Dr. Clark, as well as this morning from Dr. Cooper, and also moments ago Dr. Hamilton. So just tying in all of these elements nicely into it. Navigating social constructs. Navigating social constructs is a sub-theme that encompasses the experiences and perceptions of social phenomena ranging from controlling. Can you hear me still? No. Hello? Can you hear me? No. images and archetypes to wider diasporic concerns. For example, the adoption of a collective Black identity meant participants empathized and internalized global Black trauma and discrimination on a personal level. The constant processing of global Black trauma combined with recurring microaggressions were not regarded as innocent occurrences with minimal injury. Rather, these were extremely distressing events resulting in heightened feelings of anxiety and distress. Quote, "I do everything I can, but the little snarky remarks, it weighs on a person. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how strong-willed you are. If you have water that's trickling over a rock, soon enough it's going to erode. I was moments away from a nervous breakdown. I had to go to a psychologist. I don't think it's fair, and it's not right." End quote. Two controlling racial images discussed by several participants include the angry Black woman and the strong Black woman. The angry Black woman perpetuates the image of an aggressive, intimidating, and disagreeable Black woman who is often loud and condescending. Several participants reported hyper-awareness of being labeled as an angry Black woman. This led to excessive behaviors to avoid being perceived as too aggressive, too loud, or too disagreeable, demonstrating the controlling mechanism of this construct. Quote, "I still experience that. Not as much, but I have experienced that in my current job where I've been profiled. You know, don't ever show anger as a Black woman. You should be smiling. Let's see your teeth, and everything is good. You could be going through so much pain, so much turmoil, but just be happy. Because if you're not happy, then you're an angry Black woman, and that's something that intimidates folks. Then they're going to start treating you differently." End quote. The second image is the strong Black woman, with which multiple participants identified as sharing the perspective on the benefits as well as the drawbacks of this label. Through presenting an image of unwavering strength, never complaining, prioritizing the comfort of others above themselves, assuming the role of caretaker for the community, many participants embodied this construct. For example, not rocking the boat was a survival mechanism to avoid disturbing the comfort of others. This presented as trying not to take things personally and intentionally ignoring racism and microaggressions. And in the interest of time, I'm going to just flip quickly to the third section. I'll leave out my table of findings even though it is extremely small. So the theme, an ethic of care, and we'll do that. An ethic of care provides critical insight into the development and the nature of care and a caring philosophy. Early exposure to caregiving by women in the household and the community had a profound influence on the perception and the ultimate practice of leadership. The development of an ethic of care, which provided a foundation upon which approaches to nursing and leadership reform, was grounded in community. The practices of leaning into experience and caring for the self offer insight into how this ethic of care was practiced with oneself and with others. So, first theme, an ethic of care. This theme captures participants' perspectives and approaches to care and caregiving. Many participants witnessed caring in their homes and communities provided by women and their families, including their mothers, grandmothers, and aunts. These caregivers were rarely licensed caregivers. Rather, caregiving was informal and included domestic duties, working as non-licensed clinical care providers. These early experiences of caregiving that focused on basic human needs shaped how participants themselves provided care. Sub-theme 1, caring is in my blood, a generational tradition of care. For many participants, early exposure to person-centered care occurred in the home and the community, and this was modeled by women in the community. Living in multi-generational homes increased exposure to care. Participants witnessed or participated in caring for family members with the assistance of bedpans, incontinence pads, hospital beds, wheelchairs, walkers, medications, and other daily home care activities. Hope, healthcare runs in my family. I had grandparents that lived with me. I was always interested in their medications, the side effects, and why they were taking it. So taking care of people is in my blood. My mother was a care worker, and my grandmother was a nurse's aide. So generationally, it runs in my family. End quote. Participants acknowledged the underrepresentation of nurse role models in their family and community. One participant described having nurse role models in their family and the impact on their own career as majority of participants described the absence of nurse role models in their immediate family. For example, women in the family often worked alongside nurses rather than as licensed nurses. Yet it was understood that the act of caregiving was attached to a practice rather than profession or a title. Quote, everyone around me were caregivers. My grandmother took care of kids in the community, and not only the kids, older people. They'd come and she would give them a meal, end quote. In childhood, participants were introduced to caregiving through play. Toy doctor kits or first aid kits were gifted to some participants as children. These were used to take care of family members and friends and introduce children to the possibilities. Quote, my dad brought me the doctor kit when I was a kid. He would be the patient and I would be the nurse. When he would come off night shift, he'd lay on the couch and he's like, okay, you take care of me, I'm sick. And I go around with my little doctor kit, wrapping his foot and taking his temperature, end quote. While volunteering at local hospitals and care facilities, participants at the local hospitals or care facilities where their mothers worked in non-licensed care roles, exposed participants to health care and had influence on their perspectives and approaches to care. Quote, as a child, I was always taken to insert local care facility to visit my grandmother, who was a care worker there. Then, my mother was a care worker, and my mom always had me doing things like tea and sales. Every year, she had me doing that as a child, selling tickets, working, or talking to elderly patients, end quote. And sub-theme 2, it's my duty to educate, so leaning in and taking a lead. And this will be the final piece that I read, just in the interest of time. So the sub-theme illustrates the overwhelming pressure to educate others. Participants felt conflicted and frustrated with the expectation to be the spokesperson for all Black people. Being the only one meant constant negotiation about when and how to educate others on Black issues, especially when such inquiries required consultation with the broader population. The expectation to educate others on the Black experience was associated with mental fatigue and exhaustion. Participants were conflicted. One participant shared that it was their duty to educate others, while other participants expressed that it should not be their duty to educate others. Yet, they felt compelled to do this work because if they did not do this, then no one else would. So they weighed the factors such as mental and emotional investment. And I will end with this quote. Quote, it depends on the day. You look at if you have the time to invest in a conversation that's going to be difficult. And how do you address it? Do you address it with an employer or with that individual? You have to think through all the ramifications of how that's going to play out. So it's been a learning curve for me because I used to not say something. Then I saw how it was affecting some of my colleagues, and less so for Black colleagues who aren't from Nova Scotia because they didn't really deal with the microaggressions. So they don't always pick up on it. Whereas when you're from here and you've heard it every damn day, you pick up on what people are saying. So I started speaking up and speaking a little bit more, end quote. And so with that, I will end. And I'll just put up this slide just to acknowledge the participants from the study, but then also my doctoral committee and external examiner, as well as funders, and obviously community. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffries. Next we'll have Dr. Thaman.
Hello. Bien, bonjour. Bonjour. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be there. Thank you for the invitation. That's going to be the first time I'm doing this presentation in English, so that's going to be a challenge for me. I'm going to talk about my research, but the research I'm leading in NASCAD. But the best way to do that is better to show you my work, that through my work. It's a little bit complex, so I will ask you to stay with me. So I can be defined as a visual artist. So usually I'm presenting this image to explain how violent that was to forbidden creation, visual creation for our culture. And slave descendants have been, for centuries, blocked. They wasn't allowed to make representation, paint, drawing, and etc. So on a tiny island, you can imagine the place I'm coming from, Guadeloupe, there was even much violence. So why drawing is so important, painting and so on is so important. The first time I went think on Earth, I don't know who that guy was, but it's kind of find a way to place his thought in a continent. And this continent is drawing. Through drawings, we will create writings. Through drawings, we're going to be able to make blueprints, plan, visual stuff, and share it. So let's say that one of the first content of human thinking is drawing. So take that from a culture, take that away from human is extremely violent because this is part of the has a toolkit of intelligence, of cleverness, of our way to understand the world. So coming from a society, the Guadeloupean society, so the Caribbean, I was one of the first generation to go to school, art school, and the very first one. So we were used like doing white things, not black things, that's not black. So do something else. So I'm going to explain why it's important actually to pay attention to what I call infungible narratives. So this is my art-based research, and that begins with my own practice. Let's say that the aim is to decolonize imaginary. So I'm going to make a quick glance on my work. So this is the title of some of my work. So I'm not going to explain why it's written like that right now, but we're going to come on that after. This is an exhibition a few years ago at Maison de la Culture NDG, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce at Montreal. And those are punching bags in ceramics and real one. And that was, oops, I think I went too quick. Here is my ancestor, Virginie Carriot. I'm going to talk a little bit about her in a few minutes. And this is my family tree. So, and actually, this is a way of explaining the violence that we face through generation into the Western system. So, this is another exhibition I made in Montreal also. So the portrait that you're seeing there is my ancestor portrait called Virginie Carriot. And Carriot is the name of its, let me place it that first. This is the first of my lineage that we found coming from Africa. So before there's like a huge blank, nothing. But we did find her. And her name is Virginie Carriot. And Carriot in French means also bear. Okay? So, and usually they gave name according to stories that have been passed on the plantation. So surely she had been fleeing or running away, and she was maybe a part-time Maroon. So, and actually she's showing the finger, but that's for, I'm going to say, to the structure of knowledge, but we're going to talk about that later. So what we call taxonomy, but we're going to talk about that. So, this is a series of work I made around commodification of the black body. And actually, this piece, I found this piece in the front yard of a lady, and I asked her for buying that, and she said, yeah, she said, I'm sharing a culture with you. And I said, no, you're not sharing a culture with me. So I made those, so we could talk about it. So this is another one, and there is a video actually. As a black person, as you can imagine, when you're going to a bank with anything over your head, you may face serious trouble. But like in a chicken suit, everything went nice and lovely. So I went to make my grocery, and the only thing people ask me is, are you paying cash or card? I went to McDonald's and asked for chicken and they gave me a chicken donut. And then I went to the bank. And the thing is that when I came in, I was like really shaking. But the only reaction is, Monsieur, please make the line. And because they cannot see who I am, the color of my skin. And the other woman behind me said, oh, now I'm hungry. This is the face of my daughter, and I'm gonna be quick on that. But the question was, will you, we say in French, having your head in the bag, like you're not saying anything, you caught in the culture of consumerism. So there is a kind of passage. This is my daughter, okay. face also. So we're going to talk about that. This is a thing I did a few years ago around, it was a duo with Géraldine Antioch, a friend of mine, and actually this is a kind of, our thinking of Thomas Mann was one of the world's first guy who created a sound system, a mobile sound system. This guy was Jamaican, and nobody knows about that. So that was like kind of crazy. So actually our speakers, Wi-Fi speakers, maybe lead to that guy. And to that because in the first part of the 20th century, that was kind of difficult to have music activity in some places because that was forbidden for black people. So he created that. So it's a kind of rethinking about legacy of the sound system. And obviously there is a real person into doing the sound system. There was a real sound system into. Her name was Sweet Hour. Okay, so now I'm going to make the first glance at my work. There is now a need to understand what is a culture and to understand what is an fungible narrative. That's kind of complicated word. Actually, a culture is all the distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features that characterize a society or a social group. Let's go a little bit deeper. So this is one of my findings about during my PhD. One of the seeds is given by Foucault. And Foucault said that actually what organizes a culture is what we call an episteme. So an episteme is the fundamental code of culture that govern its language, its perceptual patterns, its exchanges, its techniques, its values, the hierarchy of its practices. So basically, an episteme is an hyperstructure culture. So this is how our culture is working. So, but this is what I made, because I need to name stuff to understand stuff. So you have this image of the culture, so put everything that you want into, it will fit. But how it's working? There is different kind of codes. There is the spontaneous one, so the one that we're using without thinking about it, and actually we not even know they are existing. We're just using them. There is the practical code, actually the one that it allows you to transfer information to another support. And actually there's the script code. The script code is the one, the unbreakable code of the culture. So when you try to erase a culture, there is a button, there is a kind of a rock you hit, and you cannot break that one. And what I'm saying is that usually culture are lazy. They have one code that they spread. But I'm going to explain that. So, a little bit complicated, but that will go. So, what are we doing? Oh, here it is. Okay, let's go on that one. Okay, so in the core of a culture, there is what I call a code script. The code script is the base of a culture, and Foucault and others have usually think about what it is. So you find that in transparency, what you call marquesis and taxonomia. So most of you know what is taxonomia. taxonomy is the vertical organization of knowledge. And so, since I'm Afro-descendant, so the two legacies in contact are the Western legacy and the African legacy. But in that contact, there's something not working. I don't know what are my code. Because they doesn't allow you to dive in. The only way I knew the world was through the Western gaze. So, this is what we call coloniality of knowledge. So, what the Western world will develop is what we call an eco-politics of knowledge. But eco-politics of knowledge is not only, it's going too quickly. Yeah, I started. So, eco-politics of knowledge, actually it's meaning that they use the knowledge outside the body. They are not the only one doing that. Chinese are doing that. A part of African are doing that. A part of Arabic area are doing that. This is not proper to the Western world. But what is proper to the Western world is the way to organize it. So one of the things is the library, for example. The library synthesize all the external knowledge that we're going to put in that space. And the African slave will come with what we call a body politics of knowledge. So this body politics of knowledge, so has, they used to say in Africa, when a whole man is dying, it's a library who's burning. So meaning that the body is the library. Oops, don't go quick this time. Okay, so one of the things that's it's really important into that, let me see if it's working yet, is the pressure over another culture. This is what we call a coloniality of knowledge. So, as you can see, this pressure is huge. And the way to understand your own culture is low. So, let me explain you how, for example, the Western Knowledge Organization is what I call the script code, or intangible one, is around transparency, as we say, taxonomy, and matrices. Matrices is basically mathematization, organization of thinking. And taxonomy, as you know, it's verticality of knowledge. So this one, as you see, you have species, family, etc., order, and so on and so on and so on. This is the way you organize that. So it's a rigid, clear order and vertical knowledge. And the museum is working pretty the same. It's an organization of visual knowledge. For example, modern museum usually have a subject, usually have an era, and usually have a type of work they are looking for. And to explain it out how transparency, the same code are working, transparency and matrices can be seen in art through perspective. Perspective, we use it in painting, things to quattrocento. Painter don't think about what they're doing, but they still. Photography have been built around that. Cinema have been built around this invention of transparency and matrices called perspective. And till today, these inventions have like almost 600 years. Still today, when we're putting our 3D goggles here, we're still into the transparency and matrices, organizing with kind of first plan, second plan, etc. And a kind of, and for sure, the computer using data. So that goes far. So as you see, art responds to its own culture. The thing is that we have been pressured to think that the way the Western world think is art is the way of thinking art. Now I'm going to explain the part of the research I made on Groka. Groka is the only practice allowed on my island. They tried to erase it, but that wasn't possible. So they take the drum from the players, they do it with their mouth. When they try to do that, they flee in the night. So as again, there's this level you cannot go lower. And actually, I don't know if that's working, because it's, no, it's not working. Oops, it's not working. Doesn't matter. So, actually, Groka, this between dancing, music, singing, on my islands, because it's an archipelago, actually, was the only way to transmit knowledge, to have an artistic practice, and actually that was the only one without the master eyes over. And for sure, on a tiny island, the master is breathing on your neck. So, Groka is no organization of knowledge. You can say body politic. It's not working like the taxonomy. It's working like in a horizontal way. So they think that's organized is not taxonomia, but it's transparency and discernibility. Discernibility, what is it? It's the fact that you cannot see clear what happened. That's allowed to blur the limit between what is real and what is not, and save you from being punished. So, but the other thing also is that when it's a circle, so we call that la ronde, the circle of dance, participant, and singer and storyteller. This circle, actually you can find in many body politics, this circle actually is a completely different way of seeing the world. Each time a dancer, a thinker, a storyteller get into the circle, it's allow you to have a kind of 3D image of the society. It's with all your body that you handle the knowledge, not only with your brain. So I went a little bit deeper in that practice to understand what is indiscernibility. And actually, in Groka, there is two big codes. One called locance. It's verbal, gestural dexterity, but you can see it in every black culture in the American continent. It's the dexterity, vocal can be the same in rap, in poetry, in slam, in dancing, breakdance, for example. And the social critique, the care, and the transmission. So that's the locus, meaning you're passing information, but you have to, at the same time, mask this information. For example, till today we're using, even in rap, we're using this kind of same thing. We cut with the beat, but we're saying at 5, we're gonna fight you. So, and then resist. So, coming to that knowledge, I come to understand this is the most important is not what you're doing, is the work, because the materiality of the work is not what is important. It's what behind the work and the artistic work. So now we're going to return to my practice, and now I'm going to be a little bit more related to what is an unfungible narrative. So you will see there's always the question of verbal and gestural dexterity. For me, as a visual artist, it's me technical dexterity. So whatever I'm doing, I have to handle that. And the other thing, Lucas says social critique, and says pass-on, transmission, and care. So this is the family tree. This is my ancestor. So they all have tiny motors and captors. So on the floor, as you can see there, oops, maybe removing my glasses. There is quotation of black activists, and depending on the place you are on, the puncher bags are turning back their face to you, so giving their back. So you kind of having a dance with the artwork, and the other thing is saying that in the violence, you are into that conversation also. So the care is also there, teaching, transmitting. The locus, holding salon, as we say it in French, is tenir salon. The other word is making word. That's the translation in French. C'est faire monde. Mondanity mean lower, but mondanity mean higher in French. So those who's making the word and those who are not making the word. So into that locus, actually, the exhibition I proposed 2 years ago was at Inaugural, and that was actually a discussion around what is the idea of how I try to find the right term. Where lie the violence in the society toward racialized people. So we organize this typical Western salon into a decolonial salon. So, and the public was invited to drink coffee and tea and sugar, with some sugar and sweet. All those are colonial production, still today. So our habit, even the French habit of patisserie, of can be done without sugar, can be done without coffee, can be done without tea, colonial products. So my ancestor is everywhere in the how to say, the furnitures, and also on the wall. So my ancestor is deeply woven into the Western culture. Okay. The last one, actually, the last one I'm going to go quick because I have 5 minutes, is the confessional. The confessional actually is a a space of care for people to make deposits of racial violence. So because the society doesn't propose anything for that, so we live with that or we go to court. But usually we just live with the violence and put it there. So this is a way of taking care of my society, is make testimony. But it's not only for black people, it's also for white people. Then I have access, and people can have access to testimony that we usually don't hear, and with a judgment. For example, there's this guy for vernissage for first day of the show, who told me, "Thank you, monsieur. I was living with something like for 25 years. This is the first time I can talk about it." It's for that. And there is also a space of deposit of those racist objects. This is my daughter in a boat, the Middle Passage. This is the way we see the world upside down and kind of reshaping the map, my imaginary. And the last one is the encryption goes with, like in the rap. So this is my body that I'm made in 3D because of body politics, and everyone can access to different parts of my body. It's not playing. Oh yeah. To different part of my body. It's not playing. What happened?
It's loading.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay. And actually, they can access to different parts of resistance embedded into my body. So it's a 3D experience of whatever the story of black people that's going through me, and make my own personal story. So it doesn't matter, we won't see. And the last one is the title of my work. Actually, I made a research about what affects me and what kind of meaning I can put into. So I created an emotional alphabet. And I'm not calling my work, for example, Little Girl in the Field. I will call it like that, with those kind of signs. And actually, this is the alphabet. Actually, the museum buy a lot of my piece and was kind of caught with that and said, okay, maybe you need to make a translation for me. And I said, no, you're going to use that. So I saw they kind of wrote something, but it's not what I wrote it. So actually, it's the way to resist till the end. So outside my practice, now it's the work on the chair with here and upon a solution to see what kind of narrative, intangible narrative we have in common.
Merci, Dr. Ferrin. No, Gary, I turn to you.
Can everybody hear me if I don't use the microphone?
Can you please use the microphone? You can take it with you. It's just for the people online.
All right, then I'll start out.
I'll start off right here with the clicker. Because I thought when I was coming into this wonderful symposium that I was going to be in a little hostile territory. But I love that as a, seventh generation African Canadian and a spoken word poet, I'm very artist, and I love that many of the presenters said, oh, I started out, I hated history. I didn't even like it. And as an artist, my whole goal was to come and plead that if our whole goal is to help the youth, we need to include art in our history. And how wonderful was it that Dr. Wanda Thomas Bernard said that paintings prove the invisible history, that when we commission this artwork, it brings what we cannot find to bear, and how Dr. Afua Cooper started with a song and then even commissioned an artist to do a drawing of someone that she was researching. How Dr. Sylvia Hamilton said art is an act of rescue for things that we need. And even George Eliot Clark saying that historians, you are constantly dealing with the towers of denial and tsunamis of erasure. And I thought, well, the only way to get through that is definitely using art, because we have a lot in common, artists and historians. And before I get to my project, since we had such a wonderful conversation about identity the other day, the first thing I'm going to talk about is myself, because I tell the story as like, I didn't know I was black until I was 30. I had no idea. Raised in Woodstock, New Brunswick, a rural town, I didn't know what identity or culture was. Thankfully, and I love that, Dr. Bernard mentioned a multi-generational family and home and how fun that is. That's where I was raised. Everyone's birthday, my cousin's birthday, that was my birthday. My uncle's birthday, that was my birthday. Like, we just hung out and enjoyed each other so much, but we never really discussed talking about blackness. And so it wasn't until I was in the school system that I started realizing that my birthday, February 9th, the pressure that the good brother mentioned, that, so how do you celebrate blackness? How do you bring that out? How can you prove to me that you are a black New Brunswicker? And it caused a lot of anxiety and depression in me. And it, throughout the years, put me in a place where I said I had enough. I need to create something, a pathway to find this identity, this culture. I don't know what it is. I know it's not American. And so I did, as I always do when I'm lost and scared and have nowhere to do, I asked Mom. I said, Mom, what's black New Brunswick history? And she handed me a book, The Blacks of New Brunswick, the only history book for black New Brunswick specifically. And reading it, I was amazed at the wealth of history that was specific to this region. I had no idea what I was connected to. And so when I looked at the book, it was actually almost 50 years out of print. So I opened up the front page, saw it was produced by St. Thomas University, and immediately sent an email to just whatever the @stu was. Got an email back to say, like, if you're interested in republishing this, let's do that. And so we did. The old cover, you can't see, is an emancipated, black face over the whole, the shape of the province of New Brunswick. Really disgusting. It's not very an attractive cover. We got St. Thomas University to hire a black graphic designer and a black local historian to put actual pictures of black New Brunswickers from history on the cover of the Blacks of New Brunswick and to design it. And anyone who purchased the book in that February when it was launched went to a bursary for black students at St. Thomas University. So this was really my initial, deep dive into, okay, history, identity. I felt good. This is great. Next February came, I was still depressed. I still didn't know what it meant to be not even a Canadian, not even a black Canadian, a black male Canadian. This talk of identity, what do we let go of? What do we hold on to? Where do we set our internal boundaries? I was struggling, and so I asked there was a professor at UMB, Dr. Funke Aladejumbe, and as you all know, as black professors, you're just going to get, I was in the sport and rec program, I literally just walked in her office and said, hey, I'm dealing with some troubles, can you point me to some studies, some researchers, papers, do you have anything on Black Canadian masculinity and identity? And I just got this email with like 20 hits, constantly going, Ronaldo, Wilcott, everything, and it's like, okay. I read that, felt empowered, and said, the first thing I gotta do is I gotta protect my family. I have to protect my family. So, as a writer and a poet, I then self-published my memoir, Social Oblivion, Raised Black in Canada, which is the story of my family from Woodstock and myself, and how my grandmother, who taught in segregated schools in Nova Scotia in the 1940s, brought that sense of individualized education to all the kids. As a child growing up with ADHD and dyslexia, my grandma curated a curriculum that looked a lot like I Spy books and games of Scrabble and word searches so that I could work better with finding the words on the page. It wasn't until I went into the actual curriculum that what they taught me didn't land. It was so weird. I had such a perfectly curated education that I loved to learn, except when I was in school. So I published that book myself to get out my story and say, I got it. I was saved. One of the books, Funke, Dr. Jumbe, now in Toronto, got me to read was, I think it was called You Must Be a Basketball Player. It was by a professor here at, yes. That book shook me to my core, because it was like, oh, hey, here's another individual dealing with this problem, but it was a thing on, I can't escape it. What's worse than, this isn't just my issue, it's that even if you become a professor at a university at the highest levels of intellectual, you can be reduced to a stereotype as just a basketball player on campus just because you're a tall black man. And I'm like, oh my, well, how do I create something that helps that narrative? Talk about tsunamis of erasure. Talk about barricades of denial. Like, what can I as an artist do to create something that confronts that stays above the waterline of that? And I was introduced to Kara Walker's Sugar Sphinx project. Now, if you're not familiar with this project, you should Google it. It is about a 30-foot tall sphinx made out of sugar in a warehouse, surrounded by little children made out of molasses that was melting in this warehouse as a discussion on the sugar plantation and slavery in the Caribbeans. It made me realize as an artist that my creative imagination had to go through reps, had to build. That what I could dream, I could do, itself had to dream to do something even better. And I said, so what is my Sugar Sphinx? That was now my benchmark. I'm just merely a poet. How big of a book do I make a 20-foot book to say this is Black history? And so I said, okay, first thing I need to start is getting funding. And I approached the Canada Council for the Arts saying, okay, there was a historian who said there's no such thing as slavery in New Brunswick. I was fired up. I said, okay, you can't erase all the history in New Brunswick, so I'm going to go to the provincial archives. If we got historians actually coming out here saying this stuff, clearly they haven't visited the place where this is actually put in. So I went there with my first grant from the Canada Council, and I was just going to do provincial historical documents, poetry set beside it. So the documents place you in history, and the poetry places you in the emotion. And I said, okay, then people will read that book and go. While looking through the dusty cartons of the provincial archives, I mean, God bless you all, you like to do that. That's not something I ever want to have to experience, which is why I brought someone else on the team to do it. I realized that the things that the archives captures is, like, why are these black people dancing with white people at these places? Why, like, it was incarceration notes. It was every time we stepped out of line is when we were recorded, basically. There was nothing of the daily rituals, the daily history, the meals, the food. I heard of these great stories in St. John where families would rent out the boat and go up the Woolastock, colonized known as St. John River, and party with the black band, brass band, all night long. Like, where was this to be shown? It was crazy, the amount of stuff that, even in the place that's supposed to preserve and take care of all of our history, there was such a gap. So I said, okay, let's go to the families. I need to go straight to the source, and hence this project got started. I wrote a second grant to go to 15 Black New Brunswick generational families who trace their histories back to the 1800s. And once that grant, it was like $56,000, concept to realization. I'm actually, as a writer, pretty decent at grant writing. A little something some of my professors are like, okay, that's cool. So that grant came in. That allowed me to build a team of people to go to 15 generational families. And then it's, well, what do we do when we're there? Once we have this team. All right, so I hire Dr. Mary McCarthy, who, has done wonderful research and is known well and wide, and who I just call Mom, to go through the archives and actually interview the families. I hired my good friend, Jeannie Rediker, who's worked decades at a bank, to handle the money. When Canada Council drops tens of thousands of dollars in your bank account, as an independent artist, the first thing you do is go, woo, woo! And then you're like, okay, how do I budget this? So I just left that to my friend. The second thing is, since the pictures of all of these individuals were erased, if I'm going to families for interviews and documents, I want to actually capture the families when I'm there. I don't want to leave out the people I'm interviewing from the process. So I hired my good friend, the greatest photographer in all of Canada, Mr. Gary Weeks, to do that. And it turned into a multidisciplinary book, weaving together historical documents, poignant poetry, compelling photographs celebrating Brunswick's vibrant Black community. It encapsulates our vision to create a tribute to the past, a reflection of the present, and an inspiration for future generations. We call it a jambalaya. We literally have everything in this project. It is both a book published by Goose Lane Editions, which is every family they wrote an essay, they were interviewed questions, we showed up on the day to do photos, I scanned documents at their house, like we got an archival's quality scanner that was part of the $56,000, so you'll find me in like mobile homes, you will find me by beaches, you will find me in long-term care facilities next to the toilet, scanning the documents that these family members felt safe and comfortable to give to me, because I said, once we put them here, we're not taking them out of your care. And then poetry of what I thought in the moment as I was doing this, because again, I started from a place of I don't know what Blackness was, into a project like this. I was 20 miles deep into the culture, and the only way I knew how to navigate and capture it was through the artwork. Now we're going to jump through Dr. Mary McCarthy's elder archivists, historians part of this, because usually we're 3 people. We were invited to Montreal to do this, and we have a whole song and dance. We keep tossing this mic around. But I will take the place today as Dr. Mary McCarthy, terribly, and I'm sure she's blowing up my phone right now watching this on the street, saying, you forgot this date, this year, and I'm like, poet, Mom, poet, you're the historian. So, there are over 30 generational Black families in New Brunswick. My mother reached out to every single one of them and asked them, do you have time for this project? She laid out transparency was number one thing. We have a rule, number one rule, 3 of them. The first one is don't disrespect the families. That goes through everything. A lot of people, when they come to our culture, everyone gets turned into a subject. They get numberized. It gets treated like an interrogation and not a conversation. That was never going to happen. I don't have these strict publishing restrictions a lot of you have. Art, I get to be flexible. I get to set my own rules, and what happens on the other side is a true reflection of my expression and sense of urgency for this project. So I don't need to have that steel criteria and metric and methodology. I can really do something that works for the families, which then works for us, the artists. And as artists, we're super flexible. When things fall apart, we build more bridges. Nothing ever fails for us. We're kind of fun that way. So 15 families chose to be a part of the project. Their names are in orange right there. This meant that 15 homes invited Gary and myself into me to scan documents, him to take photos, all across New Brunswick. One family, Halfpennies, Amherst, Nova Scotia. Their documents were there originally in New Brunswick, around Fredericton, and they migrated a little east. So we do have one family that started in New Brunswick, went to Nova Scotia. So I'm sure that'll be wonderful when this book comes out, all the people that'll talk about that. First family, Elizabeth Cook. Everyone from the 15 families, methodology. Every time we talk about this, people are like, you have to get your methodology locked in. We got a representative of the family who can organize family events. That's the person we interviewed. Through 15 people, we had access to 174. So, this was the family representative for this family. Mom talked to her on the phone. One of their ancestors was Lila Halfpenny, first Black maritime-born person to graduate from a maritime post-secondary institution. And those are part of a project Mom helped the UMB Art Center do, where we have banners fly all throughout February of actual Black community leaders and change makers that she got done. So a lot of those, their families are still here, something you'll hear me say a lot. Our questions we were asked: can you tell us about your earliest known ancestor? What was their name? These were all done through Zoom calls. Are there any notable influential figures in your family's history? How did they impact your family or the broader community? This is my favorite question that we asked, because it was the superhero question. We find that often when other cultures look at Blackness, they go to the Olympians, they go to the veterans, and there's nothing against the veterans or the Olympians or the people who are the first and the greatest. But if you ask someone from that family who inspired you, it was the aunt that taught them to drive, the uncle that helped them cook, the grandfather that did their hair. It is always their closest connection to them. And because they talk about the person who's closest connection, because they get to set the criteria of what's most valuable to them, they tell the best stories. So we have so much rich material on the other end of this to pull through as we create the book. What significant events or experiences helped shape your family? Apparently Malcolm X's kids were at Lily Lake in the 60s, and we just hear of I didn't know New Brunswick. I'm not going to go on tangents. Graham and I have the same affliction where we're just okay, but did you know that Georgina Wetzel, one of the richest Black women in North America, was actually best friends with Frederick Douglass's wife and brought him up to St. John, and they built, in the St. John Black community, built Frederick Douglass a walking cane, and that's archived. We have always been a part of the North American abolitionist conversation. Always, always, always. They came up here, we went down there. Those barriers were not erected by us. We didn't draw the maps on those boundaries. We've always been one family. Okay, I'm going to keep going. So, with this, I'm going to pass it on to what I think is the real gem of this project, and that is the photos on the day of 15 families who were told they were going to have their pictures taken. And I'll hand it over to my good friend and wonderful photographer, Gary Weeks.
Thank you very much. So, as we continue, Tanway, thank you very much. Thank you all, presenters, speakers, the panelists, the keynote speakers, and everybody who's invited us here. My history is different to Tanway's. Tanway's is 7th generation New Brunswick Black. I was born in London, England. Lived there till I was 14 years old. My parents were from Barbados. And so my start is very different. I knew my identity. I knew I was a Bajan. At home, all my family were around me. All my family were part of our everyday existence. At 14, we emigrated. My father's family were in America, in New York City. So then I spent another 10 years in New York, growing up with my American family. So when we start to talk about where we are situated, I'm situated both in the UK and in the US of A. But I went back to England, met a Canadian, and then we brought our kids here to Canada, and that's where we are now. I'm in Fredericton, love Fredericton, so I see the world slightly differently. And as a photographer, I have to sort of walk quietly through the world, because my work involves many different types of people, many different types of spaces, many different types of economic status. And I enjoy walking that walk quite successfully. So this project was very different. My project as an artist, my practice, involves a very different type of picture. But I always like the fact that when we get to talk about families, we see families as they really are. So our first family that we visited was the Half-Kenny family here in Amherst. We start off with a group portrait. This is after me having conversations with the lead of the family, the designated lead. And that lead family member would then pick a date where she would be able, or he would be able to get the whole family together in a place at a time. And sometimes I was always under the imaginations that we would be there all day, like they do in those documentaries, that you can sit with a family, live with them, and learn about them. But we put strict rules for ourselves that we would only spend 2 to 3 hours out of these families' lives. And it would give them time to come there, join, and then we would move on. The first shot that we did was group portrait. So we walk into a space and then we'll gather everybody together. Everybody who was there, no matter if they were just there on their lunch break or they were there intentionally to spend the whole day with us, we would get them together. We would walk around the family property and find things or find places for them to pose. This is great because we got the little kids, we ran straight to the top of the structure. This structure's been in the family for years and years. And probably not as used as much as it used to, but still, it was a great opportunity for us to start the project off. We then went on to individual portraits. So everybody who was there, we would find a spot, and half the challenge is finding the right spot with the right lighting. And then we would invite the members through, one at a time. So the group portrait is a very different skill. You're there directing traffic, so to speak. You're there with whistles, megaphones sometimes, whatever you can do, just to get them to look at you all at the same time, all at once. This becomes a bit more intimate, where the portraits are very quiet. And although there's family members playing in the background, that moment between me and my sister is a very personal one. We have the kids, and the whole idea is to get the kids as they are. One of the rules that I made for myself was that we didn't want to have that stereotypical group shot where it was in sort of like a studio environment, and so that everybody showed up with the same outfits, the same color scheme. We wanted them to just show up as they were on that particular day. With no artifice, no difference to their day-to-day living. These are the older members of the family, Half-Kenny. This was Elizabeth and her 2 daughters. And just finding those moments, we found it to be exceptional, but breathtaking for our very first day of photography. Then we move on to documentary-style pictures. Because we wanted to cover this entirely in the 2 to 3 hours that we were given, while time away scanning historical documents and family photographs, I'm just finding images around their property. And their property is a fantastic one. They're looking at some old documents here that they've collected. Every family seems to have one family historian that we can talk to, and that has all the bits of paper and all the photographs. We've got 2 brothers, although they don't hang out as much as they would like. There was moments there where one brother showing the other brother something on their phone. I'll never know what it was, but probably showed them these pictures. We'll get it back. These are family members, people who have married into the family, with her grandkids and grandnieces, and we're finding that these families are made up of all the different colors of the rainbow. We tend to start thinking that when we have a black family in New Brunswick, it's just black throughout. But as we started to do this project, we started to see that there are differences within those families, and the bottom line is that they're all family. Excuse my voice. They're photographing those moments. Bursts out crying, aunt picks up her niece and consoles her niece, while her brothers and sisters are still playing in the background. It's just everyday family living that we wanted to show and highlight. So, when we're starting to take these pictures, Tanway and myself, before we show you more images, we would walk away or drive away from these houses and just be blown away by how accepting they were of us. We were just blown away at how giving they were of themselves to us. We were blown away with just the amount of information that we were able to get in a very short period of time. And that was partly because of our personalities, our non-threatening demeanors, I guess. The way we are skilled at doing what we both do, Tanway, rounding people up, me getting people to calm down. And as a photographer, that's part of the skill. As a photographer in this instance, it's very different to the practice that I usually employ of just creating work whatever I want. This is an idea where you try to incorporate the work that can be given as a token back to the families. This is in New Brunswick, in St. John. And this is a family of 2 sisters, 2 brothers, who've been living on this land for 27 years now. The sisters have returned, they're both widows, and they joined their brothers on this plot of land, and they just recently, one brother, just got water and electricity. This is what we call the grumpy guy, but he was a fantastic person to photograph. This was another family on the Kingston Peninsula. This is a family, again, very back to basics. During the summer months, the kids can walk around the property without any shoes on, and they just love it. They live off the land, they forage. I was there being given bits of flour to eat by the end of the story. This is her just enjoying a moment. And just these little moments of the mother's hand and the daughter in the front room / kitchen. So as we start to move through this project, each family gives us a different feeling, but also a similar feeling of family. The sort of feelings that I had as a kid growing up, when I would go to family functions and I would see my older cousins, and my older cousins would be running around looking cool, whereas my younger cousins would be annoyances, follow me around. And so every family, we had this feeling. The elders of the family, they would normally do the cooking, but now are just sitting watching the events unfold in front of us. And that's why we were able to compile such a wonderful amount of information. Now, I will turn you back to Tanway.
Thank you, Garrett. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? Oh, I had so much planned. I was going to read poetry, there was a song, there was a dance, all that. Okay, so with 5 minutes, we are just going to talk about the celebration and the education. The exhibition is the celebration. We have over 50 gigabytes of visual data. We have 20 poems, 5 historical, 15, one from every family, that is going to be carved into maple, New Brunswick wood, stained and put up on the walls, while the Beaverbrook Art Gallery, do you remember the name of the area we're in?
We're in the orientation Gallery.
In the Orientation Gallery, right across from the Legislative Building. This means that not a single person can ever go to this legacy organization without walking through Black New Brunswick history. We said we wanted to be a hub, that you were going to be embraced by hundreds of photos on the walls, and 174 people had their portraits. What we are going to do with that is we have these individual portraits, I don't know why Gary's not talking about this, turned onto mirrored silver in like the shape of about a piece of paper, linked together, put up to the ceiling. It's 8 feet tall. We are making an obelisk not only of the work we've put in this project, but of a tower of just visual identity for the Blackness in New Brunswick. As soon as you walk in, you are going to have to be confronted with this tower of Black family faces that, you know, will be there. Now, 174 portraits. 4 people in this project, since we've done it, have passed, unfortunately. It is terrible. What we are doing with the people that pass before this goes out is their portraits will be printed out in mirrored gold. Now, we have got our second Canada Council grant, which is, and I love memorizing this, $59,840. So we have the biggest budget we've ever had to print whatever we want. We can make this as big as, we have the biggest stage. We have the oldest independent publisher in Canada, Goose Lane, doing the book. In this book, so many families do this project. As a poet, it is kind of my hidden, secret, evil, villain agenda for about 2 years, I want the word still here to refer to this project. I love capturing a word. I want whatever, because every person has done this art project and used this word. But for a little bit, I want you to think of New Brunswick, because how am I going to fight against towers of denial and tsunamis of erasure if this project doesn't travel across all of Canada? So the book is a 10 by 10 hardcover coffee table book, full color, and it's going to be huge. It's going to be $45. I heard someone say yesterday, only $45. So purchase it up. I'm taking that. And it's going to showcase the poems, the essays from all of the family representatives will be turned into quotes and interspersed throughout all of the pictures. Even the book itself will be curated page by page. The call to answer for that is we have Dr. Sylvia Hamilton and Dr. Imani Whitfield for the preface and foreword for this book. George Elliott Clark helped constantly push and prod me on the poetry, which was a wonderful experience because he uses words like bamboozled, and I'm like, I'm trying to make this accessible to like everybody. I don't know if we're going to be using words from the 1700s, and but now I say boogie all the time. It was just one hangout with George Elliott Clark. So if you would like to help out with the book, of course, purchase it. We need endorsements. This November, we're going to be sending out emails for endorsements for the book, and we would love critical reviews. The exhibition, August 1st, 2026, that whole weekend, Emancipation Day, we're doing it up big. That Saturday, 2 to 4, we're going to be doing our speeches and showing the exhibition. We have CBC to live stream the whole day and to do interviews and to give as much press to this project as we want. After 4 o'clock, we are going outside to take one of the largest gatherings of Black New Brunswickers for a photo, for one last photo of everyone, where we're putting Gary up in a fire truck or whatever. So right in front of the Beaverbrook Art Gallery, we're going to have that. So please join for that. And then we're going to do something that none of our stakeholders are happy about. All the families get their photos. Every single photo we've taken from every single family, they get them back. So they relive in each of their homes as separate exhibitions that the families can have a part of. And then later that night, we're bringing in a Black theater play from Windsor, which we got funded, don't ask me how this funding's from, called The Price of Freedom. We are doing everything we can to make this event one of the largest art events in New Brunswick, because too many people say Black New Brunswickers don't exist. Too many people, when they write the history books of Black Canadians, we get skipped over. So I have to throw the biggest, baddest party that anyone's ever seen next year, and I will do that because people keep giving me money. And I would just love all of you to be there and just enjoy this journey with us, because honestly, as Black New Brunswickers, we're still here and we're doing the work to preserve our legacy. Thank you very much.
How we're socialized in terms of Black African Nova Scotians, and really looking at historical situationists and her theories of Black feminist thought to look through this examination of this work. Then we had Dr. Fernand, visual artist, who talked to us about really looking at how art, drawing, writing, blueprint, plans, and sharing, really looking at infungible narratives and the legacy of that, and really trying to understand the culture and understand infugible narratives. He started off with the culture of estime and looking at the different codes, spontaneous, which really was the unconscious, looking at the practical, which was the application, the script, which was the infungible and the core basis of culture, and then really looking at colonial knowledge and the ways that we organize knowledge. And then the body is a library. I love that quote that you said, the body is a library. I really love that. Thank you for that. And then, not but less least, we had a wonderful presentation about the history of Black people in New Brunswick and looking at that through photography and what that looks like and the modes of photography and how that's represented. So I'm looking forward to questions. We only have time for 2, maybe a third. So if there's any questions, please. Yes.
Hi, panel. I really enjoyed all your presentation. Keisha, it was really nice to see your work on building, or in the same line, kind of what Hurricane has done in terms of
thank you for those kind words. I find it great to be amongst everybody. So much talent in the room, and so much talent on this panel. And it's heartening for me as a photographer, as an immigrant, because when I lived in America, we never talked about Canada. And Canada was just there, but no one ever visited Canada. And the only people that came from Canada were movie stars at that time. So it's nice to know that there's a thriving Canadian body of work and body politic and intellectual art. So thank you all. So thank you.
All right, let's steal some extra minutes here. Thank you very much, Dr. Fuller Cooper. Right here? Okay, yeah. We need to use art. As artists, we need historians because we need to have something to draw from, and historians, you need to use art. When David Woods gets into the Textile Museum of Canada, bringing Black Nova Scotia women's quilts there, that is a huge thing. What do you think that does for all the historians who've been researching quilting and the hidden codes, the importance of that through the Underground Railroad? What is a full rep for a historian? It is you get to have your stuff published online, and then who reads the published stuff? A full rep for an artist is we have a show with the general public coming in and engaging with us. The only reason this project was funded is because I was citing the work of historians as nationally relevant to the Canadian historical narrative. And from that, then, off of my work, from the Still Here initiative, historians can take that into schools and talk about it and say, look at this project, the stuff you can do. I really think since the whole point of this Hidden History Symposium is how we can take this to the kids and the children, we have to incorporate more local artists from each of our communities with the history projects, because nobody does exhibitions like artists where we have to be front-facing. To be an artist is to share with the general public. We're all born with that courage when we set into this. So I just wanted to get that out of the way.
All right, thank you everyone. We're going to have a short break for about maybe 10 minutes, and then we'll resume back. Thank you so much. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
that vein, we're going to hear from Russell Gross, the Executive Director of the Black Cultural Center. Once again, a speaker who needs no introduction, but I will give him one. Okay, and I had the privilege of working, among others, with Russell when we were organizing the historic USS Slavery Conference in 2023 that was held here, and it was extremely successful. And so Russell played a central role. Russell is a native of the historic Black Nova Scotian community, which is a multi-generation community of Cherrybrook. He believes in the importance of serving the community, and basically of the history is a creative collective project. Russell's leadership has elevated the Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia beyond the borders of Nova Scotia, as well as the promotion of Nova Scotia's extensive history as a member of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. His leadership and innovation has led to significant growth, and also he has used the new media technologies that have emerged, okay, in order to promote the Black Nova Scotian experience as part and parcel of correcting this history of erasure that we've spoken about, right? He told me not to belabor the point. He's going to spend some time talking about future plans of the Black Cultural Center. So it's my pleasure to invite Russell Gross to take the floor.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to be here and to join you and present. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that, the folks that are in this room that make it part of their life to share, chronicle, record, and research history is what makes my job easy. The Black Cultural Center as a place of reference, as a place of gathering, a place of telling the narrative of the Black experience in Canada, that can't happen without the people like you that are in this room. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for that. I want to share a little bit with you a little bit about the history of the Black Cultural Center and how it got started, what the trajectory is on where we're going today. The center recently celebrated 40 years of operations, and just wanted to reflect a little bit on that and to talk about where we're going and our exciting plans that we have to expand the center and to continue the great work, not only here in Nova Scotia, but across Canada. As mentioned, I'm honored to be here today as the Executive Director of the Black Cultural Center and a longtime employee. It's an institution that over the last 40 years has been at the heart of Black culture and heritage, education, and empowering people to share their stories and their history. To understand why Black history and why the Black Cultural Center in particular exists as Canada's first museum dedicated to Black culture and heritage, we have to begin with our history as a people here in Nova Scotia. As many of you are aware, Nova Scotia can be seen as the birthplace of Black culture and heritage in Canada. Basically, the origin point of our history, of our presence in this country. In fact, our presence in these shores of Nova Scotia predate Canada's Confederation. The province is home to more than 52 historic communities, many tracing their origins to the 17th and 18th centuries. When we look into the presence of Matthew da Costa, a free African interpreter who arrived with the French as an explorer with the French explorers in 1605, that might not be the beginning of our story, but that's a good marker. Then came the Black Loyalists, refugees of the American Revolution, of course, who were promised freedom and land for their alignment with the British. Many settled in Birchtown, and of course we all know that Birchtown was the largest free Black settlement in North America for a period of time. We remember the Jamaican Maroons and their incredible contribution on our shores here, and their lasting legacy that still stays here. Then we think of the Black refugees of the War of 1812 and their settlements in this province and their incredible contributions they made. And then, of course, the later arrivals from the Caribbean and who migrated to become skilled labor, and some of the amazing forces that we've had in our Cape Breton, coal and steel industries in the early 1900s. Despite racial discrimination and segregation and exclusion, these communities stood tall. They created churches, schools, and a presence in our community, and very, it was a very notable thing that a lot of great organizations that are established in our country to promote our history, to share our history, have roots in Nova Scotia. The history of Black people is not just Black history, and it's not Nova Scotia history, it's Canada's history, and I think it's us working hard each and every day to make that happen. In the 1970s, a visionary leader by the name of Reverend Dr. William Curley Oliver saw that much of the history was being lost. And together with the founding members of the Black Cultural Center, he imagined the idea of creating a Black Cultural Center. And it all started with an organization known as the Black Cultural Society. And that was formed in 1977. What is unique about that is that it was formed as an act of provincial legislation. So not only were they able to convince the community, but they were able to convince the government of the day of the importance of Black history. And it was in 1983 that the community leadership opened the doors of the Black Cultural Center. And when the center first opened, it was the first museum of its kind in our country and the largest. And I'm glad to say that today, it may still be the largest right now, but we're not alone anymore. And it's great to see that there are other sites that are around our country that tell our history and tell our story and give voice to our narrative. Let's take a look at a quick film here, a video clip that is from 1989, and it's from the Black Cultural Center's 6th anniversary, and it has Reverend Dr. Oliver explaining what his vision of the Black Cultural Center was.
We reached a place where we felt that there was something deeper. There was a psychological need that had to be met. People need to be helped to have a healthy self-concept. In other words, just to put simple words, you have to like yourself. We found that people were embarrassed and ashamed of themselves. And the only way we could get at this would be to have an establishment where you could see that you were somebody, that your forebears had made a contribution, that you were an indigenous group who had contributed to the development and the enrichment of this country. And so, the Black Cultural Center, since 1972, as the minister has said, it was 6 years ago, the sod turned and the center started.
And so as you can see from that clip, the passion that was there about righting the wrong of sharing Black history and creating a remarkable self-worth within the community. While I continue to talk here, there's a bit of a slideshow of some of the pictures of the last 40 years of the Cultural Center, some highlights, and you can take a look at those as I continue on. When the center began, it was very modest in means. There were times where the walls were blank, and many of you that are in this room might have been present when the center opened, and there was nothing adorning the walls. For many people in the Black community, sharing history was an obscure thing, something that was very private. We think of the fact that in many African Nova Scotian homes, people kept history Bibles that would have had their family genealogy and information about it. They might have shared it within their families, but it wasn't something they wanted to share public. And that was something that an organization like the Black Cultural Center had to overcome. Overcoming that idea that we shouldn't be ashamed of our history, that we have to be able to share our history. But for most Black Canadians, history was marginalized to the fact that we thought of one thing. We thought of the fact of being enslaved people, and that kind of defined our narrative and sharing the history. So the Black Cultural Center worked hard with the community and leaders within the community to try to find ways to be able to share those narratives, to share those stories. When we looked at the history in our communities, we look at the fact that being able to share these stories is actually giving our community a remarkable presence, a remarkable understanding. Over the years, the Black Cultural Center has grown into a trusted and influential organization, And during the course of this symposium, we heard from icons in our community who have had the task of researching and sharing our history and bringing it to new levels, and that's remarkable. And it's through this type of work and the effort of the community that our narrative now has a presence of being shared and recognized. Quite frankly, our community is now being seen. The Center has had a profound impact on the understanding of our history and the role it's played in exposing and sharing some key narratives. We have broadened our awareness of the Black presence. We have worked with community leaders and researchers to do things over the past 4 decades that have exposed remarkable parts of our history. I think of the Black Loyalist presence in Nova Scotia and Birchtown, a remarkable story of resilience, and the fact that in the early days of the Black Cultural Center, some of the key research was done there that led to some of the archaeological digs that allowed us to learn more. We think about the Spirit of Africville and the partnership that happened between the Africville Genealogy Society and Mount St. Vincent University in creating that remarkable exhibit in 1985 that really gave the public a glimpse of the community that existed no more. We think of the history of the No. 2 Construction Battalion, the all-Black battalion in the First World War that fought for a country that denied them equality. The fact that that story was a hidden story and now it is well known. The legacy of able seaman and Victoria Cross recipient William Hall, another example of things that we can be proud of when we look at our history and we look at the contributions that we made to society. The Colored Hockey League, and so much more. There's plenty of examples to talk about that. And even the fact that our history still continues to evolve. This past summer, in August, along with Dr. Afua Cooper and Pier 21, there was a remarkable exhibition that the Black Cultural Center was a part of on slavery in Canada. And the fact that that exhibit exists now and that story is being told is remarkable, because through the doors of the Black Cultural Center, we see tens of thousands of people that go through there each summer. Everybody has this notion that slavery was something that happened south of the border, that it didn't happen on our shores. And this exhibit creates that evidence and that proof that existed. The Black Cultural Center has grown to be more than a museum. I see us as a witness, a guardian, a storyteller, and a motivation for change for the community. Having a greater understanding of our history has allowed the Black Cultural Center to become a beacon of understanding for the greater community and for those that want to learn a little bit more about themselves. Today, the Black Cultural Center is known as a cultural anchor in Canada, a national voice on Black culture and heritage, and a resource for governments, schools, communities, and people across Canada that just want to get a deeper understanding of our history. We host educational tours, as I mentioned, and school programs, workshops and lectures, cultural festivals and musical performances, art exhibitions, and increasingly we're becoming a place that helps create social change through advocacy. And that's so important because it's giving community a real voice. When we as a people, especially our youth, are able to look at our history and see ourselves reflected in it and see our stories celebrated, our history is no longer silenced. Now, as we celebrate over 4 decades of history at the Black Cultural Center, we're embarking on what I would say is the most ambitious project in the history of our center. And that is, we're proud to launch the fact that we're going to be expanding the Black Cultural Center. And we're going to transform what we do, not only here on the shores of Nova Scotia, but across Canada. We're going to be doubling the size of our facility to be able to tell more stories. We're going to be creating a dedicated space for artifact and collection storage that will be second to none. We're going to be sharing history, most importantly, in our own voice. We had a conference this year called History in Our Own Voice, and we had individuals from the Black Canadian Museum community and the Indigenous Museum communities talking about how we can share our narratives in our own voice and how important that is. How important it is when you walk into a place like the Black Cultural Center and you read the history, and that history and those displays and exhibitions that are there is told from our own voice. that it doesn't say blacks were, it says we were. And the fact that that gives power to the community and it gives power to our story and our narrative. It makes it that it isn't like history in a book. It becomes history that's personal to us. It gives it an identity, a purpose, and brings it to life. And that's what's so important, is that our history is a living history. And the Black Cultural Center helps exemplify that. The other thing that we're going to be doing with the new expansion is, of course, adding a performing arts theater to be able to celebrate arts and culture in our community, and of course an expanded community gathering space, as we've always been a little bit of a hub in the community of people gathering. We want to make the center continue to be not just a museum, not just a cultural center, but a national resource and a space that's belonging to the community that becomes a launchpad of opportunity of sharing our history. I'm going to show you a quick video now that is a 3D model of what the new center is envisioned to be. And so the new expansion will be on the existing lot of the Black Cultural Center. It will include expanding the current facility and retrofitting that by adding another 50,000 square feet to the facility with the amphitheater and everything else. And we're expecting to break ground in late 2026, early 2027. And so we expect this to be a major undertaking, a major project. And we count on your support, of course, as always, to continue the work that we're doing. But that is where we're heading and where we're going. And one of the other things that's going to be really unique about the expansion of the Black Cultural Center is we're launching what we call the Black Canadian Knowledge Hub. And that basically is a virtual hub that celebrates the history and the culture, because what we've learned through our research is that there is content, resources that tell our story that are in museum collections across North America and that are in vital statistics records in towns and municipalities, but it's not known that it's there. And so this virtual hub will be a resource that will create, lack of a better term, our own Google that will create an opportunity where all of those items that are across the world are located in one place electronically, so that those that are doing research can find out where they are. In closing, I would say that we don't, preserve history to dwell in the past. We do it so that the future generation can walk freely, knowing where they came from, who they are, and what they've become. I think that the work that we do each and every day will help us move the needle from Black history to Canada's history, so it's rightfully taught as part of our nation's history. Thank you for your time and patience, and the work that you do each and every day to make sure that the walls in places like the Black Cultural Center are full of vibrant story, correct history, and content that make us proud of who we are. The ancestors are watching, the future is listening, and together we can be stronger in telling our stories. Thank you.
Russell has time for a couple of questions. I know some of us are excited about this new ambitious expansion. The center can't wait to begin breaking ground, as we see in 2026 or 2027. So are there any questions or comments? Yes.
I'm so happy to hear about this expansion, particularly around the archives, because I feel like it should be held by people who look like us, who are us, to really speak to that. So I think that I'm really happy to hear about that. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. And a lot of work and care is going into the fact that, the archive collection is going to be something that we're really going to be putting a lot of time and energy in, so that it is something that is very well done, well cared for. Currently, right now, the current archives at the Black Cultural Center are being digitized and put into a database system so that they'll be available to researchers. And we've also had talk with museums across Canada about items that they have in their collection, that those stories should be told, by our community. And so as an example of that, just recently, earlier this week, we launched a new exhibit, a refreshed exhibit on William Hall, Able Seaman William Hall, the Victoria Cross recipient. And the Victoria Cross that was housed in the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic has now returned to the community, is now in permanent care of the Black Culture Center. So we're able to share that story and tell that story.
So, are you going to be housing archives for all? Like, will material be moved from, say, NS Museum to you guys to keep? Or
that's what we're working towards. We're working towards institutions that are outside of our community, for them to be able to make the decision to say, you know, the stories are better told within our organizations. You know, it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on the items, but, you know, that's what our hope is. And our hope also is to be able to support and help grow the cultural economy within our own community. So if you look at an organization like the Black Loyalist Heritage Center or the Activism Museum that are here in this province, because of their footprint, they typically don't have a collection that's any bigger than what they have on display. But they may have a lot more access to more. And the idea of getting the community to feel that it's safe now to have a place where we can put our items and that we don't have to keep them in our attics and our basements. And, you know, we're hearing so many stories in the community where elders in the community pass on, their homes get sold, and then, you know, items that were there are lost. And that part of our history is lost. And so that's what we're working towards.
maybe one more question, comment?
Can I just have a little
Follow up? Yep.
Thanks for your presentation. Looking at some of the pictures that you were showing, I saw some of the old timers like Dr. Prakshai, Gus Weber. Of course, there was also to Calvin Rock. And so I'm wondering if in the new museum that you're envisioning, if there's going to be, I don't know, a wall of honor.
Yeah, so
For these old timers who are not really part of the old stock.
Right.
You know, they're like a generational bridge, but they also did so much work to help the museum
yes.
be established.
That is going to be a really important part of it. You know, we call those folks, you know, our change makers within the organization. That's what we call them. And those people that, you know, move the needle forward by sharing history, exposing history, and bringing things to life. And what we intend to do in the expanded center is not only celebrate them, as you had mentioned, with an honor wall, but in the new museum, we're looking at the fact that there's going to be 18 to 20 gallery spaces. And so we're looking at working with corporate partners and organizations to basically name rooms after people so that their legacy continues on, so that it's not forgotten. Because I think when you look at, you know, the current generation today, they may not be aware of those contributions. We know the stories, we know the history, but we don't know how we got there. And, you know, a prime example is, you know, the No. 2 Construction Battalion story and the amazing work that the late Senator Calvin Ruck did to start that process. You know, most people today are aware of the No. 2 Construction Battalion, but they may not be aware of who Calvin Ruck was and his contributions to society to get us to that point.
Well, thank you, Russell. He's at the end of the financial year doing all this sort of stuff. Right? He was extremely busy, and we appreciate you taking the time to come to our symposium and share these exciting new plans with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we come to, you know, we have two more sessions after two more sessions to come. The session right now, the penultimate one, is probably perhaps the most consequential one. This is where Dr. Claudine Bonner will begin the discussion, and we will talk about collectively formalizing our work, right? She's going to set up a PowerPoint, and this will lead to hopefully establishing an association, at least beginning to lay the groundwork of establishing a foundation to explore Black Atlantic Canadian history and so on. So while she's setting up, you can stretch your legs.
both a reflective inquiry and a forward-looking dialogue on the current and future shape of Black, Atlantic, and Canadian history, anchored by the research, the vision, and the leadership of Dr. Claudia Bonner. The session invites participants to consider how historical scholarship can be expanded and effectively supported in Atlantic Canada. Framed as a working group, this session opens up space to explore the viability of a professional, interprofessional, interdisciplinary organization dedicated to Black historical research. Through guided discussion, participants will reflect on the gaps such an organization might fill, the models it could draw from, and the practical steps that could be taken to fulfill this dream. So Dr. Claudia Bonner is an associate professor at Mount Allison University. Her teaching focuses on issues of equity and racial justice. Currently, she serves as the Canada Research Chair of Racial Justice and African Diasporic Migration in Atlantic Canada. She is currently in the process of building a collaborative, multidisciplinary network to improve our knowledge of and history on African migration. Her current research explores early 20th African, Caribbean, and Canadian migration networks, inserting Nova Scotia into the discussion as more than simply a point of transit, as has often been suggested. Dr. Bonner served as the inaugural Vice Provost of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at Canadian University. Her forthcoming publication, The Black Crest, A Shattered Canadian Tradition, is a collection of essays co-edited with Drs. Nina Reed Maloney and Dr. Bulu Ebandi. This collection, spanning the period from the 1850s to the early 20th century, is the first in the field to bring together original historical and communication studies research that position pioneering Canadian Black journalists as effective intellectual activists. So it's my great pleasure and honor of introducing someone who I've worked closely with this past month. I think we get along pretty well. I hope she thinks so. But I welcome to the podium Dr. Claudia Bonner.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and good afternoon. We've been talking all day, and I thought it was very odd that I had to be introduced, but Gabe insisted, so, and Gabe's in charge, in case you haven't realized this. So, what I'm doing for the next hour is facilitating a conversation. I want you to look around the room as we begin this, and realize just how diverse a group we have gathered here. We have people from across the spectrum. We have students, we have library professionals, we have museum workers, we have historians, we have archaeologists, we have performers, we have poets, we have, you name it, I think we have it. We have people who are working in government, we have people in university administration. Why does that matter? Because we have different perspectives. We have different ways of understanding what we're doing here. And my first thing that I would like us to do is figure out why we're here. Right? We want to think about, because for us, our goal for this symposium over these 2 days has been to explore the viability of a professional organization to support Black historical research in Atlantic Canada, with space for diverse perspectives and practical considerations. That's why we're here. We were showcasing the work that is being done. We were showcasing the ideas people have, the directions people have taken. But in reality, we want to know, what can we do with all that we have? So, thinking about that, what I want us to do is recognize that we're not here to make any kind of final decision or come away with anything definitive, but we want to explore interest, we want to explore our capacity, and we want to think about possibilities. So, what I think we should begin with doing is imagining based on a single question. What would a professional organization like the Black Historical Research in Atlantic Canada organization that we're trying to put together make possible? And what would it require? What would such a group require? So, let's take a few moments and think about something first off. What would such an organization, actually, let me change what I was going to do. Do we need an organization like this? First off. Secondly, what role, what gaps might it fill? And I'd like us to talk openly about this. This is an open discussion. I think we've been thinking for a couple days about this. I keep mentioning that we're trying to professionalize, but do we need an organization like this? Do you see a need for it? And if you do, what gaps do you think it could fill? And in thinking about that, think about maybe existing work that an organization like this could support or amplify. Think about challenges that you yourself have faced in doing the work you do, or challenges that you see others facing. For example, today we talked about how do we get access to archives or to documents or other things that people have in their homes, in their own personal collections. So that's one of the challenges that we see people facing. So let's start there. I'm opening the question to you. Is this organization needed? And what gaps do you think it would fill? Fill in. Actually, could I have someone volunteer to be a note taker? Drea, you want? Yep. Yeah.
Yes, actually my name is Joanne. I'm a human rights commissioner from Inaugural, and I'm the first one to get that position. So, saying that organization will be very good.
Do you have the mic up? Do you have another mic? Okay. Just give us 2 seconds.
Thank you very much. Actually, yes, we need that organization. Why? I'll be just brief. It's to avoid division. So since this today, I think we have like different way to see stuff. This organization can unite us in one fight, if I can say it like that. But just to avoid division. So that's my point.
Let's pass the mic around. Anyone else have any responses? We've all been talking all week. Your turn. Gabe, you've now inherited a new job. Haha, I got it first. So I think that it's really necessary because for students like me, it helps bridge those silos that we're all in. Being from Ontario, where we focus largely on our own history, and particularly if you're in any other part of Ontario other than Toronto or the GTA, everything is about GTA and Chatham. So having these national narratives where you're able to bring people together to speak about things like this is essential for fostering the collaboration between generations. Not even just fostering the next generation, but passing on that knowledge. And I also think that you can see how much this is needed just by how incredibly popular this inaugural historic symposium was.
I was going to say that. I think, like, the challenges that I'm facing as a historian, and probably those of us who write uncomfortable histories, it's not our colleagues that we're running up against. We're running up against the fact that 20 years ago, interactions with black culture was watching cops on television, and that so would we also help in the development of a half-decent curriculum in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick?
Should I say that again? I'm sorry. No, just the last sentence.
Yeah, so, like, as a professional body, advocating for an effective Black history curriculum in both Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, well, and PEI and Newfoundland, I guess.
Try.
And none of them elected.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. That's one of the things that, if you remember yesterday, we kept coming back to what are the teachables in different places. Is this being taught? What's happening in Ontario? What's happening here? And so on. So yes, I think that's something that we need to think about. Like what we'll do or what would do, we're making it up. Right? But dare to dream. So we write that down. Advocate for curricular change.
I think that we definitely need something like this. For me personally, how I see it is that a lot of our research intersects, whether that be through science, art, political science, history. I find that they always have some type of connection, and this is a great opportunity to collaborate with other people who are doing different types of research, and even helping your own research by learning something from their research. So I think it's a great opportunity for collaboration between the community.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing that I've been saying. I truly believe that one of the foundational parts beyond this gathering is exhibitions. I think Newfoundland, the Rooms, PEI, Confederation Arts Center here, Nova Scotia Art Gallery, Beaverbrook, and New Brunswick, like decolonizing those spaces so that our Black Atlantic artists have a pathway to put in our historical stories, because I can't find a Black artist that doesn't go through the identity shift of what it is to have their history in. And if we can make those formal advocacy partnerships with these legacy organizations so that every year we can have a giant exhibition from one of our own in the Atlantic at these organizations, we can always champion it from any province, and then we can leverage that to the schools. We can send the kids there. I'm never going to stop talking about how art is integral to all this. Okay, Dr. Cooper.
So I don't want to put anyone on the spot because I'm supposed to speak from my own personal self, but I see Crystal is here, and she's a librarian, and I'm just wondering how a librarian would think about wanting, is this organization necessary? And I also see Jim Morrison's here, and David States, so that generation of historians who did so much of the groundwork, and others who are in the room, like what do they think, from when they started doing the work to now, do we need this Black Atlantic? Ken Donovan also, both Jim, Ken, and David are retired, right? So what when you were doing it, when you were starting out and didn't have an organization like this, how, what was the trajectory like, or the support or not support? Yeah, you don't have to answer, but I just thought of that, and I also thought of Crystal as a librarian, like the role of libraries in advancing Black history in the Atlantic provinces.
I appreciate those, Afua. And if people are shy, Jim wants to respond, but if people are shy, these are just prompts to get you started thinking, and I'm about to put you into breakout groups where you can actually share these ideas. But go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Afua, for putting our feet to the fire. Appreciate that. I'm sure David and Ken and I had an uncle once who, after he retired, he said he had to take on an extra fella just to get everything done. So I think some of us are in that same situation. But I think there are a lot of organizations in the province who had to start off in this kind of direction. I know when I came back to Halifax a number of years ago, decades ago, where would I start in terms of looking at Black history, Black culture, and how would I find out? I think in this age, electronic age as we call it, I would see something like an umbrella organization to start with, if you want to just have an electronic umbrella organization, something that would highlight what we're doing and what we are, Black Atlantic Canada Studies, which would take in all the museums, historians, music, all of those kinds of things. Because I think one of what we're trying to do here is interdisciplinary, and that's sometimes a hard sell, because historians want to do their thing, and sociologists and so on. But I think we should, as we've done in the last 2 days, start with the interdisciplinary nature of the group that's here, and will expand so it becomes something that people would want to be a part of. The last point I'd make is just in terms of a society or organization, I think that's great, but I think we need more of a critical mass than what we have at the moment. I think the communication is key. It'd be nice if we could do this every year. I'm sure Claudine would love to do that. Anyway, that's my contribution as a retired old academic.
Hi, thanks, Dave. I'm the archaeologist here. Anybody else an archaeologist? No, okay, well, power to archaeology. And I want to pick up on something Jim says, because I'm 3 years to retirement, and Jim was actually my external examiner on my PhD, which looked at slavery in Nova Scotia after the American Revolution and what we can see in the archaeological record. And I'm currently working with Crystal in Preston and with Beachville folks. And I've been listening the past 2 days. And I have to say that what drew me to this symposium and the strength of this symposium is the fact that it's a balance, a really interesting integration of scholarly and community. And where I work as senior curator for the province at the Nova Scotia Museum, our work is all about linking with community. We do our research, we do our studies, we're in the archives, whatever, but it's the direction from community that has to lead the work. And so I see that this kind of organization, there can be an opportunity to bring a more holistic voice to the storytelling. So combining the skills, the understanding of art, history, archaeology, material culture, ancestry, and all the topics talked about over the past 2 days. I see there's an opportunity here where we can bring a lot together and make something really strong. And at the root of all of this, underneath all this, why are gray-haired people here? Because we want to inspire young folks to go on these paths. We're here to say, we've been looking at this for a while, we're here, we're engaged, we want you to get excited about it. And I see such an organization as a place of excitement, of the generation of new ideas, and of ways of moving forward. So I've appreciated these 2 days. I'm grateful to be here. These gatherings inspire me in my work, and they teach me, they help me learn. I'm of Acadian ancestry. A lot of my work is 17th century French and Basque, but this is my heart, this subject matter, and I'm delighted that so much has been shared, and I really hope that this moves forward, because I see excitement and opportunity here. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
I'll go this way, so I go to the front of the stream. The camera right out. So,
You're coming to Crystal.
Crystal, and then Dr. Eddie.
First, I want to thank Afua for the question. And I guess I do have an answer for that. From a library perspective, and particularly from Halifax North's perspective, as the African Nova Scotian community specialist, what I'm looking at is making history accessible to the community, making research tools accessible to the community. Whether, and that's just my day job. I'm also working on my own personal historical project. I haven't told anybody about it, but it's something that I've been working on for the last few years. So I'm always looking at how I can access sources and access the brilliance. And this being the theme for African Heritage Month this year is Black brilliance. And accessing the Black brilliance that's in this room. And being able to highlight and show and educate the rest of the world about the Black brilliance that's in Atlantic Canada. From a historical perspective, from the first day Matthew DaCosta stepped foot on the soil of Nova Scotia until for time immemorial, because I don't see this ending. But what I see from a library perspective, and as we redevelop Halifax North and redevelop its collection, that I'm looking at making a collection that is publicly accessible for resources for community historians. So thank you very much for the question, Afua. You're focusing me. That's what you do, and I appreciate it.
Pass the mic to Dr. Furman. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Claudine, for the invitation. One of the challenges is toward the university, and because I will have to make like you a symposium also. One of the things is that the university is have an extractivist base. So the purpose of the university is to extract information from us and store it. So not in the library, but directly here. One of the challenges is articulate the way of accessing the material, but to show it also, and related to what I just said, it's presented is the body politics. I'm not sure, and even right now, I'm not sure that a room of exhibition is the best place. I'm not sure that a museum is not the best place. I'm not sure my body is not the best. We have to find a particular way to show and conserve stuff that's not only Western style stuff. It has to be related to more to us. So I have no clues or what and where to find that, but I know there is an in-between to find.
Dr. Isaac Sadie. Sorry, Dr. Claudia Water.
I just want to jump in while I remember the things that people have said so far, and then I'll come to you, Isaac, or you can come to us. But one of the things that I should have said at the onset in response to Jim saying I need to do this every year is that is one of my biggest hopes coming out of this. I made a commitment, this is the second year of my Canada Research Chair, and I made a commitment to do this every year while I have the Canada Research Chair. So I've been talking with the folk from New Brunswick, and we already have decided amongst ourselves before coming to you that the next one will be next year in New Brunswick. And so we're doing that. Now, what it looks like, how many days, what are the topics, who's invited, that we will decide. We'll decide amongst us. But right now, we know for certain that at least for the next 3 years, there will be a symposium somewhere that does the work that we've done today and yesterday. So I hope that resonates well with you, Dr. Morrison. Secondly, it really resonated with me what you were just saying, Eddie, because our part of our guiding understanding of what we're doing over the 2 days is to think about research, preservation, and dissemination in addition to supporting students. And one of the things that we all know, especially those of us who are academics, is we do the work of research. We do the work of having a symposium or having an exhibit or whatever it is, and then the things disappear, right? Russell is no longer here, but things sit in basements of galleries and archives and universities, and maybe once in a while they get pulled out for another visit. Another generation sees them and has no idea that they had existed. And so that is an issue. What do we do? How do we keep this front of mind? Part of that is being present and interrupting the curriculum, insisting that our voices are heard, insisting that these histories are important. But it is an issue. It is one of those challenges that I think will always face us. So I'm not sure what we do with that yet, but where are we going? We're coming to you. Right?
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Gabe.
So sort of building on what you just said, Dr. Bonner, and what you were saying, Dr. Furman, I think when we think of universities, and I'm thinking of the political context, we know we have an election on April 27th. We know that the Nova Scotia government is planning to bring in Bill 12. The Minister of Education has said, I'm not going to tell you what to teach, but they don't have to tell us what to teach. They can say you need to cut costs. And therefore that sort of imposes a de facto cutting. At this, we can see what's happening to the south of us, right, in the border. The attack on any kind of discussion, the open attack on Black history, the open attack on any discussion of, of exposing the history of colonization and so forth. Collectively, together, united, we have greater strength. Okay, and I think this is critically important now. It was clear that one of the leaders of one of the political parties who could potentially be prime minister said something like racism is a recent import into Canada, brought by the woke movement, right? He has said that he will put up the statues of MacDonald, right? He will resurrect the great, rich white man of history paradigm to govern Canada, right? And to shape how people think about this so-called multicultural, the harmonious mosaic, which is a fiction. So I think that collectively together that allows us to fight for this history, to preserve it, to ensure that it is not once again consigned to oblivion by the state.
I just had a small point, just picking up on, Claudine, what you were saying about the research is done and then it sits in basements and so on and doesn't get out there. And I just want to say that in recent years at the Nova Scotia Museum, we are taking collections and having gatherings in community. So we go to Beachville and meet in the church, and we've done this several times, and we've brought thousands of artifacts where community members get to spend as long as they want with the collection. They select objects for exhibit, they install the objects, we meet in the church, and they ask us, and this has developed into a good relationship that is continuing. And we do the same with the Mi'kmaq, right? We're going to community with their cultural belongings. We care for them as curators, but we don't own them, and we must make these things accessible, or why are we doing the work? And if we want to build trust, we want to have relationships with community that forwards the storytelling. We have to go to where these communities live, not ask them to come to a government building downtown Halifax. So we're finding that these strategies are helping.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. And then Dr. Howell.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly talk about the challenges around education and the high school level courses that are available. My name is Lisa Bland. My background is in nursing, but I'm also the vice chair for the Council on African Canadian Education. And while you asked about what gaps an organization like this might fill, I also challenge you to think about the gaps that it might create, because there's an organization, the Council on African Canadian Education, which came out of the Black Report in 1990, and they're already doing work, and they're legislated to do work in communities and in high schools and advocate for these courses. So I have some reservations about additional groups potentially siloing that work, and I would much rather see a professional organization that works to advocate with CASE, which already has that legislative power to speak directly to the Minister of Education. So I wanted to put that out there.
Notice I said support or amplify in things I'm suggesting, so I appreciate that.
Dr. Hamilton?
Thank you. These aren't completely formulated thoughts yet, but I was thinking about what Jim Morrison, you were saying about Atlantic Canada studies and for me the idea of something that only has the caption history, and I always think of a twin, like I think history and culture almost together, and so whether or not we think broadly of a term such as Black study or something of that nature, which is more all-encompassing, and that could, of course, take in the interdisciplinary approach. And so whether it's history or sociology or science, it does give a broader framework within which to work. And the other point about what happens to the material, and is it all sitting in basements, there's and also bringing up Tandeway's point about the work, artists needing to have places to exhibit the work. There's an organization that regroups all of the art galleries in the Atlantic region, and I forget the name. There's an acronym, AGAPA or something like that, and they meet maybe every couple of years. And so in their conference, they have gallery workers and some museum people from all 4 Atlantic provinces. So that to me would be a very likely partner in terms of encouraging, exhibitions, special exhibitions, and so making the link with that organization might be one way to look at future planning for different kinds of exhibitions. And then to Katie's point about going into the community, the galleries are themselves trying to make connections with communities. So I think that whatever network we agree upon or organization, I think that those would be some considerations that I think we should consider.
I see Anne-Marie, and I don't know, there's a bunch of things.
Anne-Marie, if you will then adjust.
Oh, thanks, Claudine. I thought I would just add a comment to build on all of the really excellent thoughts I've been hearing. I will just sort of reveal myself a bit as a representative of the state. I work with Parks Canada, so I'm like listening to all of these really, really interesting conversations with a great deal of interest, because I know how much we need to grow and to change. And so I find the idea of an interdisciplinary organization that has a mentorship capacity, that I think this would be something that I would be really excited about knowing existed and to be able to connect with and potentially support. But I think that the idea of being interdisciplinary is so fundamental to the conversation that I've been hearing. I think that's really, really exciting. And I am just going to mention some feedback that I've had from other academics working on public history projects. Because, there are many different kinds of projects with different capacities, but there are places where you can reach a lot of people, and sometimes that's hard work, but it can be really valuable. But within the academy, for the people who are tenure track, what is recognized by your institution. And that this is also something you might want to advocate for, because I think the range of productions that academics create that are recognized by the institution in the tenure track process means that a lot of the very hard advocacy, reaching out to the public, making these kinds of changes aren't currently recognized. And I think that's a serious problem within the academy that worries me. But I think this is so necessary and would be so valuable. And that's
It's just an extra.
Actually, I want to just add how that can support. I was in Winnipeg last summer in a museum of human rights, and I could not see a black story in that museum the way I see that on the 2 days. Was just not there. That institution or what association can help to fill that gap. And another thing, it's just like we don't even talk about it. That the black leadership on those institutions as a human right, they play a big role to have those institutions, but it's not. Nobody knows that. So kind of conversation that the association can help to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Hello. I just think, first of all, thank you, Dr. Saini, Dr. Bonner. There have been so many great points that I'm maybe echoing, but for me, these are just some of the connections I think of. Some of the main themes I think are from this past 2 days, it exists. Like the interdisciplinary nature, whether it's physics, arts, whatever, all of this work that's going on exists when we're thinking about, collaborating with curriculum or creating classes. So I think the importance of this organization is not only that it's interdisciplinary, but also connection so that I know what's going on in New Brunswick or PEI and things that I can echo in classes and share with folks. And that to me also connects to, we talk a lot about like the digitization of things so they're accessible. And this might be overly pragmatic, but when I think about that, I think of, well, who's paying for that? And so research begets research, and this research is being able to be used by communities to actually apply for funding and help with this digitization. So I think there's many things this organization can help support, and even bring us together to think about funding projects and thinking about how we can source and cite one another is important, as well as furthering community resources and making them everlasting through digitization. But
Dr. Clippers.
Thank you all. I just wanted to say a word perhaps in support of keeping history in the title of the group, but making that an open vision. So in other words, having a disciplinary sort of grounding and focus, and I think a lot of what we're seeing in the United States are attacks on visions of the past, records and archives, their preservation, and that can intersect with the arts, sociology, education, healthcare, all sorts of things. So that's my very sort of short comment.
I agree with you, Clint. But this originally was a history symposium. It just evolved. It blossoms because, of course, the adjacent fields, and this comes from conversation with David Spades, actually. I talked to David about who I had sent invites to, and he mentioned the importance of adding the archaeologists, adding other voices, because part of what we're doing is thinking about training up the next generation. And if we don't have, Katie's apparently retiring in 5 minutes, so we need Black archaeologists, we need archaeologists of Black history, right? So it's important to have the other fields represented. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I do think it's, from my perspective, my 2 cents is that it's to support the preservation of history. So, and culture and community and so on. But yes, I hear you.
Claudine, I was just taking the first question about what needed, just a proposal. Maybe we could share the same center of interest. For example, Canada chairs. So I'm in the same place than you, but situated in art. So, and actually I have to, because I have to do it, so there's a symposium coming. But instead of having 2 or 3, or I don't know, 4, yeah, okay. So,
okay, just telling you all the
okay, I'll go research. So it's maybe interesting to maybe have one big event, just having several. I don't know. So I'm just proposing, just doubling the stuff.
Okay, so there's still hands up, and I want to just say one thing quickly. We were supposed to, I had said we were going to be going into breakout groups, but that was because I didn't anticipate as much uptake, which is wonderful, because we're starting to answer the questions that I had and the work that I wanted us to do here. So we can just keep going for a little longer instead of having to break out and then come back together, because I have exactly an hour to do this. So we're well into 40-something minutes. So your question, comments?
Okay, so it's a few parts here. So the first thing is, yeah, I think it's absolutely needed. The first thing that I see from the work that I've done is accessing records has always been tough. And I've heard that numerous times this weekend is, or these last couple days here, that, there's always that pushback you get somewhere to getting those records. And trying to trace genealogies and stuff like that, once you cross over those lines coming from the US, then it's like, where are those records? And people on the other side of the world that don't want to talk about things. And unless there's a way to unite that work, then I don't know how you would ever move that forward in a successful way. On top of that, some work that I did with the ILA, part of what they did is they said, they wanted for Black youth to be able to see themselves in STEM careers. Well, there's a lot more than just the STEM careers, and it's about seeing ourselves in everything out there. So, having that as part of it, and that allows, the youth to then dream and see themselves in those jobs, and it creates opportunities. From that, I heard this weekend, of, the grandmothers and the mothers and the aunties working in those affluent homes, that they were able to dream and push education. And that's a huge part that we heard today of, those are the people in history that are important to the people in the community, right? It's not just the people that are at the, the exemplary people. It's the, what was life like? What was normal, average life like? Or what was the spectrum of life like? And then to be able to remember that, because when you look at how things are remembered in communities, it's this elite life that gets remembered, not regular life, right? And I think those are the histories that are being lost, and to have an organization that can make sure that doesn't get forgotten, I think that's important, and to put that back into education, and maybe that's presenting some stuff to CASE that CASE can then take to the government, but saying, from a community level, this is what we think is important, and it needs to be taught not at the high school level where it's an option, but at elementary or junior high where it's going to go to everybody, not just Black youth, all youth, right? Because the history needs to be there for everybody.
Awesome. And it's funny, we were talking about, we've talked about people not learning this history in elementary school, high school, and so on. I did my master's research looking at the absence of Black history in the curriculum. I did my PhD research looking at Black histories that were not present in the curriculum. And that's 100 years ago. These things haven't changed. So we have to keep pushing. We have to keep reminding people of the absence. We need to keep advocating. I think I was coming to you.
I just have a comment to make.
Yeah.
I just have a comment to make. I'm not sure how relevant it will be in this space, but what I feel that we should be looking at is just normalizing everything that we do. Everything we look upon each other as exceptional and we're one-off, and we shouldn't be. We should be just part of the culture. We do this, do that, do the next. And once we start thinking along those lines, we start building. But whenever we hold someone up on that pedestal, thinking that they're the only one that should be there, we forget about all the other people that want to be there. Because that position is so now out of someone's reach when it should be within all of our reaches. When I raise my kids, it's normal for them to be anything they want to be. And if they want to be a lawyer, that's normal. If they want to be an educator, that's normal. If they want to be an artist, that's normal. And that's my philosophy. And I think that's what we should be doing as a culture, as well as individuals.
Okay, do we have any other comments? Oh, Matthew.
First, just thanks, as everyone else has said, for organizing this conference. I think it's great. I've learned a lot, but I've also recontextualized what I felt I already knew, and just shifted all kinds of mental filing cabinets around my head, plus gotten all kinds of inspiration and ideas, and I think that's great. And so, just on a really practical side, looking at that question, what kind of organization would be most useful, I will make the case, and I'm not saying this is an airtight case, but for a conference series. But I think that there's offshoots of that, because one thing that everyone keeps talking about is education, about dissemination of knowledge, about access to the archives, and I feel like there was so much knowledge disseminated at this conference this week that I could picture, whether it is a publication that comes out of this, whether it is a podcast that comes out of this. But already you have the live stream. Already you have, whether it's an art project that comes out of this. I can see this as you said, as a returning conference to come to. Then there is a publication of what of at least some of the presentations. You could have a podcast where you meet and chat further with some of the participants. You can record it during the conference. And then last but not least, you could conceivably, if we have some funding wizards here, which I know we do, then we could perhaps get a project that comes out of the conference every year. We could say, all right, what are we going to do this year? What are we going to invest in? Is it going to be connecting with education? Is it going to be connecting with the arts? What is it going to be? So I think that as a conference, you could still do a lot of outreach, do a lot of dissemination, and have the same fertilization and, as you said, normalization of what we do every year. So that's my pitch.
Awesome. My runner has quit. I will come back to the next person. I can see everybody's getting tired, and we're about to wrap up. But I appreciate the fact that without even trying, we're accomplishing all the things that I had hoped we were going to be doing.
So with this, the one thing is, if we're going to do another symposium next year, how do we get more youth there? Because if we're trying to pass this on, why wait and try and do it in the classroom? Bring something here so they can retake it.
Fair enough, I have been chastised.
Can we do a conference next year as opposed to a symposium?
Can we do a who?
Conference next year as opposed to a symposium. We keep using those words interchangeably, they're actually different things.
Okay, so we have to go back to the funding wizards in the room, because these events cost money.
Right.
And so that's one of the things we can think about. How do we raise the funds? What grants do we apply for? Who's going to work on the grant application? All those things we have to think about.
I just wanted to maybe pitch as a priority in the first 1 or 2 years something that Greg and I did with our Rethinking Acadian the World project, which was to have a pretty free-form blog that people could contribute to, and we had community sort of like output towards the community, but not collaboration because it's an academic book. But given the variety of stakeholders, somebody who's been working on a research project but doesn't have a publication could do a short blog entry. researchers who have been working on a scholarly article can condense it. Anyway, I just wanted to throw it out there as something that's not revolutionary but could help to sort of get out some of what's going on.
Awesome, and thank you. All of the presenters know that that's something that I was tossing around, and that we hope we will have some kind of dissemination of what has taken place over these 2 days. I would like to ask my runner if you could come back. We have people still wanting to just hop in, but I will come to Dr. Grant.
Thank you so much. So much gratitude for these last couple of days. Just one thing I'm hearing, this is not anything new, but I'm just trying to, as I'm hearing the room, I'm hearing these kind of two overlapping ideas. One is like a professional academic association that I hear kind of grounded in history, but really leaning interdisciplinary, you know, Atlantic Canada, or Black Atlantic Studies, you know, kind of a frame. But I'm also hearing the need for symposium, congress, hub, roundtable, something like that, that allows people who, as I think you said, talk about who share a center, but who are working in different organizations, different industries, different community organizations. You know, and like, I just think, you know, when we're up in New Brunswick next year, it would be great to have some of the New Brunswick Museum folk there, some of the New Brunswick Black History Association, some of the folks who already work on education in the New Brunswick curriculum. So is there a way that this can be, I don't know if it's both things, you know, is it a professional association that when it meets also invites partner organizations to have a presence so that when we meet at the round table, we can hear what each other are doing and share resources and kind of mobilize the knowledge? Or is it one thing or the other? And I don't know, I'm just hearing both things.
I think an idea that we haven't really delved into when we've been doing this discussion today is that Black Atlantic history, all forms of research, it pushes back. It pushes back against existing narratives. It pushes back against existing historiographies. I know Dr. Whitfield always likes to tell the story of when he was researching slavery in Vermont. He found evidence that slaves were continuing to be owned, or people were continuing to be enslaved in Vermont after the date. And there was a lot of pushback against it. Whether it was within the state, whether it was nationally. I'm sure Mr. Ken Donovan, I'm sure when he was researching about slavery in Brandon, he faced challenges with existing historiography. And beyond that, when we're delving into Black Atlantic history, when we're delving into Black Canadian history as a whole, it's pushback against the notion of society, pushback against the notion that society was founded upon, Canada being a promised land as opposed to the United States. So I think this organization would be very good and very helpful in solidifying these arguments.
I just want to say something surrounding the comment from up here about youth being involved in the conference. So I currently work at the transition year program, and I think I do agree that we should have way more youth involved in the conference. There are a few people here, but there's not specifically where we have such a large population in Nova Scotia. But also when it comes to like the learning and the literature and the stuff that is available, like in Nova Scotia, I'm not sure how it works throughout the other provinces, but here, because we do have a larger amount of people, like in our high schools, we have an Afrocentric cohort. And so I'm working for the transition year program. We have students that come every year, and a lot of them are from high school. And the ones that come from the cohort, they have such a good foundation on Black history, but that's not coming from the schools that don't have the cohort. So I feel that we need to like increase the cohorts throughout Nova Scotia, but this is something, an option that I think should be taken like to New Brunswick and to PEI and to other places so that it can increase the interest. I have children that are 17, 18, and 19 years old, and all three of them went through a cohort. But it's like some of their friends just don't know the stuff that they know, right? So I just really feel that there is such a need for an increase there.
Thanks, Amber. I'm being told I'm using too much time. So Dr. Cooper and Tandaway, and then we will have to wrap this up before Dr. Saini kills me.
On the point about getting the kids, getting the students out, yeah, absolutely. So that's why I think now we had the person from CASE who is here, right? Who work with the kids in the school board. So definitely that resource should be tapped. And also to the point about not reinventing the wheel, because I know definitely for a case, you know, like we keep saying, there's not much Black history in the schools, but definitely an organization like CASE and with the Afrocentric cohort and the African Canadian Studies in the high school, there are things happening, so we need to give credit to that. And the CASE has put a lot of Black history books and artistic books, not just historical books, artistic books in the curriculum. And I speak as someone whose work is in the curriculum, is in the high school curriculum, and is in the primary school, you know, and I get the letter from CASE through my publisher saying the province of Nova Scotia has braided your work throughout all of the school system. So it is happening, so we don't want to say that nothing is done, there's nothing in the curriculum, because there are things in the curriculum, province-wise. So for the next conference in New Brunswick, working with the school boards and those places are absolutely crucial. We already have a ready audience. Thanks.
Awesome. And one of my favorite memories in terms of thinking about the involvement of youth in Black Canadian history is going to a conference at York University, and Dr. Cooper was there, and she kind of told them off because she's like, we're here talking about the importance of educating the youth, but how many youth had we invited to the conference? And so I haven't forgotten that. But we have to bear in mind as well, in response to your question about why there aren't as many youth here, this was never supposed to be a public-facing event. It started out, yes, it started out, oh, I thought you commented on that. Oh, I'm sorry. But in terms of the absence of more youth at this event, it would have been wonderful to be able to do, but this thing just exploded. It grew and grew and grew and grew, you know? And so these are things that we can look forward to going forward. We can think about how we can involve young people, how we can involve teachers. That's one of the big ones for me. You know, have conversations with teachers, hear what they're doing in their classrooms, hear about what, you know, what the curriculum is actually allowing them to do. Talk to teacher educators, because that's the other one. You know, the people who are teaching the teachers, what do they know about what we're talking about? And so on and so on. But what I'd like to do now is first tell you that we've had lots of wonderful ideas here. And we will take Drea's notes and distill them, and we will share them with you all. We will talk about what we can do going forward. Because I think this is important. So if you are interested in any way in helping formulate what the future looks like, stay in touch. We'll be in touch with you just to summarize what the symposium was about. As long as you're on the registration list. If you're not, just add your name on your way out, and we will be in touch. But I'd like to leave the last word with Tandaway, because New Brunswick. Woo.
I didn't need all that build-up, but okay. So I was just going to say a little comment, like we're going from dreaming of what we'd like this to be, and now I think we all have to put our archivist hats on, because all of us have been on boards and been in conferences that have instantly disappeared. Thankfully, this symposium, conference, as I said, is very forward-facing, and we actually have live stream footage. It is very easy to get that chopped up and put on YouTube, and then CBC and CTV and all these organizations can get it. Then school boards can say, oh, what was Greg Nickerson's talk on? And we can have that linked up. When Gary and myself, when we put on the Emancipation Celebration and we had elders talk on the steps of City Hall, our first thought was we had to archive every single thing we do, no matter what, in New Brunswick, because the news isn't going to cover it. And then one of those elders passed, the family asked for their video. CBC asked, it was Skip Talbot, for his great speech on how we accept diversity in flowers, we accept diversity in trees. Why are we so resistant to diversity within ourselves and our communities? We pulled out these powerful, powerful lines, and we can clip that up and put that as reels and all this. We already have the data. I'd like to give it to the good Acadian brother over there who said Substack, because that's a great place for the notes, and anyone who wants to add more to what they presented, that's an easy one up, and Substack is a great sub-funding platform that if anyone wanted to give in. Like, just as easy things that, God forbid, this doesn't go the way we want it to, it's still well cataloged and archived through all the photos and live streams you did. That's easily accessible by the platforms of today. So we can just do that, and then, nothing's going to disappear, because I've got a bad memory.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you all. I think this has been a very fruitful discussion. We didn't do half the things I had planned, but that's okay. I think we're all really tired, and it would be good if we can move on to the next item on our program, which I think Gabe is coming to. Are you doing? Yes. Gabe is coming to take over. So thank you everybody for taking the time to do some work with me, and I'll be back out in a bit.
So in terms of cataloging what has been done today, there's the CBC Mainstream podcast. I sent out the link. I'll send out the link again tonight. We have the CTV News. They're going to have it on CTV News at 5, and I'll send out the link tonight at 7. So now we are closing the conference with charting new currents and future directions, and this is going to be a discussion led by the wonderful Dr. Isaac Saney. So as this gathering draws to a close, whether we want to call it a conference or a symposium, this session looks ahead toward new possibilities, collaborations, and frameworks for the future of Black Atlantic Canadian history. It invites reflections on the legacies that shape us and the currents that call us forward. What does a transformative vision for this field look like, and what must we do to realize it? This session offers both intellectual provocation and inspiration, rooting future directions that deep histories, lived experience, and global solidarities of Black communities. It is a space for synthesis, commitment, and momentum. It is also a space for introspection. What has not been explored? Who hasn't been explored, and why? So, the wonderful Dr. Isaac Saney is a scholar of Black Studies and Global Liberation Movements and coordinator of the Black and African Diaspora Studies BFD program. He holds a PhD in history from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and is internationally recognized for his work on Cuba, Africa, and the Caribbean, and Black Canadian history. A central focus of his research is Cuba's relationship with Africa, contextualized with his broader struggles for justice and sovereignty across the African diaspora. Dr. Saney is also a longtime community activist and was director of Dalhousie University's Transition Year Program, an innovative initiative founded in 1970 to address systemic barriers facing Indigenous, Mi'kmaq, and African Nova Scotian students. Rooted in both the African Nova Scotian and Caribbean communities, Dr. Saney's work is animated by the belief in the power of people to shape a more just and equitable world. I present to you all Dr. Isaac Saney.
So just bear with me a second as I get my PowerPoint up. I know this has been a long 2 days, and hopefully I'll be quick. I think I will be quick. starting new currents, future directions in the study of Black Atlantic Canadian history. And I know that some of these things I'm going to talk about have already been covered. That's always the danger of speaking last, so to speak, is many of the ideas that you're going to talk about have already been discussed, and so forth. Now, the study of Black Atlantic Canadian history stands, I would think, at a critical crossroads, emerging from decades of community advocacy, intellectual activism, and grassroots scholarships. This field has made significant strides in challenging the erasure and marginalization of Black life within Canadian historiography. And so, just to give you some examples, I like to think about Silencing the Past by Michel Rolfe-Trulier. I don't have time to truly talk about this, but I think this is a seminal work. He's known as the most significant, perhaps most significant scholar on Haitian history. This small work, I think, is critical for understanding how power, and relations of power shape historiography and what stories are told, and what happens in particular archives. So I encourage you to engage with that. I'm involved, in one of the projects I'm involved now is surveying all of the major texts, right, that are used to teach Canadian history at the university level and so forth. And the marginalization, the trivialization of Black history is tremendous in these works. I don't have time to talk about this, but this is from Bumstead's work, going through various iterations. And George and Clark mentioned the slow rush of colonization that won major awards that was truly astonishing in ignoring the Black experience and so on. And of course, within that, we all have to reckon with Robert Wing's The Blacks in Canada. Yet, despite institutional recognition and scholarly gains, there remain persistent gaps, archival silences, and structural challenges that hinder the full realization of these fields' transformative potential. What is needed is a new phase in the development of Black Atlantic Canadian history, one that is collaborative, community engaged, and grounded in both scholarly rigor and political commitment. And I see that emerging in our last 2 days. It calls for a recalibration of research priorities, institutional cooperation, and a deepened alliances with Black communities across the Atlantic provinces and beyond. While the foundational work of scholars such as James Walker, Robin Gwynth, as controversial and misguided as he is, Fuller Cooper, George L. Clark, Sylvia Hamilton, David Stitt, these are some of the works here. Bridget Opachai, James Morrison, who was left, Harvey Amani Whitfield, among others, Charmaine Nelson, and there's so many I could have mentioned, has illuminated dimensions of Black Canadian history. The field continues to suffer from several lacunae, gaps. Most notably, there's a limited body of research on everyday resistance, everyday life and resistance among Black working class communities in rural and small town Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. And these two photos here, obviously that's the famous one of the Black loyalist. And what stands out is you can't identify the individuality of that Black loyalist, but it's an indication of the role they were playing as exploited labor. And that's a picture of a coal miner in Cape Breton, right? So Dr. Bonner has done a lot of work, for example, on the Cape Breton communities, and some people may not be aware of the migration from Alabama that took place in the early 20th century of iron workers from Alabama who were so deeply exploited and coming from the US South at that time decided to go back, right? So there's this lack of looking and history on working class as well. One of the issues that obviously was raised was gendered histories, right? And I put up here Pearline Oliver was mentioned, as well as Carrie Best and so forth. And we have Joe Jones. And that's one of the things is gendered histories of Black women's labor, care work, resistance, and community leadership, as well as queer history. These are areas that exist as gaps. As well as another area is Pan-African and internationalist connections. Richard Preston can not only be seen as a founder of African Nova Scotian identity, but also seen as an inchoate precursor of Pan-African thought. Right? And so Henry Sylvester Williams, the father of organized political Pan-Africanism, his ideas must have been shaped by his time that he was here in Nova Scotia for that year, the conversations he would have had in the Black community. And of course, the picture up there of the march is actually from 1921 in Laurier Street, Whitney Bay in Sydney, a march by the Garvey movement of Africa for Africans. So we have these interconnections that need to be focused on, and so forth. There's also an interest of actually having an intersection of Black and Indigenous relations, right? Particularly in relation to land displacement and shared history of state violence. That's an area that requires tremendous research as well. And also, I would suspect that given the gentrification of Gottingen Street, the disappearance of communities. And I always like to go to my favorite French bakery on Gottingen Street, L&F, sit back, have a tea and a French beer. It's always an incredibly bittersweet moment. Because I remember that was a thriving black community and the gentrification is taking place. So one of the areas of research is looking at the contemporary impact of neoliberal restructuring that impacted black Atlantic communities, including urban displacement, gentrification, and migration. Not just the story of Africa, which is so incredibly profound, Creighton Avenue, but these ongoing impacts that are taking place. And I think this is important vis-a-vis, as I said before, we have to be aware of the political moment that we're unfolding in, right? There remains also a tendency in dominant Canadian historical narratives to treat black communities in the Atlantic region as either historical anomalies or relics of the past. The narrative framing reinforces the marginalization of the black presence, political agency, and cultural dynamism in ongoing discussions about national identity, race, and social justice. Researching black Atlantic Canadian history is often complicated by the scarcity and fragmentation of archival records. That's come up quite often in our discussions here. Many primary resources are either dispersed across private collections, hidden in colonial administrative documents, so to speak, or have been lost to time due to systemic neglect. The archives themselves, often colonial in origin and form, pose epistemological challenges, framing black life through the lens of surveillance, criminalization, and subjugation rather than agency, resistance, and community. Academically, black studies remains underfunded, precariously housed, or altogether absent in Atlantic and Canadian institutions, particularly universities. The BFAD that exists, it's the first Black and African Diaspora Studies degree program in Canada, founded in 2023. And so we're in a sense in our infancy. The first Black Studies program in the United States was founded in 1969 in San Francisco State University. Scholars committed to this field often work in isolation or outside traditional history departments, limiting development of robust intellectual networks. One of the reasons of bringing us all together is the challenge of isolation, right, as well. There's also a chronic lack of graduate level training opportunities focused on Black Atlantic Canadian history, which contributes to a fragile pipeline for the next generation of researchers. Dr. Javier Marley Whitfield and Dr. Claudine Bonner are deeply involved in training and making their very important contributions to training the next level of researchers. Politically, the study of Black history is often subjected to institutional tokenism or treated as supplemental to the mainstream Canadian narrative. Despite increased attention to equity, diversity, and inclusion, structural racism persists within the academy, undermining sustained efforts to center Black knowledge systems and intellectual traditions. We're very lucky at Dalhousie University to have, at various levels of the administration, people who have supported the Black and African Diaspora Studies program, the Black Studies Research Institute, and other sorts of very important initiatives. My concern has often been one, when those individuals who are so kindly disposed to move on, and they're replaced by people who might, for example, consider our work not to be that important, what happens, right? So structural changes, the point I'll come back to, is also exceptionally important. So to address these challenges, inter-institutional collaboration is essential. This includes joint research projects and conferences, such as the gathering that's just been co-hosted by the Canadian Chair in African Diaspora Migration Studies at Mount Allison University, that is Dr. Bonner, and the Black and African Diaspora Studies program here at Dalhousie University. Such events must not be seen as isolated occurrences, but as foundational platforms for longer-term partnerships. I think that is important. Collaborative, we've spoken about that, because hopefully over the next 3 years of a CRC, we'll have more conferences, but we want to go beyond that. Collaborative grant writing and funding applications to support community-based archival projects, oral history initiatives, and student training programs. We've mentioned that in many of the discussions that have unfolded. Cross-appointed faculty positions, visiting fellowships, and shared graduate seminars that allow students and scholars to work across institutional boundaries and build a broader, more integrated academic community. I think that would be extremely powerful. By building stronger networks between universities across the Atlantic region and across Canada more broadly, we can strengthen the infrastructure necessary to support the growth of Black Atlantic history as a legitimate dynamic field of study. And I think it's important to understand that we have examples of that before. The International Development Studies program that was established in Halifax was a joint program established by Dalhousie University and St. Mary's. Why it became separate is a discussion for another day, but it demonstrates you can have this collaborative work between the universities. Community engaged, a reorientation towards community engaged scholarship is not merely an ethical imperative, it is a methodological necessity. And that has been something that has really been a synergy at this gathering. Much of what we know about Black Atlantic history has been preserved not in state archives, but in the memories, practices, and traditions of Black communities themselves. Community historians, elders, church archivists, and local organizations have long served as custodians of history, often without formal recognition of institutional support. Moving forward, most researchers must engage in collaborative, co-author, and reciprocal knowledge production. This includes partnering with community organizations to identify research priorities and shape project outcomes. We've had a presentation by Lance Armstrong, William Nickerson, by Twandy from New Brunswick to talk about the powers, the powerful partnerships that can take place. Creating public funding facing materials. We've talked about digital archives, podcasts, documentary films, exhibitions, accessible publications that serve community needs, using these new technologies. That has been a theme that has emerged in our collective discussions here. And training students in community-based research methodologies that center respect, reciprocity, and accountability. Supporting, also another important issue, supporting the preservation and digitization of community archives, ensuring long-term access and ensuring that long-term access remains in the control of the Black communities. And that's been an issue. We see the oral history projects that have been taking place. And I want to also pay homage to the historical educational research organization, HERO, that was founded in the 1970s, led by Dr. Burnley Rocky Jones, in which over 270 people across Nova Scotia, the Black communities, were interviewed. And those cassettes exist in the Dalhousie archives and hopefully can be accessed as well. There's been problems about accessing them because the cassettes have degraded over time. Okay? And one of the things would be to think about having a special building to house a Black archive for the Maritimes. I think that would be quite a powerful achievement, and we can see the new plans for the Black Cultural Center being a possibility as a space for that. So community-based knowledge must not be treated as supplemental and anecdotal, but rather as a critical and legitimate source of historical insight and scholarly innovation. Now, after saying all of that, and we've had a little discussion, I want to turn to a preoccupation of mine, both historical and theoretical. The intersection between Black Atlantic Canadian history and racial capitalism, which has already been referenced in some of the other talks. Canada is often imagined, and we know this, okay, as a haven from American-style racial violence, what I often call the harmonious multicultural mosaic. Yet this national mythology, which we don't believe in, but it's very pervasive, okay, obscures the country's deep complicity in the racial logics of capital accumulation. The Atlantic provinces, particularly Nova Scotia, were directly linked to the transatlantic slave trade, and the Black presence in the region has been shaped by systems of racialized exclusion, both economic and spatial, that persist into the present. I would therefore posit that the Black experience in Atlantic Canada can and perhaps must be understood through the lens of a racialized political economy rooted in enslavement, land dispossession, and economic marginalization, and persistent community resistance. In short, the foundational role of racial capitalism in shaping the lives of Black Maritimers highlights how Black communities have challenged and resisted these structures through political organization, cultural work, and intellectual practice. The histories of Black communities in Atlantic Canada are often framed through narratives of arrival and resilience, foregrounding migration, community building, and cultural survival. While these narratives are important, they must also be understood within a broader context of racial capitalism, a system in which economic processes are deeply embedded in racial hierarchies and exploitations. Coined by Cedric Robertson, racial capitalism refers to ways in which capitalism has always depended upon and reproduced racialized relations of power, extracting value through processes of racial differentiation, exclusion, and domination. Racial capitalism is not simply capitalism plus racism. Rather, as Robertson argues, capitalism itself is born and sustained by racial orders. Therefore, as Robertson notes, capitalism and racism are concomitant. White supremacy is thus integral to the current political economic order. Indeed, C.L.R. James notes, and I quote, every single nation state, the cradle of capitalism, or for capitalism, had and still has a racial doctrine. We are all aware of how long the Canadian state has maintained the myth of two founding nations, which, as David Austin points out, the members of these two groups thus become the only bona fide citizens of the country, effectively negating the humanity of others. In Atlantic Canada, the story of the black presence, beginning with slavery and extending to ongoing struggles over land, labor, and recognition, is inseparable from these dynamics. This history, particularly in Nova Scotia, provides a critical site for analyzing the operation of racial capitalism in a Canadian context. The arrival of people of African descent in Atlantic Canada was not marked by freedom but by exploitation. Enslaved Africans were brought to the region by the British, French, and other settlers, and slavery persisted in the Maritimes up until the early 19th century. Following the U.S. War of Independence, I don't call it a revolution, as following Gerald Horn, black loyalists, enslaved and freed black people who had supported the British were promised land and freedom. In reality, as we all know, they received poor quality land, if not at all, and faced systemic racism from white settlers and colonial authorities. Similarly, the Maroons of Jamaica, who were exiled to Nova Scotia in 1796, were used as cheap labor and then relocated to Sierra Leone, where they and so forth. The black refugees who arrived during and after the War of 1812 faced betrayal. And of course, we have the arrival to Cape Breton from the Eastern Caribbean, and of course from Alabama, of workers in the early part of the 20th century. These migrations form the basis of black communities in Nova Scotia today. Yet from the beginning, these communities were relegated to the economic and social margins. The denial of land, access to services, and basic infrastructure was not accidental. It was central to the racial capitalist order being constructed. The racial capitalist logic that devalued black life also extracted black labor. In the 19th and 20th centuries, black workers in Atlantic Canada were largely confined to menial, low-paying jobs as domestic workers, railway porters. My grandfather was a railway porter, agricultural and seasonal laborers. They were barred from unions, trades, and professional employment. Black workers were therefore essential to the economy, but excluded from its benefits. At the same time, black communities were systematically underdeveloped. The most striking example is Africville, a black community in Halifax that was denied water, sewage, and education services for decades. A story that I don't need to go into depth. We know they were paying taxes and were treated as outsiders in their own cities. In the 1960s, under the guise of urban renewal, we know they were razed. This act of racialized dispossession is a textbook case of racial capitalism in action. The city displaced a historically black community to make way for infrastructure and middle-class housing while offering minimal compensation. The marginalization of black communities was reinforced through state policy. Black children attended segregated schools well into the 20th century, while adults were excluded from political processes and economic programs. From land to labor to education, black maritimers were positioned outside the circuits of capital accumulation and state support. From the promises and betrayals faced by black royalists and refugees to the destruction of Africville and the persistent underdevelopment of black communities, the structures of racial capitalism have both shaped and constrained black life in the region. Yet this history is not only one of exploitation and exclusion, it is also one of resistance, intellectual production, and transformative possibility. Despite systemic exclusions, black communities in Atlantic Canada have long resisted the structures of racial capitalism. From everyday acts of survival to organized political movements, black Nova Scotians have asserted their dignity and demanded justice. We've heard about Viola Desmond's 1946 challenge to segregation in the New Glasgow Theatre 9 years before Rosa Parks. This was not only a civil rights movement, but a challenge to the racial economic order. Desmond, as we know, was a business owner whose arrest reflected the dangers faced by black economic autonomy in a white supremacist society. In the 1960s and the 1970s, and I have some, we have Rocky Jones, who became a lawyer and activist, articulated a radical politics rooted in black liberation, Marxism, and Pan-Africanism. As a founder of the Black United Front, Jones helped establish programs in education, health, and legal support for black Nova Scotians. The Black United Front represented a direct challenge to the racial capitalist state, asserting the right of black people to organize autonomously for self-determination. And these are just some photos of Rocky from that period in the 1960s, in 1968. And of course, I encourage everybody to read his memoir, Revolutionary. I often say I taught a course in the US Civil Rights Movement, and one of the memoirs I used was Stokely Carmichael's Ready for Revolution, an immense book, over 500 pages, right? Rocky's memoir does, for the Canadian Civil Rights Movement, what Stokely Carmichael's Kwame Ture's work did in the United States. Okay? Today's thinkers, like many people like L. Jones, Claudine Water, there's so many, okay, continue this tradition, linking the history of racial capitalism to contemporary issues such as prison abolition, housing inequality, and police violence. Cultural production through poetry, music, and storytelling remains a vital mode of resistance and historical preservation. And we've heard that consistently through this symposium. The legacies of racial capitalism are not confined to the past. Today, black communities in Atlantic Canada continue to face systemic inequality. Environmental racism, as documented by Ingrid Waldron, exposes how toxic industries are disproportionately located in black and indigenous communities. This spatial and ecological violence is often another facet of racial capitalism, where the lives and environment of racialized people are devalued for economic gain. And meanwhile, the ongoing exclusion from housing markets, education, and employment ensures that racialized poverty remains entrenched. The COVID-19 pandemic laid bare these disparities as black communities faced higher rates of infection, job loss, and state neglect. And as I said, today in 2025, we witnessed the specter of the rise of fascism. I want to draw a point from Langston Hughes, and other people already pointed out. Langston Hughes said, fascism is a new name for that kind of terror that black people have always faced. This kind of terrorism is extending to people who are not black, right? Okay? But this is what black people have always faced. And so in a sense, when we have this logic of fascism, there's a tremendous experience, right? That people of African descent carry with them of having faced this brunt of state repression. Yet the resistance continues. Community-based organizations, activist networks, and scholars are calling for reparations, land return, and redistributive justice. The development of Black Studies programs at institutions such as Dalhousie University, alongside grassroots initiatives, represents an intellectual and political interventions in the structures of racial capitalism. In conclusion, Black Atlantic history is not an outlier. It is central to understanding the formation of Canada itself. From the exploitation of black labor and land dispossession to systemic exclusion and displacement, the structures of racial capitalism have profoundly shaped black life in the region. At the same time, the resistance of black communities through organizing, cultural production, and intellectual work have offered powerful critiques of and alternatives to these systems. The Black Atlantic, a term popularized by Paul Gilroy, offers a transnational frame for understanding the cultural and political histories of African-descended people in the Americas and Europe. Taken together, the Black Atlantic and racial capitalism provide us with a frameworks that enable us to situate Black Atlantic Canadian history within broader processes of empire, slavery, and colonial dispossession. Though I might add that Paul Gilroy ignored Canada and so forth. Therefore, the study of Black Atlantic Canadian history offers profound opportunities to rethink Canadian historiography, challenge structures of racial capitalism, and contribute to global black intellectual traditions. But to realize this potential, we must commit to a transformative and decolonial research practice, one that is accountable to the communities it studies, grounded in historical justice, and committed to collective liberation. The future of this field lies not in isolated academic achievement, but in the cultivation of vibrant networks between scholars, students, community members, and institutions, which is what we were doing over the last 2 days here. In conclusion, the fight against racial capitalism in Atlantic Canada is ongoing and requires a serious commitment to justice, reparation, and structural change. As Rocky Jones observed, I quote, "From a historical point of view, the message is that you need wholesale, fundamental structural change. Messing around with partial reforms won't do anything except delay the solution. This is the critical lesson, I would say, of my lifetime as a community activist. Freedom is a constant struggle." End of quote. To reckon with this history is not only to understand the past, but to confront the present. By embracing the ethos of the Black radical tradition, rooted in struggle, solidarity, and a radical imagination, and I put some books up here sort of encompass the Black radical tradition and imagination, we can chart new currents in the study of the Black Atlantic in Canada and contribute meaningfully to a broader project of reparative history and social transformation. Thank you.
Before we end with closing remarks, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Saini with respect to his wonderful discussion?
we have a course called Black Radical Thought. That's taught by my colleague Dr. Sherry Eugene here in the Black and African Diaspora. Where he explores, distinctly Sylvia Winter, all these guys, Angela Davis, Franz Fanon in incredible detail. But no, these slides will be available.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Are there any further questions for Dr. Saini? Okay, Dr. Bruce.
I would love to hear what you think that the Canadian experience brings that is unique to the larger Black, sort of radical tradition. What is, obviously a lot of interesting things are happening in Canada, but I also think there's a larger contribution to the transnational sphere, and I'd love to hear a thought or two of yours on that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's very interesting, and Dr. Eugene and I who work very closely together often talk about this, right? And with the work of David Austin and others who reflected on what some people say is this fractured diasporic experience in the US, right? People come in different ways, right? Okay? And so this is one of the things in the sense that Dr. Eugene is very much involved in the international reparatory justice movement, right? He just he survived being in the United States in New York at the UN International Forum on Reparations. And we thought there's not one size that fits all, right? Okay? And I think that's one of the most important things it brings, right? In that sense, right? I think one of the things I think, and this is interesting, I'm writing a book now on Cuba called Race, Revolution, and Racial Capitalism, Lessons on Cuba. And part of that book is not just looking at the Cuban experience and dealing with its own issues, right, domestically, right, but it's also taking this concept of racial capitalism, right, which I think only when you look at Cedric Robinson, Walter Rodney, they were the key people in developing this concept. Okay, what does it mean in a specific locality, right? Because we talk about it incredibly and generally and so forth, right? So one of the things is expanding this idea of racial capitalism, right, and understand it as a generalized global system, right? But how it can impact us specifically and so forth with the specific things. I hope that answers your question, right? But it sort of brings up the point I made at the beginning, which is that Black Canadian studies in many cases compared to what was in the United States, in a sense is in its infancy, though we have this ironic position where Black studies is under the attack in the United States. And we have, these programs that exist in Canada which hopefully will attract students, right? Where you have this space where you can carry on this kind of analysis, right? And the Black Studies program at the house, at least for the time being, is rooted in the Black radical tradition, which is, the sense that at the end of the day, yes, we work within the state system, but we're looking at fundamental transformation, right?
Are there any further questions?
And I should add, before you go on that Dr. Eugene will be teaching a course on Black Canadian thought. Okay? And so forth. That's going to be starting next year, right? It's going to be taught at the graduate level, right? And so on. So this is either what have Black Canadians contributed, right? And this is Ronaldo Walcott's work as well, right? What have Black Canadians contributed not only to to explicating what it means to be a person of African descent in the African diaspora, particularly in the Americas, but narrowing it down, what have we contributed to the Black radical tradition, which is about Black liberation, right? And what's come out, I think, come up uniquely in this, and I think it's a way we've articulated it, right? Is when we talk about reparations, right? Okay, we talk about Black liberation being central and integral, and also complementary to humanity's liberation as a whole. They're not inseparable, right? And so this is something that's really being teased out in the work.
I think that kind of just touching on what you were asking is a lot of my research, I would argue, in terms of if I remember correctly, you're talking about the uniqueness for the Black Canadian perspective in what it brings to the Black radical tradition. I think that what I've found is more or less pointing towards the subtleties and the nuances that if we don't address those and we don't acknowledge that that does exist and it still exists, it has happened, and it's going to continue to happen unless we attack it. I think that's kind of the uniqueness that often people would say, oh, it doesn't happen in Canada, and it's just that ongoing thing where it's no, it does, and it's here are all the subtle nuances that you may have glazed over and just overlooked, but it's it has been here, and it's still going to take a long time for us to grow over the microaggressions. When you go to work and it's very instilled in our economics, where it's you go to a workplace, you go to an interview, and then 3 months later people are saying that you're not best fit and you don't know why. What's the reason why. So I feel like it's very economical and subtle in Canada, and that's what like the Black experience is able to point out for marginalized groups in general. But then also like a lot of my research, I feel we've talked about this a lot, is like what does amelioration and like to make something better means. It's also, I think, from the Black experience pointing towards just like the inherent Eurocentrism in all of the things that we learn, is that like amelioration back in the 1800s was the gradual exploitation of enslaved Black people in the Caribbean, mainly in the West Indies, but to prevent enslavement, or the freedom of slavery, to prevent freeing the slaves, they decided to enact amelioration tactics to prevent that from happening. I feel like we're also able to point towards like what does making something better in a curriculum if it's just perpetuating the marginalization of voices. So I think that like I like your presentation for that, because there's a lot, all of these books talk about all of that, and I'm very indebted to Dr. Singh because I've read most of them, I think. So yeah, very good books. All of these books, hopefully.
Well, perhaps one point to make something. We can have this argument because there's an argument that is a Black liberal tradition, okay, and there's a Black radical tradition. Some people see that as too simplistic, right? But I think one of the important points about the Black radical tradition is called wholesale social transformation, right? It's revolutionary, right? Okay, and Canada tries to be the argument against us. Canada is not the United States. That's a traditional argument, right? Okay, and therefore we don't need that kind of radical militancy that exists in the United States. But of course, this reveals racial capitalism by its very nature does not assume, shall we say, a less virulent form in that sense, right? Okay, when it can be treated not by the penicillin revolution, but perhaps by a Tylenol, right? Okay, so I think these are some of the things that basically the Black radical tradition, as it's studied within Canada, racial capitalism as it unfolds in Canada, will help demonstrate. In sense. I hope that kind of is great. And people are tired.
Okay, so don't run away because this is important. I want to thank you all for holding out. I'm impressed that we've lasted as long as we have. Some of you have been here from the beginning, and I know you're exhausted, but hopefully it was worth it. We've come to the end of a wonderful 2 days of sharing ideas. We started with calls to action from Dr. Thomas Bernard yesterday, and if those of you who were not here, our first call to action was to center Black history by sharing African Nova Scotian stories. Now, as a multi-provincial gathering, I think we can expand this and think about ways that we can center Black history by sharing Black stories in Atlantic Canada. So this is one of your calls to action. Your second call to action was to engage, support, and sponsor young people to study history. And I'm going to call out Dean Andrews because she's here, but she came up to us after Dr. Bernard's talk and said, we can make that happen. So the Promise Scholarship that Dr. Bernard said, maybe you could, Dean Andrews is on the case.
Yeah, we sent an email.
Immediately.
We had to send a very important email. We're going to get it done.
So kudos to us. We made something happen. And our third call to action was to prioritize Emancipation Day activities on August 1st, wherever we are. So if you normally attend an Emancipation Day celebration, wonderful. But if you don't, find one, go to it, invite your friends. If there isn't one in your community, maybe you can start conversations about how you start one. But Dr. Bernard told us about the work to get Emancipation Day celebrated more broadly in Canada. And we have to continue the work that she began. So she asked us to do this yesterday, and I will reiterate, is very important. We explored the life of Jupiter Wise and talked about PEI, Black history. We talked about the question about freedom. We learned about wonderful possibilities in researching historic Black churches. We explored algorithmic erasure and grappled with the weather in Atlantic Canada. We talked about the nationwide curricular absences of Black history, which, as I said before, was a conversation 20 years ago when I started graduate school, and it continues to be something that we have to keep front of mind. Amani talked to us about questions of identity. Who am I? Who are you? What does it mean to be African Nova Scotian? We explored the question of colorism, of class, of community identities, and so on. We heard from community historians who entreated us to adopt an Ubuntu mindset, to keep listening to the stories of our elders, and to figure out what's in our personal and public libraries. We learned about some of the fabulous things we can do in terms of mapping, about enslaved people in Cape Breton. We learned about the melodious voice of Richard Preston, and about the Acadian diaspora and some of the possibilities for research in terms of notions of race within that community and beyond. And of course, there was George. George wove a tapestry of tales of his life, of African Nova Scotian firsts, and finally a wonderful poem. Dr. Cooper started us off this morning kind of framing her grounding of the lived experiences of Diana Bastien and Jude with the wonderful voice of Nina Simone. And I have to say, two of the really special moments for me during these 2 days were the moment when Dr. Bruce played Acadian music for us and when Dr. Cooper played Nina Simone this morning. I really appreciated that. I thought it helped ground us in terms of music in ways that we weren't planning on doing. So that was really nice. We learned about the importance of preservation on a personal level, as well as the ways places like museums do work to preserve as well as share Black archives. Dr. Hamilton took us on a journey through art, history, and culture, reminding us of some of our most cherished films of Black Canadian life. We've made incredible connections between healthcare, art, and the preservation of community histories in New Brunswick. And I appreciate you going on the journey of exploration in terms of imagining the future with me with our exercise. I did not summarize Isaac's talk because I hadn't heard it when I wrote this. I'm so sorry. He's taking it personally. We've seen how Black life in Atlantic Canada is and has always been shaped by complexity, by migration and displacement, by joy, by injustice, by silence, and by survival. And we've seen how essential this work is, not just to add Black history into dominant narratives, but to transform how we understand this place, its past, and its possibilities. And the important part of what I have to say is an event like this doesn't come together on its own. And it's important that we acknowledge everyone who's helped make this event a success. So bear with me as I do this. First, I would like to thank me. That was tongue-in-cheek. That was a shout-out to Snoop Dogg for those of you who didn't get it. So, in all seriousness, I'd like to thank the Office of the Provost at Mount Allison University, my home institution. And I would like to take some time to thank Dalhousie University. We're very grateful that the institution was willing to host this event, this inaugural event. I'd like to in particular thank Provost Costin and Dean Andrews for being here. Thank you. The Black and African Diaspora Studies program is the reason that it was important for us to do this symposium here. So I would like to thank the program, to thank Dr. Saini for being willing to go on this journey with me. I think I've talked to Isaac 4 or 5 times a day, every day for, the last week, trying to get this done. I'd also like to thank Amber Bernard and Zining Chen for their assistance in terms of doing the administrative work. The things that I couldn't do because this is not my institution. I would like to thank the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute for, I got you.
No, I don't want to talk or anything.
The Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute graciously sponsored us, and also Dr. George is not around. George Frempong, the physicist who bravely came into a room full of historians and people who love history and talked about history. I'd like to thank him. I'd like to thank Sylvia Paris Drummond and Mucho Radio. In case you hadn't noticed, we have a radio station here covering the event. And that is hopefully an outgrowth of the programming that the DBDLI will be doing going forward. They have a small studio at the DBDLI, and they'll be doing community radio, or have been doing community radio from that studio. So I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank Dr. Kirley Freeman, who had the table set up for us. Dr. Freeman had the table set up highlighting some of the wonderful ways that students and faculty at SMU have been making use of the Lynn Jones collection and researching African Nova Scotian history. Of course, I'd like to thank our student helpers. Shakima and Tiasha, you've been amazing doing the live streaming for us. As Isaac said, he only knew how to do Facebook, so we would have been lost. And James, of course, got voluntold into being a live stream supporter. And we're going to big up James again, our first TYP grad who's recently won a prestigious award, an essay prize, and is our first graduate from the Black and African Diaspora Studies program.
Wright as well?
And Portia Wright, who I did not meet.
Okay, the second one. Yeah, second. Yeah.
Yes. And to all the presenters, thank you for your scholarship. Thank you for your stories, your archival labor, your creative interpretations of the past. To the students and emerging researchers who presented or who joined us and listened, your questions and your insights are pushing this field in new and necessary directions. To the community members, elders, and other keepers of memory who joined us, thank you for your presence and your wisdom. To our keynote speakers, Dr. Wanda Thomas Bernard, Dr. Melanie Whitfield, Dr. George Elliott Clark, Dr. Philip Cooper, and Dr. Sylvia Hamilton, who's the only one who managed to hold out. Thank you. You continue to inspire us all. Now, the biggest thanks goes to Gabe. We hired Gabe as part of the planning team, and he's gone above and beyond what I expected, or we expected of any student. Gabe has been here at 7 o'clock each morning to make sure everything was in place. Gabe was texting me at, I swear, 7 o'clock in the morning. He is, whatever we've needed, Gabe has been there. Whatever we have not thought of, Gabe has anticipated. He has done the work and then some. So thank you, Gabe. So for me, what this symposium has affirmed is that Black Atlantic Canadian history is not only viable, it is vital. And its future depends on networks like this. Networks of scholars, of institutions, of artists, of archivists, of communities working together. And so, once again, I thank you. I'm going to turn the mic back over to Isaac to see if there's anything I neglected to say, but if not, see you guys next year.
Round of applause for Dr. Chloe Warner.